Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
One Piece, Intercepting Big Mom, starting with the reincarnation of Loki. Part 1. See calendar year 1478. Elbaf. Upper World. West Village. Inside Orst Castle, next to the Spring of Warriors. Queen Esterita, push. It's coming out, it's coming out. It's a healthy baby boy. What a sturdy physique, perhaps he'll grow as tall and mighty as His Majesty Harold in the future. Ah! The noisy sounds in his ears and the sensation of being squeezed and wrapped all over caused Duemu's chaotic consciousness to resurface. Can someone who cosplayed as a speed bump actually be saved? Is medical technology that advanced now? No, wait, my body doesn't hurt at all. Is this reincarnation? Duemu realized his situation. Returning home from work last night, he had slowed down to yield to a pedestrian who suddenly darted out from the green belt, only to be sideswiped by the great Lucklord of trucks. Looking at it now, he had successfully reincarnated and started a new game. Duemu tentatively pried his eyelids open just a crack. He was surrounded by several blonde women with freckled faces, their large countenances beaming with joy. A golden chandelier hung from the ceiling. Through the gap, he could see the marble-like texture of the high ceiling far above, making the space feel quite empty. Evidently, the room was exaggeratedly large. The family background for this restart seems quite good. Realizing he wasn't starting as an orphan corporate slave like in his previous life, Duemu couldn't help but grin. Queen Esterita, it's a healthy baby boy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Blessings to you, Your Majesty. He has such a cute smile. Queen Esterita, please give the little prince a name. His Majesty said that if it's a boy, his name shall be Loki. Ha, quickly, let me see my child. Loki. Prince. Did I restart into a royal family in the Nordic region like Norway or Denmark? Are my parents Marvel fans? While he was pondering, Loki felt himself being moved, his lying position changed and then stopped. Realizing he was about to face his mother of this life, Duemu grinned and reached out with both hands, intending to make a good impression on her. A beautiful, slender face appeared before Loki's eyes. She looked somewhat haggard from the labor. There was a sense of fragile beauty about her. Loki couldn't help but look her over repeatedly. So this is my mother in this life. She's actually quite good looking. What about my character model for this life then? It should be much better than the goblin-like appearance of my previous life. Wait, no. Loki saw his own reflection in Esterita's dilated pupils. Fair-skinned and chubby, the dream grandson for the older generation. But the crucial part was that his eyes were scarlet vertical slits like a snake's, and two long horns grew from his forehead. Truly a distinguished appearance. Wah wah. I'm actually Loki, the prince of the giant race. Such a perfect start, please cheer for me. Realizing his identity after the restart, Loki couldn't help but raise his hands in excitement. As everyone knows, if you don't want to be kicked to death like a stray dog on the side of the road in these seas, you must have solid strength. And in the world of pirates, powerful and overbearing strength only circulates through bloodlines, master-disciple lineages, and devil fruits. Each of these three has its pros and cons. Fruits depend most on luck. The strong ones can flip the world upside down, while the weak ones make you question your life choices. Masters depend on opportunity. As long as you have a good teacher, don't worry about the learning process, your strength will automatically skyrocket. Bloodlines are even harder to say. First, inheritance is unstable, and second, there are natural gaps between different bloodlines. At the very least, one must be a descendant of D to be qualified to stand firm on the sea. And now that he had reincarnated as the giant prince Loki, he happened to inherit one of the world's top bloodlines, the ancient giant bloodline. He could play at 10,000-meter unequipped skydiving right after being born. Even Kaido, who was naturally resistant to swords and spears, only dared to play like that after eating the azure dragon fruit. This is a natural sovereign's body, just like that talent monster Charlotte Linlin. Eek, how terrifying. Loki's excited movements were too much for Esterita, who was already unable to accept reality. She threw Loki aside and retreated frantically in fear, smashing the tables and chairs behind her until she stopped in the corner. The nearby attendants hurriedly caught Loki and placed him back on the soft bed, trying to comfort their emotionally unstable queen, Lady Esterita. "This is the child of you and His Majesty Harold. What is this thing? My child is not this kind of creature." Esterita sat on the floor, appearing frantic as she repeatedly denied it. "My queen, please calm down." "Yes, calm, I must be calm. I absolutely cannot let outsiders know I gave birth to this kind of thing," Esterita muttered. Her distorted features regained a bit of composure as she stood up. Esterita's face darkened as if she had made a decision. She stepped toward Loki and said coldly, "Tell your king that his child died at birth." "How can you do this? This is the prince." "Queen, what are you planning to do?" The attendants stared nervously at Esterita, intending to block her. In the past, this queen would occasionally demand changes to the room's feng shui. Saying it affected the king's luck was one thing. They would just follow orders. But this was King Harold's son. The future king of Elbaf. This child is cursed. Look at his appearance, he is clearly a monster. As if seeing something, Esterita's pupils dilated instantly. She pointed behind the others, her face becoming increasingly hideous. The group turned around. Their prince had already crawled out of his swaddling clothes. He was grabbing the bedsheets and sliding from the corner of the bed to the floor. Loki looked back with a sheepish grin, exerted strength in his four limbs, and transformed into a cart titan to run toward the closed door. Family, who can understand this? Born and immediately stuck with a biological mother whose prophecies are half-baked. Where's my dad? Come quickly and save me. Oh, wait, Harold is still out doing diplomatic work at this time. Never mind then. Facing Loki's eerie snake-like pupils and stiff smile, the attendants couldn't help but be dazed. Did Prince Loki understand? Does he have wisdom just after being born? He truly is an existence that surpasses ordinary giants. Esterita. In that instant, Esterita, who was half a head taller than an ordinary giant, took 2 steps in 3, pushed through the wall of attendants, and arrived first, grabbing Loki by the collar of his clothes. "See, he is born unusual. He is a naturally evil destroyer. He will surely bring destruction to this country in the future, so he must be dealt with." With that, Esterita directly performed a mommy overhand toss. The effect was outstanding. Holy crap, no sportsmanship at all. Everything happened too fast. Before Loki could do anything, he was sent flying out the window like a streak of light under the massive force. Not gonna lie, Elbaf is actually quite beautiful. Outside the window were vast stretches of clouds. The clouds were as expansive as a sea, and their thickness made it impossible to see the situation below. It was precisely the White Sea, one of the water bodies that constitutes the upper world. But I was just born, I really don't want to play 10,000-meter high jumping. Thinking about what he was about to face, Loki's scalp couldn't help but tingle. The highest altitude activity he had ever done was walking a tightrope at the Canton Tower. Now it was an unprotected, 10,000-meter free fall. Splash! If only I had learned how to swim. Loki sighed inwardly. His limbs flailed desperately, but his body continued to sink rapidly through the water like White Sea. He couldn't swim. In just a few seconds, Loki's body, clad only in a sweater, pierced through the cloud layer, and his vision returned. Piercingly cold air filled Loki's lungs as heavy snow drifted around him. The mountains and forests below were coated in a thick layer of frost. Only the shapes of trees were visible, not a hint of green could be seen. Most importantly, in the distance, a colossal tree like a mountain peak reached into the clouds. The world tree Adam, which pierced through the underworld, upper world, and heavenly realm of Elbaf. Loki's free-falling body accelerated to its limit under gravity, hurtling like a cannonball toward the snow-covered surface of the underworld. So high, Loki's snake-like pupils widened, and he couldn't help but gulp. The ground rapidly enlarged in his vision. Even though he knew he wouldn't die, the speed of his pumping heart was clearly felt, getting faster and faster. It was like the humming of war drums. It's fine, I won't die, I definitely won't die. About to kiss the earth, Loki's pupils constricted to the extreme, and his body and mind were tense to the limit. Although he knew he would be fine, his mind was still replaying the pain of being a speed bump in his previous life. Crack! Surging red light shot out from his crimson snake pupils, turning into black and red lightning that swept in all directions. It made Loki look like a black and red meteor. Then, the meteor crashed into the earth. Boom! A dull thud tore through the silence of the underworld forest. The accumulated snow exploded into white waves several meters high, like a blooming ice lotus. After the dust and snow spray cleared, a baby lay curled in the center of a deep crater. Beneath him was frozen earth cracked like a spiderweb. The surrounding trees had all been snapped by the shockwave, lying in total disarray, with traces of blood on his mouth and nose. Loki. Cough, cough. Holy crap, that hurts. Loki coughed violently, his mouth filled with snow, but his consciousness was exceptionally clear. He moved his limbs and slowly stretched his body. Although there wasn't a single place on his body that didn't hurt. Fortunately, he could still move freely, and his bones and internal organs felt normal. Not only that, but a scorching power seemed to be surging through his meridians, like lava flowing in his veins, dispelling the biting cold from his surroundings. That was intense. It even forced out my conqueror's haki. Loki pressed his hand to his chest, his face flushed, his whole body trembling with excitement. A 10,000-meter free fall was 10 times, even 9 times more exciting than the high-altitude lines he used to walk. This body really is a natural-born monster. Just by growing naturally, I can stand at the peak of the sea. Despite the somewhat terrible start, a smile couldn't help but curl at the corners of Loki's mouth. As everyone knows, Harold approximately equals rocks. Harold is known as the large-sized Loki. Me equals little rocks. Is this the reward for cosplaying a speed bump for a truck? In this life, I can run over admirals like their speed bumps. Loki's smile widened. Not only am I not a goblin, but I'm also the #1 tall, strong, and handsome guy in the pirate world. This reincarnation is awesome. Step, step. A vibration came. Natural observation haki 2. Loki looked up at the edge of the crater he had made. He saw the underworld's welcoming ceremony. Whoosh. Wind pressure bore down, loose snow dripped, and an exaggeratedly large head suddenly blocked all light, cautiously peering over the edge of the pit. Its fur was like condensed frost and snow. Its interlocking canines reflected a chilling glint. An underworld giant wolf, even larger than an ordinary giant. Facing a creature many times larger than himself, Loki felt like he was facing the truck deity again. He subconsciously took a step back, then, in a fit of embarrassment and rage, he clenched his fist and roared, "Wah wah. My conqueror's haki, come out." Nothing happened. Awoo. The white giant wolf let out an excited howl, lowered its 4 legs, and thrust its snout into the pit, snapping at Loki. Its hideous, interlocking canines flashed with a heart-palpitating chill. The stench of its saliva wafted toward him. Oh wah. Go to hell. Having failed to trigger his Haoshoku, Loki's face darkened. He tightened his chubby arm and threw a punch. Early-stage Haoshoku really is unreliable. Better use my ancient giant race power. Clang. One was the tooth of an underworld giant beast, sharp as a knife and long as a blade. The other was the fist of a newborn child, round and cute. The contrast was immense, but the collision produced a metallic ring. Crack. Whine. The giant wolf was dazed, realizing something was wrong. Bang. A broken tooth flew out. Loki's seemingly tender fist drove straight in, slamming into the giant wolf's upper jaw. Awoo. The giant wolf felt an irresistible force hit it. It flipped backward onto the snow, kicking up spray, its front paws clutching its mouth in agony. Ha 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 tilde this strength is awesome. Loki's snake pupils dilated as he looked at his unharmed right fist, his smile gradually becoming twisted. The ancient giant bloodline really is too useful. The giant wolf shrunk back, bared its teeth, and turned to run. It didn't understand. It was one thing if it couldn't beat an adult giant. But how could such a tiny cub shatter its tooth in an instant? But before it could take 2 steps, a massive palm reached out from the wind and snow, locking onto its neck. Whine! The white wolf whimpered and was torn in half by the palm's owner. Holy crap, he could go to the neighboring monster universe and moonlight as a movie boss. Loki sized up the giant ape that emerged from the wind and snow. This thing was as tall as his biological mother. Roar! The giant ape let out a violent roar and charged mercilessly at Loki, the giant cub that had intruded into its territory. Wait, again, my little bit of meat isn't even enough to get stuck in your teeth. Meanwhile, upper world, Orst Castle, Esterita, ignoring the servant's attempts to stop her, packed her bags and mounted an 8-legged Pegasus, preparing to flee this nightmare of a place and return to Wine Village. Her frantic figure passed through the west village near the castle, kicking up a gust of wind. A large group of royal guards followed behind. Isn't that Queen Esterita? Really, why is she riding a horse in the village? Wasn't she pregnant? How did her belly disappear? Could it be that the prince has been born? Where is the prince? In the crowd, 2 old men wearing horned helmets, their beards trailing on the ground like waterfalls, exchanged a look, both seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. These 2 were the elders of Elbaf, heroes of the giant race, Waterfall Beard Yoraru and Mountain Beard Yaruru. The hot-tempered Yoraru reached out and stopped a guard. Guard, what happened in the castle? Why are you and the daughter of Wine Village in such a panic? The guard was flustered, not knowing what to do for a moment. Tell the truth. Queen Esterita had just given the order. Not tell. That crazy woman Esterita had left in front of everyone. The change in her belly couldn't be hidden, and the truth would eventually come out. And this was Lord Waterfall Beard. How could he lie to him? The scales in his heart tipped, and the guard gritted his teeth and told the truth. Lord Waterfall Beard, Prince Loki has been born. Gia ha ha ha. This is a good thing. The daughter of the Wine Village is far taller than ordinary clansmen and also possesses the blood of the ancient clan. The child she bears might inherit Harold's excellent talent. Yoraru laughed, stroking his beard, his gaze sweeping over Haruden, who was practicing with Redding nearby, feeling a bit of regret and helplessness. To be fair, Haruden is a child with decent perseverance. But talent is talent. It's not something effort can make up for. Forget about catching up to his father Harold's strength. He might not even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dory and Brigitte. Pogya Gia Gia Gia. That's right. Prince Loki will surely become Elbaf's strongest warrior of the new generation. We must give him our first blessing. Yaruru also laughed, his expectations undisguised. The new leader of the giant warrior pirates they raised with their own hands. For some reason, Dory and Brigitte had a conflict and are engaged in a fierce battle on some island out there, and they haven't returned yet. This left the giant warrior pirates leaderless, and they were captured by the Marines, nearly facing a public execution. Fortunately, Sister Galmero, the Holy Mother, spoke up to dissuade the Marines from executing Redding and the others, allowing the world government, which was hostile to the giant race, to reluctantly reach a reconciliation with them. Now, some giants have even joined the Marines to fight, forgetting the glory of the giant warrior pirates. After Harold met Ida of the South Blue giant race, he too completely forgot the former glory of the giant race. Although Haruden, born to the 2 of them, has his sights set on the giant warrior pirates, he did not inherit Harold's royal bloodline. He simply cannot sustain the giant warrior pirates, which now exists in name only. Perhaps Prince Loki, born to the daughter of Elbaf's Wine Village, can inherit Harold's bloodline and talent. Let the glory of the giant warrior pirates shine upon the world once more. Excited, the two completely failed to notice the guard's abnormality. What's wrong? Has Prince Loki been taken back to the wine village? It's fine, at worst we'll just. The guard could no longer bear their expectations and spoke with difficulty, but Queen Esterida prophesied that Prince Loki would bring destruction and threw him directly into the underworld. Prince Loki has met with disaster. What? Yoru and Yaruru roared in shock and disbelief. In his agitation, Yoru even plucked out a large clump of the beard he groomed every day. Yoru and Yaruru looked at each other, both seeing despair and anger in the other's eyes. The distance between the upper world and the underworld is over 10,000 meters. Even if a newborn child were exceptionally gifted, it would be a death sentence. Their dream was shattered once again before it could even begin. Notify the fire brigade, prepare a ship for the underworld. Also, tell the nearby West Village to take action and search for Prince Loki's body. Yaruru was the first to regain his composure and issued the order. Try to contact Harold and inform him of this news. Tell him to hurry back, depose this mad queen, and appoint a new one. Yoruru was also full of rage. Back then, Harold wanted to marry Ida. The Council of Elders rejected it simply because Ida was from the South Blue and her bloodline was impure. Afterward, they chose Esterida, the daughter of the wine village who possessed ancient blood. Who would have thought they'd chosen a lunatic? Yes. The guard left upon receiving the order. Soon, Yoruru and Yaruru set out first by ship toward the underworld. The fisherman village, located east of the West Village. Haruden returned home in low spirits. Mama, I'm back. Haruden, what happened? Why are you back so early today? Ida, who lived in seclusion here, noticed Haruden's abnormality. Father's son was born. Haruden's tense face was filled with unease. Though he was very young, he had already begun to taste the awkwardness of his own situation. Moreover, the two hero lords had just personally acknowledged that his half-brother would be the strongest warrior of the new generation. This made Haruden even more uneasy. Could he ever compare to Loki? Most importantly, after hearing that Loki had been thrown into the underworld by his own mother. He actually felt a sense of joy, which he found shameful. Ida clearly sensed all of this. She smiled, leaned over to hug Haruden, and said softly, "What does that matter, Haruden? Loki is your brother too." Haruden resisted vehemently. "He's not my brother, and he's already dead." "What?" Ida was startled, her kind face turning serious. "Haruden, what on earth happened?" Haruden bit his lip and said reluctantly, "That woman threw Loki into the underworld right after giving birth to him." "What? That woman threw a newborn infant into the underworld? What on earth was she thinking?" Ida turned pale with shock. She couldn't imagine how heartbroken Harold would be upon hearing this news. He quickly grabbed Hilden and started running. "Haruden, let's go look for Loki too." "I'm not going. Mama, we have nothing to do with him." Haruden stubbornly dug his heels into the ground, like a husky being forcibly dragged home by its owner. Ida looked back at her son tenderly, let go of his hand, and stroked the soft hair on the back of his head. "Haruden, what happened to us has nothing to do with a newborn child. After he is born, your father will love you just the same, nothing will change. Furthermore, Loki was born with the blessings of both your father and me. He also shares the same blood as you, that is a fact you cannot change. Of course, if you don't want to go, I understand your choice. Just wait here for Mama to return." With that, Ida rushed toward the village entrance. Haruden paused for a moment, but eventually followed his mother's lead. A moment later, in the underworld, huge warships, far exceeding the size of vessels from the four seas, pierced through the island clouds and descended onto the snow via the Rainbow Bridge. The warriors of Elbaf scattered in all directions, searching for any possible trace of Loki. Soon, locations with beast activity were discovered one by one. Woo tilde tilde tilde. Special horns were blown, and squads of men gathered and approached. The piercingly cold wind of the underworld whipped up the snow, slapping against the stunned faces of the Elbaf warriors. "What's with those expressions on your faces?" Yoruru and Yaruru approached following the signal. Seeing the scene, they instinctively wanted to question them, but after clearly seeing the situation in the distance, a look of disbelief also surfaced in their eyes. In the distance, a decapitated giant wolf, a Tyrannosaurus rex with its chest and abdomen torn open. Underworld behemoths lay scattered across the snow. And the culprit behind it all was lying on the belly of an elk with broken antlers, drinking elk milk and eating fruit handed to him from the side. The blood covering his body didn't make him look wretched, instead, it only served to highlight his power. And the attendant was a giant ape crouching on the ground, its face bruised and swollen, looking rather aggrieved. Prince Loki did this. Prince Loki was just born. Are there any traces of a third person here? But such a massive size. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally spoke with difficulty, their words filled with disbelief. They could hunt ordinary beasts of the underworld. But this giant ape's height and physique far exceeded that of ordinary giant beasts. It was definitely one of the future mountain lords of the underworld, a king among the giant beasts of the underworld. And such a king had been defeated just like that by the hands of the newly born Prince Loki. Yabba baba baba tilde, that's right. Look at those horns and those dangerous pupils. Prince Loki has not only inherited Harold's talent, he might even be more powerful than Harold. Even after falling from 10,000 meters right after birth, he is still perfectly fine. Yoruru couldn't help but laugh loudly. They had thought Prince Loki was dead. As it turned out, the reality was the exact opposite of what they had imagined. The sun god still protects Elbaf. Loki possesses natural talent even greater than Harold's. Beside him, Yaruru also stroked his beard and laughed. Bojajajajaja, Prince Loki will surely be the greatest warrior of Elbaf in the future. Since Lord Waterfall Beard and Lord Mountain Beard say so, it must be true. Ooh, Prince Loki. We've come to take you back to the city. The rescue team, composed of various factions, erupted in intense cheers and rushed toward Loki with reverence. Elbaf had always worshipped the strong. Although Harold had intended to promote new ideas in recent years, things ingrained in their bones were not so easily changed. Loki defeating a future mountain lord of the underworld right after birth perfectly fit their definition of a strong person. Plan successful. Loki watched the approaching crowd, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. After defeating the snow ape, he could have climbed the world tree that pierces through the three realms to return to the upper world, just like the original Loki. But he didn't do that. Going back would mean not only enduring the cold stares of his biological mother, but also being slandered by that low-life mother and burdened with the title of Cursed Prince. Becoming the scapegoat for all of Elbaf's future natural and man-made disasters. He wasn't that desperate for abuse. It was better to just cut ties with such a low-life biological mother. And given that his biological mother was scared witless by her own half-baked prophecy, she would likely be in a hurry to leave this place of sorrow. When people are in a hurry, they inevitably leave openings. As long as there were still giants in the East Village and the castle who were loyal to Harold, they would surely come to the underworld to search for his traces. He could then approach Elbaf with a new perspective and posture. Looking at it now, the effect was quite good. Thankfully this child is fine, Harold won't be sad. In the crowd, Ida felt relieved. She had prepared for the worst. How can he be so strong right after being born? It's so frustrating. Staring at that tiny figure in the distance, Haruden felt increasingly stifled. He had put in all his effort. But for the current him, the beasts of the underworld were still insurmountable mountains and giant waves. Yet Loki, clearly just born, could tear an underworld giant beast apart. Why? Just because his bloodline is purer. Haruden, don't just stand there. Let's go see your younger brother. He's a very cute baby. Ida, seeing through her son's small thoughts, smiled inwardly and patted Haruden's head. He's covered in blood, how is that cute? And is there a baby who is this big at birth? I'm 18 and only 5 meters tall. He was just born and his height is almost catching up to mine. Besides, he's not my brother, he's not mama's child. Haruden immediately jumped up and retorted. He couldn't understand where his mom thought the other party was cute. Ha ha ha, Haruden is so cute. As for the height, what does it matter? Such a big little baby, don't you think it's cute? Maybe your father was like this too. Ida nudged her son, took Haruden's hand, and followed the crowd that had already walked ahead. As the crowd approached, roar, the giant ape gave an uneasy warning. Slap. Loki raised his hand and gave it a big slap, the powerful force making the giant ape's head tilt to the side. Whimpered Tilda, the giant ape felt wronged. The comical scene made many giants grin, feeling a sense of shared pride. As expected of their Prince of Elbaf, born to tame the giant beasts of the underworld. Extremely powerful, the crowd gradually quieted down and stopped. Surrounded by the others, Yoru and Yaruru stepped forward. Yoru spoke first to clarify the situation. Prince Loki, the crimes committed by Esterita, your biological mother, have been exposed. We will not forgive what she did to you. Yaruru extended his hands with a kind smile. That's right, Prince Loki. Please return to the castle with us. We guarantee in the name of the heroes of the giant race and the elders of Elbaf that nothing like today will ever happen again. They had learned from the midwife that Loki was extraordinary from birth and possessed innate wisdom. They didn't treat him with the usual attitude of an adult to a child, but communicated as equals. Wah! Loki shook his head in refusal. Before everyone arrived, he had already combined information from his previous life to clear his thoughts. Amu coveted the power of the giant race, specifically through a method of manipulating souls and bodies via a deep-sea contract. They were already natural enemies. And in this life, he had the aptitude and the strength. With such a start, how could he not command the world's military forces? He wanted to sit on the throne of the king of the world in a grand and dignified manner. But dominance and ambition do not directly equate to strength. Having a lucky start in this reincarnation was great. But it didn't mean that he, a slacker who spent years loafing at work with zero daily exercise habits, could immediately become a Roronoa Zoro who practiced diligently every day, eventually rivaling Joy Boy and toppling the entire world single-handedly. This wasn't self-deprecation, but self-awareness. Looking at the heavyweights of the original timeline. Rox, Herald, Golden Lion, Zephyr, Bullet, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, all these overlords and powerhouses were defeated. Some due to situational factors. Some due to information factors. Some because someone didn't fight fair and used cheats. But the core reason for their defeat was one thing. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. None of them had a companion who could truly help them in a moment of crisis. Their subordinate forces weren't strong enough. Therefore, ganging up is the hard truth of the pirate world. And a conclusion can be drawn from Ace and Kazuki Oden. Most pirate crews are just fair-weather friends. Pirate members are mostly unreliable. Comrades. Descendants of the captain. It's all nonsense. Only family relationships are relatively stable. For example, the Whitebeard pirates who almost all died for Ace. Kuma who compromised for his young daughter, his will piercing through his mechanical body. Combining these 3 factors, Loki decided to take his talent to the sea. Using his ancient giant bloodline to establish an unprecedentedly powerful family to replace the ecological niche of the celestial dragons. And judging by the gap between Haruden and himself, the inheritance of ancient giant blood requires a sufficiently excellent mother. And speaking of mothers, how many women in this world can compare to Charlotte Linlin? Charlotte Linlin not only possesses the special talent of the iron balloon, but also carries the gene for multiple births. While twins are rare for ordinary women, Charlotte Linlin even had decuplets. Even a sow giving birth isn't that exaggerated. The children he would conceive with her, regardless of which side's physical talent they inherited, would be natural monsters. If a child could inherit the talents of both sides simultaneously, they would be a monster among monsters. This sea will be dominated by the family he creates. So Charlotte Linlin is an essential and irreplaceable piece of his future plan. Plus, in this life, the Winter Solstice Festival is coming soon after his birth. Charlotte Linlin is about to trigger her first gluttony syndrome in her life while enduring hunger during this Winter Solstice Festival, destroying the village and killing one of the two old men before her, after which she will be exiled. He must find a way to stay outside. Find a way to stop Linlin and keep her. Only then can Linlin become his wife in the future. This is going to be troublesome. Yaruru, unaware of the inner details, felt a bit helpless. In his view, Loki was clearly still dissatisfied with his biological mother. Lord Mountain Beard, Lord Waterfall Beard, why don't you let me try? Ida said, pulling Haruden through the crowd. This. Yoruru and the other looked at each other, both hesitating. Ida was able to change the once arrogant and domineering Herald into his current state, concerned for the people's livelihood, kind and gentle. She shouldn't do something as outrageous as Esterita, who threw Prince Loki down into the underworld. With Prince Loki's natural monster-like constitution, there was no need to worry about him getting hurt. But, my lords, Herald is my beloved. I would not harm his child. If you are uneasy, you can send someone to supervise me. Moreover, I have experience taking care of Haruden. I will take good care of Loki until Herald returns. Besides, this is just a trial. Loki might not necessarily accept me. Saying this, Ida gave Loki a gentle smile, her eyes filled with affection. Abandoned by his biological mother at birth, he survived by fighting underworld giant beasts. Yet he was naturally intelligent. He remembered and understood everything. Truly a pitiful child. Haruden. This is Ida. Loki's eyes lit up as he looked at Ida and the child carrying a blade behind her. Wasn't this a perfect excuse delivered right to him? My foolish big brother, accept my torment. Loki smiled and jumped up. Don't come over here. Haruden's face contorted in panic, but it was too late to dodge. He was pounced on by Loki and flattened into the snow. The massive weight made his chest feel crushed, and his face turned red. Cough, so smelly. Loki, don't you know how big you are? The scent of blood filled his nose. Haruden reached out towards Ida, struggling for help. Mama, help. Ida watched this scene with surprise and delight, chirping, oh my, it seems Loki really likes Haruden. Haruden, you must take good care of your younger brother. Witnessing this, Yoruru and Yaruru's eyes flickered with a strange light. Prince Loki was actually this close to Haruden. Bloodlines are truly wonderful. Oh, Loki likes me. So, this is what a younger brother is. An inexplicable sense of responsibility rose in Haruden's heart. His hands, which had been trying to push Loki away, paused. He intended to give his brother a warm hug. Crack. In the next instant, an even heavier trampling sensation came from Haruden's chest. Stepping on Haruden, Loki crawled into Ida's embrace. Ida took the initiative to pick up Loki, wrapping him in the furs she had brought. She affectionately rubbed her cheek against Loki's still blood-stained face. It seems Loki likes me a lot too. Having caught his breath, Haruden's face darkened, and his fists were clenched tight. Loki didn't like him at all, he was just using him as a stepping stone. Seeing this, Yoruru was the first to approve. In that case, let's leave it like this for now. Ida, Prince Loki will be left in your care. Yoruru, however, Ida, we will arrange for people to guard Prince Loki. Ida smiled gently, that is only right. With the matter settled, the group summoned the Rainbow Bridge again and sailed back to the upper world. Upper world, Warriors Spring. The fleet slowly docked. Galmero scanned the joy on everyone's faces. Her obscure gaze swept over Loki in Ida's arms, and her pupils contracted slightly. Harold's second son actually survived. It seems he is completely different from Haruden, that ordinary giant who is all show and no substance. He is a natural monster, just like Harold. I wonder who is stronger compared to Linlin's monster-like constitution. She flicked the ash from her cigarette, her wrinkled face forming a kind smile as she asked with concern, Yoruru, Mr. Yoruru, is Prince Loki alright? Bojajajaja tilde the underworld giant beast was beheaded by Prince Loki, and even the piercing snow and wind could not harm him. Yoruru laughed. Prince Loki is a man born to be king. Yoruru also made no secret of his fondness for Loki. Both of them looked like they shared in the glory. Underworld giant beast. Galmero's pupils shrank. Kaya Baba tilde that's right, Galmero. We brought back all the trophies from Prince Loki's first hunt. I will personally turn them into specimens as a memento for Prince Loki. Yoruru said, stepping aside to reveal several mangled corpses. Galmero's pupils contracted violently, a hint of hidden greed flashing through them. Having spent decades drifting at sea and experiencing countless battles, Galmero instinctively analyzed the cause of death the moment she saw the corpses. Waves of shock surged in her heart. Linlin only insta-killed beasts from the upper world forests. But Loki, just born, could tear apart underworld giant beasts even larger than giants. What kind of terrifying strength and body is this? Prince Loki is amazing, as expected of His Majesty Harold's offspring. Goals couldn't help but marvel. This was something even the adults in the village couldn't do. Beside her, Charlotte Linlin's mouth fell open in shock. Wasn't Prince Loki just born? Why does he look as big as Linlin? Linlin is already 5 years old. Silly Linlin, of course it's because King Harold is 3 times taller than us ordinary giant race. Isn't it normal for Prince Loki to be born a bit bigger? Goals explained. Oh, I remember now. Linlin recalled the king of the giant race she had seen before. He was as tall as a mountain. Pink hair, polka dot dress, it must be Charlotte Linlin. This world is truly wonderful. Observation was mutual. At the same time, Loki found his designated future wife in the crowd and felt emotional. Who would have thought that this round, chubby little girl would become a peerless beauty in her adulthood? The abnormal growth in the pirate world is truly beyond words. However, this human trafficker Galmero is a bit of a problem. Loki's gaze inconspicuously swept over the wrinkled Galmero. After Charlotte Linlin was abandoned by her parents, she saw the master of disguise Galmero as her salvation. How important she was to Charlotte Linlin. One only needs to look at the tea parties Big Mom held in later generations. Goals, who also played with Charlotte Linlin for 9 months, and the children of the House of Lambs, were completely forgotten by Charlotte Linlin. Only Galmero could still have a place at the table, even if only as a funeral photo. If I kill her directly, Charlotte Linlin will probably go crazy. I need to find an opportunity. This old hag seems to want to sell Charlotte Linlin and retire in the original plot. Loki silently recalled her information. A human trafficker like this, wanting to pull a cicada's shell trick and live out her life in leisure. Better to just go straight to hell. Lord Mountain Beard, Lord Waterfall Beard, Loki still has blood on him. I'll take him back first. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ida couldn't wait to bid everyone farewell. Galmero stared at the backs of Ida and the 2 children as they left. A hidden smile flickered across her wrinkled face, and a fiery expectation rose in her heart. The world government should be very interested in a biological son who inherited Harold's potential, right? Originally, Galmero had no thoughts of targeting Loki. After all, Orst Castle was heavily guarded. She didn't have the confidence to steal Loki away under the watch of over 100 giant race guards. But Loki was actually being raised by a village woman like Ida. Before she retired, it seemed she could pull off one big final job. Fisherman Village. Upon returning home, Haruden, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately reached out to pull at Loki. Hey, Loki, don't you dare linger in my mama's arms. Loki said nothing, only pouting his lips and lowering his head to avoid Ida's gaze. Those snake eyes of his were not exactly meant to evoke sympathy. It's all right, Loki. Haruden just hasn't quite accepted it yet. From now on, he'll be your big brother, so feel free to rely on him. Ida's maternal instincts overflowed as she patted Loki's back, offering gentle comfort. Then she turned to look at Haruden, her expression turning stern. Haruden, Loki is just a newborn baby who has just gone through so much. As his older brother, you should give him love and care. How can you be like this? This sudden shift in attitude made Haruden's body stiffen, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Mama has been stolen away. At that moment, Loki turned his head while in Ida's arms and flashed a Nike swoosh smirk at Haruden. My foolish big brother. Now, she is my mama. Haruden hurriedly pointed at Loki and spoke up. Mama, he's fooling it. Loki is fooling it. Ida looked down, only to see Loki lying obediently on her shoulder, blinking his snake eyes. Haruden, this is the first time you've lied. For the first time, Haruden experienced what it was like to have a grievance but no way to voice it. Mama, it's true, you have to believe me. Loki smiled silently, then quickly hid it and tugged on Ida's arm. Loki, are you asking me not to scold Haruden anymore? Loki nodded obediently. Oh my, what a lovely, good child. Haruden, you can't be like this anymore. Yes, Mama. Come, Loki, Mama's going to take you for a bath. Haruden waited until Ida turned her back before glaring at Loki. Loki responded with a grin, he tilde. Several days later. Elbath, West Village, on the lawn near the House of Lambs. Clang, clang, clang. Two blades clashed repeatedly until Haruden, along with the greatsword in his hand, was parried away and crashed onto the ground. Redding, a mustachioed former member of the giant warrior pirates, stopped his blade and questioned, Haruden, is this your limit? Get up. Feud tilde, the exhausted Haruden panted heavily. Go for it. In the distance, Loki, lying on a luxurious carpet, pumped his fist and uttered a few slurred words. After several days of development, combined with the experience of his past life, Loki was already able to make simple sounds. Prince Loki is cheering for you, Haruden. Do you really want to show this useless side of yourself in front of Loki? How are you going to protect Loki in the future like this? Redding's tone was subtle. That fool Loki, always acting like a good kid whenever someone's around. Haruden turned his head and shot a fierce glare at Loki, who was basking in the sun. New strength surged through his tired body as he raised his sword and charged toward Redding. Loki. He must defeat Loki fair and square to reclaim Mama's love. Yubaba tilde since Prince Loki was born, Haruden has become even more motivated in his training. Yoru, who had arrived from a distance, laughed and praised. Bogyagyagya tilde this is brotherhood, this is a bond. Just like us, just like Dory and Brigi. Beside him, Yaruru spoke with reminiscence. Hundreds of years ago, he and Yoru had also shed sweat and blood together on the sea like this. That's right, it's truly moving. Yoruru's aged face was streaked with tears. Yoru. Yaruru. The two excited giant heroes embraced each other. Hearing the words of the two respected elders and recalling his recent interactions with Loki, which were the complete opposite, the frustrated Haruden gnashed his teeth in anger, his arm swinging the blade with even more power. As expected, no matter the age, anyone associated with pirates has to go a bit crazy every now and then. Loki looked away from the eyesore of a scene. After a while, having composed himself, Yoru came to Loki's side with a kind smile on his face and said, Prince Loki, we have already sent people to look for Harold. Harold said he was going to Fish Man Island before he left. Yaruru added, if all goes well, after the winter solstice festival ends, by next February at the latest, Harold should receive the news. Loki couldn't help but feel disappointed, thinking to himself, this dad is such a letdown. If he only gets the news next year, when will he actually return? By then, Charlotte Linlin will have already gone on her rampage. Just looking at Yoru and Yaruru made it clear how terrifying Charlotte Linlin's gluttony syndrome was. Harold, who was controlled by Amu and suffered from a split personality, had slashed back at Yaruru after being run through by him. Yaruru's helmet was smashed, and the blade was embedded directly in his brain. Despite such an injury, the 300-year-old Yaruru only ended up with senility and didn't die, showing the incredible vitality of giants. Meanwhile, Yoru, who tried to stop the rampaging Charlotte Linlin, had his weapon broken with a single blow and was instantly defeated, left with a fatal wound beyond saving. What is the Winter Solstice Festival? Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Charlotte Linlin approached holding a piece of strawberry cake, her chubby face full of curiosity. The Winter Solstice Festival is the festival of the sun's death and rebirth. Galmero appeared, dressed in a nun's habit with a kind smile. Yoru leaned down with a smile and teased Charlotte Linlin. That's right, we will fast for 12 days then, Linlin. What does fasting mean? Goals, who was nearby, explained, it means not eating anything, only drinking water. What? Charlotte Linlin's face instantly turned deathly pale. Not eating anything, how terrifying. Ha ha ha, Linlin, I knew you'd be afraid of that. It's okay, we'll eat delicious samura to replenish our energy then. Goals laughed, clutching her stomach. Delicious samura. Charlotte Linlin immediately perked up, tossing her previous worries aside. It's a very tasty, sweet snack, Goals explained while gesturing. The sweetness of almond marzipan, with cream sandwiched in the middle, and finally sprinkled with a layer of icing sugar. It's a very rare delicacy. It sounds so good, can we go eat it now? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but drool. Not yet, the Winter Solstice Festival only starts tomorrow. Charlotte Linlin's face was instantly covered in visible disappointment. What a shame. Goals comforted her. It's okay, we can eat strawberry tarts today. Oh right. Loki, this is the strawberry tart Goals just made. It's delicious. Do you want some? At the mention of desserts, Charlotte Linlin instantly regained her energy and excitedly waved the cake in her hand toward Loki. Yes, Prince Loki, would you like to try some? Linlin and I picked the strawberries ourselves this morning. Goals also looked on expectantly. Ah tilde. Loki opened his mouth and accepted it all. Over these 3 days, with Loki's intentional approach, Charlotte Linlin's natural preference for playing with giant race children of her own size, and Galmero's subtle nudges. Loki had become well acquainted with Charlotte Linlin and had even met several of the children from the House of Lambs. It had to be said, Galmero the human trafficker was quite a talent. Fishmen, Mink tribe, Long-Arm tribe, Snake-Neck tribe, except for a few extinct races like the Lunarian tribe, the House of Lambs had scoured almost every race in the world. Seeing this harmonious scene, Yoru was deeply gratified. He whispered to his old friend beside him, Yubabababa tilde it seems Prince Loki hasn't been left with too many shadows. Entrusting Prince Loki to Ida was the right decision. And he has Goals, Linlin, and that whole group of children as companions for Prince Loki. Yoru stroked his beard and sighed emotionally. This is all thanks to the House of Lambs you established, Galmero. That is what cooperation is for. Galmero's smile was warm, her facade perfectly maintained. True indeed, cooperation might not be any worse than war. Yoru mused. In the past, they only knew how to fight, but under the influence of Galmero and Harold, they had changed quite a bit. Unfortunately, I am nearing the end of my life. Galmero sighed, laying the groundwork for her eventual disappearance into retirement. It's all right, Galmero. Elbaf will continue to take in victimized children of all races to live in the House of Lambs. This kindness of yours will surely last forever in this world. Then I shall leave it in your hands. This human trafficker really knows how to put on an act. Loki rolled his eyes, his gaze falling on Charlotte Linlin as he fell into thought. My cheap father can't make it back in time. Relying on myself alone, it's a bit difficult to suppress Linlin. In terms of physical toughness, Loki was confident that his ancient giant body was by no means weaker than an iron balloon. But the 5-year age gap was a distance that would be hard to bridge in a short time. After several days of testing, he confirmed that Charlotte Linlin's current monstrous strength was not inferior to his own at all. Once she fell into her gluttony syndrome, her power would surge, even explode. Rely on a fruit. Never mind that this fruit's ability is unknown. Currently, I can't even get my hands on it. Loki's gaze swept over the castle on the mountain. In these past few days, the Elbaf royal family's ancestral Orst castle. Loki had already explored it completely. His status as a prince was enough to allow him to move unhindered within the castle. But the legendary fruit guarded by Elbaf had another protector, Iron Thunder. That giant hammer named Iron Thunder. It was suspected to be a weapon that had eaten a fruit, possessing its own consciousness. With his current strength, he still couldn't suppress that hammer of exaggerated weight. He was too young. I can't even speak yet. Even if I could, those elders like Yaruru might not necessarily listen to me. It seems the most convenient way is to secretly feed Linlin to avoid an outbreak of gluttony syndrome. Loki thought to himself. As an infant only a few days old, he should have a normal supply of food during the winter solstice festival. If he found a chance to give some to Linlin, it should delay the onset of her gluttony syndrome. If Elbaf was crazy enough not to give food even to an infant, he might as well go crazy with Charlotte Linlin and be driven away. He just had to make sure Charlotte Linlin didn't eat people. 8 days passed in a flash. Elbaf's upper world was covered in a layer of white snow due to the arrival of the winter solstice. Under the morning sun, it shimmered with a brilliant glow. It's the 7th day of the winter solstice festival. It looks like we'll pass through safely. Loki, who hadn't slept all night, breathed a long sigh of relief. His feeding operation had been very successful. Charlotte Linlin hadn't gone berserk on the 7th night of the winter solstice festival like in the original story. By next year's winter solstice festival, he would have a better way to solve all this. Creak tilde. The door was pushed open, and Ida stepped into the room, wrapped in an inviting fragrance. Loki, you're awake so early today. Ida approached, leaning over with a smile to press her face against Loki's. Mama, good morning, Loki replied with a smile. He had chosen Ida back then for other motives. But after spending this time together, Ida put him first in everything. Even if she occasionally saw his little tricks, she was tolerant and kept them secret. Her sincere heart of protection was 10 or even 100 times better than that of his biological mother. He had already accepted Ida as his foster mother. Your speech is getting clearer and clearer. Loki is truly a genius baby. Ida picked Loki up and walked toward the living room, introducing, this morning we have pan-fried golden sturgeon, carrot and mashed potatoes, white bread, and there's also deer milk sent by your friend from the underworld. Loki had already seen the ape face squeezed at the door. This giant white ape was given a trendy name by Loki, King Kong. Roared tilde. Loki nodded in acknowledgement and stopped paying attention. His nostrils twitched slightly as he followed the enticing aroma and looked at the table in the living room. On a tray on the table lay a golden, oily fish steak over a meter long. Beside it were mashed berries, carrots, and vegetables. The staple food was steaming white bread, accompanied by milk served in a wine barrel. Haruden was leaning on a corner of the table, staring longingly at the food on it, constantly swallowing. Eat up, Loki. Ida placed Loki in his seat. Loki wasn't polite either, swallowing the fish steak in one bite and intentionally moving in front of Haruden to chew, chew, chew. Haruden closed his eyes in frustration. Once the winter solstice festival was over, he would definitely have Mama fry 10 fish for him to eat. That's the expression. Satisfied, Loki lifted the plate and poured the supplementary food into his mouth, finally gulping down the deer milk to wash it down. What a good boy. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen it, Ida couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He didn't need to be fed, and he didn't make a mess everywhere. He never even called her for his business. Compared to him, Haruden was such a little idiot back then, he had to take a bath right after eating. Mama, bye-bye. After finishing, Loki picked up a piece of untouched bread, jumped off the table, waved to Ida, and turned to climb onto his King Kong mount. King Kong understood and stepped toward the house of lambs established in the West Village. Be careful, Loki. Ida said goodbye while also calling out to Haruden, Haruden, take good care of your brother. Don't let him get hurt. I know, Mama. Haruden finished the hot water in his cup and followed listlessly. Loki had a body that could survive the underworld. Worrying about Loki getting hurt. Mama, you'd be better off worrying if all starved to death because of the winter solstice festival. West Village. After witnessing that unlucky guy Haruden dragging his hungry belly to continue training. Only then did Loki knock on the door of the House of Lambs. Everyone, let's play hide and seek. Panda, the black and white panda mink, shook his head. No, I'm too hungry to have any strength. Prince Loki, who still has the strength to play hide and seek with you. Exactly, we haven't had anything to eat. The children of various tribes refused. Only Charlotte Linlin, who knew she had food coming, replied excitedly, Loki, Loki, I'll play with you. Loki blinked and ran toward the nearby forest. Then you catch me first. Linlin followed closely behind. Before, Linlin would be the first to say she was hungry even before the meal started. Now, after starving for 7 days, why does she still have so much energy? Isn't her stomach hungry? Yeah, that's so strange. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. Yoruru and Yaruru, who were observing Haruden's training, both frowned simultaneously. Remembering Linlin's frenzied appearance when she ate Samura at the celebration before the winter festival. Yoruru and the other looked at each other and walked toward the mountain forest together. Prince Loki was young and didn't need to be bound by the rules of the winter solstice festival for now. But Linlin was already 5 years old and should follow the rules. Deep in the forest, a bonfire was burning into a pillar of fire. King Kong was holding 2 whole roasted wolves on spits and turning them. The aroma of fat and charred meat began to spread. It smells so good. Is it ready yet, Loki? Linlin salivated, pacing around anxiously. Loki handed out the cold, hard bread from his arms. Don't worry, have some bread first to tide you over. Loki, thank you. Linlin took it, swallowed it into her mouth, and tasted the sweet aroma of the bread. Her eyes instantly turned into circles of happiness, so delicious. Loki smiled. You're welcome. Aren't we friends? Friends should help each other. Loki, you're my best friend, Charlotte Linlin replied with her mouth full. And compared to Galmero, Charlotte Linlin was stunned by this difficult life question. Galmero was very good. But Loki gave her food when she was hungry, which was also good. So she gave her answer, Loki, you're as good as the sister. Loki couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Charlotte Linlin in her chubby little girl era was indeed easy to handle. Next, he just had to wait for Galmero to run away and naturally keep Linlin behind. Roared Tilda. At this moment, King Kong, who was moonlighting as a chef, looked nervously at the dense forest behind him. The figures of Yoruru and Yaruru squeezed out from the bushes, with Galmero following beside them. Why are these 3 old fogies here? Loki's expression changed. Charlotte Linlin looked longingly at the wolf meat, which was beginning to emit a tempting aroma. This is bad, sister and the others have found out. Can Linlin still eat the roast meat? Yaruru's face darkened, and his tone was stern. Prince Loki, as the future king of Elbaf, you should uphold everything about the winter solstice festival, not lead Linlin to break its rules. They had thought that the naturally intelligent Loki would save them some trouble. Now it seemed that Loki had not only inherited Harald's lineage, but had also inherited Harald's rebellious ideas of challenging Elbaf's traditions. To do such a thing so soon after being born. Linlin, even if you are just a child, our patience has its limits. Yoru also spoke up with a dark expression, his tone extremely dissatisfied. Galmero quickly interjected. Linlin, hurry and apologize to Lord Yoru and Lord Yaruru, and beg for their forgiveness. Charlotte Linlin glanced longingly at the fragrant roast meat and hung her head dejectedly. I'm sorry, Linlin was too hungry. Don't blame Loki, it's because Linlin couldn't hold back. Loki cursed inwardly. He couldn't let these two old fogies ruin the great situation he had created. He argued, Linlin is not from Elbaf, nor is she a giant. She doesn't need to follow Elbaf's rules. Besides, Linlin has a special constitution. If she continues to go hungry, a disaster that no one can accept will occur. Galmero said in a gentle tone, Prince Loki, Elbaf allowed the House of Lambs to be established in the upper world. Naturally, the House of Lambs should also observe Elbaf's traditions, and so should Linlin. Yaruru suppressed his anger and explained, Prince Loki, you cannot understand all this yet. It's not just about rules. The Winter Solstice Festival is a festival of the sun's death and resurrection. Elbaf's current state is entirely due to the grace of the sun god. Only by experiencing this hunger can one get closest to the sun god and understand his kindness to us and to Elbaf. Yoru nodded sagely, exactly. As for the disaster, Prince Loki, do not be superstitious about the power given to you by the Wine Village bloodline. Being obsessed with fragments of the future will only cause the prophecy to become reality. Can a shitty prophecy compare to me having the script? A child's words just don't have enough credibility. Loki felt somewhat helpless. And then there's the Nika god. Is the Nika god's kindness never ending? Even after transmigrating, why is there still this mindset of suffering to show gratitude? What should I do next? Should I just knock down these three old fogies and take Linlin to the underworld for a few days? No, hurting Galmero might directly trigger Charlotte Linlin. Isn't this a catch-22? Right, there's also the Nika god. Loki immediately organized his thoughts. The sun god is the god of joy and liberation. Making children endure hunger just to show gratitude for the sun god's kindness, isn't that a form of oppression against children? This is definitely not the sun god's intention. I don't believe the sun god needs this kind of gratitude. If he saw this, he would only think you are incredibly stupid, utterly foolish, and stubborn. Loki. The expressions of Yoru and the other changed drastically. Where did Loki learn these words? Did he start learning them from inside the womb? The two wanted to retort but didn't know where to start for a moment, their chests heaving with anger. You should address me as Prince. And am I wrong? Children need proper nutrition to grow into adults, yet now they don't even have the right to eat freely. If I were the sun god, I would only change these rules that oppress children. Having found the trick, Loki became even more fluent. The sun god's utility is just too versatile. These fanatics who have the sun god on the brain. They can't exactly refute their own faith, can they? Yoru and the other were speechless. Loki's understanding was correct, the sun god was indeed like that, the god of liberation and freedom. But to agree with Loki's words, this was an Elbaf tradition. As elders of Elbaf, they were duty-bound to uphold it. None of them noticed. Behind them, Charlotte Linlin was staring at the golden, oily roasted whole wolf, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. It smells so good, I'm so hungry, Linlin really wants to eat. Linlin can't eat right now. Mother Carmel said to endure during the fasting festival, endure. Linlin can definitely do it. But it smells so good. Seeing the atmosphere become increasingly tense, Galmero gave a kind smile and spoke softly to soothe him. Prince Loki, I know you like Linlin very much. I will take good care of her. I didn't expect Linlin to be so well liked by Loki. The matter of trafficking Linlin has great potential. Loki rolled his eyes. You take care of her. Take care of her until she becomes a marine or a slave in Mary Geoise. Galmero didn't mind and looked up at the two elders. Elders, Linlin's issue is because I didn't watch her closely enough. I am willing to take the blame for this. Please do not exile her from Elbaf. Very well. As a price, Linlin must make up the days of fasting. Her fasting festival will start anew from today. Yoru relented. No problem, Galmero agreed quite readily. It was just a few days of hunger, what could go wrong? Absolutely not. Loki refused. There were only 5 days left, they might have been able to pass through safely. If those 7 days were added back, Charlotte Linlin would definitely go berserk. Meanwhile, behind the three of them, have to do the fasting festival all over again. Charlotte Linlin's already meager sanity snapped completely upon hearing this. Her unfocused eyes lit up with a terrifying red glow as she rushed toward the roasted whole wolf skewered on the ground. I won't fast anymore. Roast meat, Samura. I want to eat. Loki whipped his head around. Holy shit. These old fogies are the death of me. The great situation I created is completely ruined. Roared Tilda, big brother, you eat first. King Kong reached out an ape-like hand to try and stop her. King Kong, get lost. Loki's eyelid twitched, and he kicked King Kong aside. This little brother I just tamed, don't go and get yourself killed. Delicious, so delicious. Unfazed by the high temperature, Charlotte Linlin grabbed the roasted wolf meat and frantically stuffed the torn chunks into her mouth with both hands. Between the clenching of her teeth came a bone-chilling sound of chewing. She was actually crushing and swallowing even the hard bones. Linlin, don't do this. Galmero didn't realize the danger and still tried to persuade her. Linlin, stop. Yoru frowned, his rough and powerful palm reaching out to grab Charlotte Linlin, attempting to subdue her. Roar meat, Samura, I want more. Having finished 2 roasted whole wolves, Charlotte Linlin turned back and roared. A violent aura spread out with the sound waves like a physical shockwave. Branches snapped, and fallen leaves, dirt, and insects flew in all directions, centered around Linlin. Even the sturdy ancient trees fell in a radial pattern in all directions. Conqueror's Haki. Galmero was pleasantly surprised. In addition to her physical gifts, Linlin actually possessed such talent. The asking price for the world government could be raised even higher. Does this child actually have the qualities of a king? Yoru was equally astonished, but instead of stopping, his movements became several points faster. Being so dangerous, she had to be brought under control even more urgently. Roasted meat, Samura. Driven by gluttony and animalistic instinct, Charlotte Linlin didn't stop either. Perceiving that the one approaching wasn't 15, but an enemy filled with malice, she let out a roar. She reached out and accurately grabbed Yoru's lunging knuckles, then yanked down violently. Crack! Yoru felt a force like a mountain surge through his finger bones, arm, and shoulder into his entire body. He couldn't resist for even a moment, losing his balance and being pulled from his spot without any power to fight back. In the past, he had seen that Linlin's constitution was far from ordinary, perhaps a revival of giant race bloodlines. But he never imagined she could be powerful enough to directly crush him, a veteran of many wars. This strength was already comparable to those clansmen who inherited the blood of ancient ancestors. Linlin had been hungry for 7 days and still possessed such power. What kind of monster constitution was this? Linlin, calm down. Stop quickly. In stark contrast to Galmero's anxious voice was the excitement hidden deep in her eyes. Linlin's power was even more terrifying than she had imagined. She could effortlessly render Yoru, a hero of the giant race, powerless. 10 times the price of a giant wouldn't be enough. She had to demand at least 100 times the price from the world government. This strength. Yoru was pale with shock and rushed forward to stop her. Even Yoru had been flipped off the ground without any resistance. What was the deal with this child? Screech. Catching Yoru's feet immediately sank into the ground below, plowing 2 furrows as his face turned blood red from the strain. At this moment, he truly realized what kind of terrifying power was hidden within Linlin's small frame. It reminded him of the days he used to train Harold. At the same time, Yoru used the support to regain his balance. His free left hand clawed firmly into the ground as he grappled with Charlotte Linlin, his face also flushed blood red. Meet. Charlotte Linlin's animalistic instinct sensed the stalemate. With a roar, she pulled her arms downward and stomped heavily on Yoru's forearm. With a crack, Yoru's arm bent at a grotesque angle. It was clearly a broken bone. Charlotte Linlin stepped forward, throwing a clenched right fist straight out. The target was exactly the center of Yoru's forehead. Yoru's pupils constricted as the threat of death flared in his senses. He hurriedly blocked his head with his intact left hand. If he were hit directly in the forehead, even with hockey defense, he would surely suffer heavy injury or even death. Boom! A loud boom echoed like a war drum. Charlotte Linlin's right fist was firmly intercepted by a round fist. Prince Loki. Yoru looked in shock at Loki, who stood before him. I told you, if Linlin doesn't get enough to eat, it will cause a disaster you cannot accept. If things had followed the trajectory of fate I saw, Linlin would have lost control last night. By now, Elder Yoru, you would already be dead. My plan was supposed to get us through this smoothly, but unfortunately. Loki's tone seemed regretful, but in reality, it was sarcastic. The situation had ultimately reached this scene he didn't want to see. On the other hand, he could use this to strengthen his own right to speak. He would never lose out. Yoru stood up with Yoru's support, both of their moods quite complex. Through observation hockey, they could be certain. Prince Loki wasn't lying, he was describing an established fact. A trace of regret couldn't help but cross the minds of Yoru and Yoru. Prince Loki was right. If Linlin had gone mad directly in the village, the entire West Village would likely have been turned to ruins by now. Perhaps they, who had lived for hundreds of years, were no longer suited for today's seas. Were they the ones who were wrong? On the other side, Galmero's heart, which had just settled, rose again. Observation hockey that naturally sees the future. Did Loki see anything regarding the future of me and Linlin? Loki hasn't taken any action against me, so I should still be safe. Galmero had always intentionally avoided these special users of observation hockey. After all, she was best at disguising herself, and in front of these people, her true nature could not be hidden at all. She didn't dare imagine what would happen if her act with the world government was exposed before the giants. She would be smashed to pieces by the enraged giants. Samura. Roasted meat. Give it all to me. Charlotte Linlin's manic animalistic desire grew more impatient, and she threw another punch. Linlin, I've already eaten all the food. If you want it, come find it in my stomach. Loki caught the incoming punch, his snake-like pupils cold. According to the trajectory of the original timeline, after Charlotte Linlin's gluttony syndrome was satisfied for the first time, she went on a total eating spree at her second birthday banquet. She ended up eating her way into a soul fruit ability, truly eating until she couldn't distinguish between people and things. But he hadn't heard of such a crazy situation on Rock's ship. This showed that the madness of gluttony syndrome shouldn't be indulged. Since Charlotte Linlin could still go crazy despite her starving body, then she should continue to starve until she was too weak to move. Until her consciousness cleared. Hee hee, roasted meat, you smell so good. In Charlotte Linlin's eyes, the current Loki had completely turned into a piece of humanoid roasted meat. The red light in her eyes flared brilliantly as she stared fixedly at Loki, her pink tongue snaking out to greedily lick the corners of her mouth. She was filled with pure gluttony. Let me have a bite. Charlotte Linlin roared, giving up the grapple with Loki. She grabbed his hands and lunged her head forward, opening her bloody maw to bite him. Loki similarly didn't dodge, stiffening his neck and ramming his head forward. You may have an unparalleled iron balloon body, but my horns aren't exactly dull either. Clang. Air currents exploded, and a piercing metallic sound erupted. The two heads and horns collided heavily, and they were sent flying back by the recoil. Two 5-meter giant bodies weighing tons acted like battering rams, smashing the wall of surrounding trees into smithereens. Thud. Her head spinning, Charlotte Linlin pushed away the broken trees pressing on her, a bit of disbelief rising within her chaotic animalistic desire. Whether it was the reprimands and obstacles from outsiders, the lessons from her father and mother, the sieges by kingdom armies, or the beasts she encountered in Elbaf and Goals and the others, they were all as fragile as paper, tearing at a touch. For the first time in her life, she felt an existence that could rival her. What a troublesome opponent. At the same time, an unscathed Loki climbed out of the ruins. Looking at Charlotte Linlin's frame, which was slightly taller than his by half a head, a trace of wariness crossed his snake-like pupils. The essence of destructive power is pressure. He used the advantage of his dual horns to collide with Charlotte Linlin's flat and smooth forehead. Only then did he gain a slight advantage. Charlotte Linlin's iron balloon constitution was truly terrifying. Samura. Charlotte Linlin, viewing Loki as food, had already clenched her fists and launched a charge. Linlin. Loki likewise did not dodge, striding forward to meet Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin had been hungry for 7 days. An extreme state like gluttony syndrome could not possibly defy the conservation of mass and energy forever. He didn't believe it. There was no way he couldn't beat a hungry future 4 emperors. Boom. It was as if 2 pieces of tempered steel were colliding, not flesh. Their rounded fists slammed into each other's cheeks simultaneously, knocking their heads askew. After a brief stalemate, they turned into a blur of fist shadows. There was no technique to speak of. The wills of both transformed into the purest punches and kicks, parrying each other's blows. The exploding air sent everything around them flying. Wherever they passed was like a storm's path. Ancient trees that had grown for countless years were shattered and snapped. Hiss tilde. Yaruru and Yoru exchanged glances, both sucking in a breath of cold air. Could simple, crude strength already possess such power? They weren't surprised that Prince Loki, inheriting Harald's bloodline, had such great talent. But Charlotte Linlin's parents were clearly 100% human. Yaruru suppressed his astonishment and drew the longsword from his back. Yoru, can you still move? No problem, it's just a fracture, it won't affect the fight. Yoru briefly stabilized his injured right arm and wanted to join the fray. Prince Loki, we'll help you. Loki was startled, and in the next instant, he was hit in the forehead by Linlin's heavy punch, followed by a sharp pain in his arm. Charlotte Linlin was already biting and tearing at his arm. His flesh began to give way under the strain. Loki shoved his hand into Charlotte Linlin's throat to reclaim his right arm, then stepped back and roared, "Don't interfere in my fight, and keep everyone else away. If you interfere with my plan again, I'll go crazy along with Linlin. Those 2 old geezers, they already made me suffer before even joining. If they really joined, it would be nothing but weight training. If they got injured or even died because of it, he would have to choose between Charlotte Linlin and Elbaf." Yoru and Yaruru paused, understanding Loki's determination, and could only watch the battle with concern. In the battlefield, Loki and Linlin had completely turned into beasts. Heads, horns, hands, elbows, teeth, every part that could be used for offense left marks on the opponent. This dense forest was like fragile building blocks, ravaged and destroyed by the 2. The growing commotion drew the giants from the distant village closer. Seeing the situation, Haruden was shocked and instinctively wanted to approach the fight. Loki. If Loki got hurt, Mama would be worried. Haruden, calm down. This isn't a fight you can participate in. Redding stopped Haruden, looking at the battlefield with shock. Just in terms of brute force, both Prince Loki and Linlin had likely surpassed him. With this strength alone, they could defeat enemies with bounties of tens of millions on the sea. Are we just going to watch like this? Master Redding. Don't panic. Lord Yoru and Lord Yaruru haven't moved, so they must have their reasons. Redding looked at the 2 elders. What exactly happened? How can Linlin have such power, and why is Prince Loki fighting her? Bjarn, a member of the giant warrior pirates, was puzzled. And Lord Yoru, your arm. Sigurd was surprised. I never expected Linlin to be able to fight Prince Loki. Cassie and Oimo, the weakest, were even more shocked. This power, it's like she wasn't born from normal humans. They've both surpassed me. Quiet, everyone. Yoru said solemnly. Linlin was born with extraordinary talent. However, due to the winter solstice festival, she is too hungry and has lost her mind in a frenzy. Prince Loki was born extraordinary, with a bloodline even superior to those in the wine village. He foresaw the impending tragedy and decided to shoulder it alone to resolve the issue. Yaruru added, however, due to our short-sightedness, we disrupted Prince Loki's plan. Yoruru gave Yaruru a complex look. Yaruru returned the gaze. How can I let you take the blame alone? Redding realized. I see. Even though Prince Loki was just born, does he already have the resolve of a king? Cassie scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean? Oimo, what does this have to do with being a king? Bjarn scolded. Fools. If Linlin went crazy in the village, how much damage would it cause? If Prince Loki hadn't done this, Rode and Goldberg, who were just born in the village, would probably have died. Sigurd raised his shield, tears streaming down his face. That's right. Prince Loki was just born too, yet he's willing to shoulder all this for everyone's sake. What kind of responsibility is that? He's fighting for everyone, how is he not a king? Sob, I'm so moved. Bjarn, let's go together and help Prince Loki restrain Linlin. Calm down. Prince Loki doesn't want anyone interfering in his fight. Yoruru stopped them. We will stay here and wait for Prince Loki's victory. Yaruru agreed. Oh, that's such a manly statement. Go, Prince Loki. Haruden clenched his fists, feeling a bit discouraged in his heart. Loki, you guy, you were just born. Are you already thinking for Elbaf just like father? In the battlefield. If I'd known, I wouldn't have talked so big. Loki's gaze swept over the crowd, sighing in his heart. He didn't need the two old geezers, Yoruru and Yaruru, whose health was failing. But Bjarn and Sigurd, the men who could briefly block St. Marcus Mars' attack. If they joined the fight, suppressing Linlin would be a piece of cake. But now, Loki didn't have the face to ask for help halfway through, he could only tough it out. Bang! Charlotte Linlin keenly noticed the moment Loki was distracted, a punch broke through his guard and landed precisely on his chest. PFF'd. Loki groaned, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Samura. Charlotte Linlin's chest heaved like a bellows, taking in a large amount of air as she dragged her heavy steps toward the still airborne Loki. That hurts. Loki crawled up from the ground, locking onto the approaching enemy, his blood-red pupils tracing with veins. Since the start of the fight, his body had been torn with many wounds by her teeth. Only his horns and bones remained undamaged. In his previous life of over 20 years, he had never experienced such pain. I don't have armor penetration, this meat tank Charlotte Linlin is really hard to fight. Facing the charging Charlotte Linlin, Loki couldn't help but grit his teeth. He was covered in bruises and wounds, while she didn't have a single obvious injury. If her strength and speed hadn't already weakened significantly since the start of the fight, he would be questioning his life choices. That's about enough. Loki took a deep breath and stood his ground. Exclamation mark! Charlotte Linlin's iron fist smashed into Loki's swollen right cheek. Before he could fly off from the impact, her left hand grabbed him, and her bloody maw opened wide, lunging to bite into Loki's neck. And Loki had been waiting for exactly this moment. Loki wrapped his arms forward, locking Charlotte Linlin's neck, while his legs coiled around her waist. He lowered his head, aiming his pair of smooth short horns directly at Charlotte Linlin's eyes and stabbing forward ruthlessly. The only thing on his entire body that could compete with Charlotte Linlin was his incredibly hard skeleton. Charlotte Linlin's pupils constricted. With no room to dodge, she could only shut her eyes tight. Clang! A piercing metallic hum radiated outward. Loki's horns pressed a distinct dent into Charlotte Linlin's eyelids. Awoo tilde 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 tilde. Charlotte Linlin let out a beast-like roar, her hands instinctively reaching for her injured eyes. The eyelids of the iron balloon had failed to completely block all the damage this time. Here's my chance. Having succeeded, Loki pulled back, kicked off the ground, slightly bent his legs, and slammed a fist into Charlotte Linlin's wide-open mouth. Thump. Without any obstruction, his fist struck Charlotte Linlin's soft upper palate squarely. Ah tilde tilde. Amidst a piercing howl, Charlotte Linlin's massive body left the ground, her brain reeling with dizziness. Loki seized the opportunity to grab one of Charlotte Linlin's legs and yanked upward. Charlotte Linlin was hoisted over Loki's head, completely unable to resist. Hulk's world overturned. Before she could fight back, Loki swung her down violently, smashing her into the ground beside him. Boom! Half of Charlotte Linlin's head was embedded in the ground, and the surrounding earth cracked in a radial pattern. Dust and wood splinters flew everywhere. Dizzy and disoriented, Charlotte Linlin instinctively kicked at Loki's chest, attempting to gain her freedom. Loki had no intention of stopping. Enduring Charlotte Linlin's kicks, he swung her relentlessly to smash her against the other side, not just once but in a continuous cycle. Looking at Charlotte Linlin's iron balloon from the perspective of her defeat by Trafalgar Law's Op no Mi in the original timeline. It protects the outside but not the inside. The internal organs and bones do not possess that nearly invincible defense found on the body's surface. And the best way to damage internal organs currently was through blunt force trauma. As for whether Charlotte Linlin would die, it wasn't like her skull was split open with a foreign object embedded in it, she'd be fine after drinking some milk later. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out between heaven and earth like war drums. With her feet off the ground and no means of staying airborne, Charlotte Linlin's immense strength was useless. She could only passively endure impact after impact, her resistance growing weaker and weaker. Prince Loki is so terrifying. Linlin is so pitiful. Linlin won't be killed by Prince Loki, will she? This fierce, brutal, overbearing, and ruthless scene made the children of the House of Lambs instinctively hide behind Galmero. In stark contrast, the Elbaf warriors like Redding and Bjarn were excitedly pumping their fists, cheering Loki on. As time passed, Charlotte Linlin's body lay on the ground without any further resistance. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell into a baby-like sleep. Her once pink hair was now covered in dust and dirt, looking exceptionally disheveled. Meanwhile, Loki stood beside Charlotte Linlin, drenched in blood. His snake-like pupils were as crimson as blood, and his polished horns glinted with a cold light. Though his stature was a mere 5 meters, his overwhelming majesty forced many giants to lower their proud heads. Loki's gaze swept across the field, taking in everyone's fervor, shock, and fear before finally returning to the unconscious Linlin. Despite the agonizing pain from his injuries, the corners of Loki's mouth still curled up into an uncontrollable Nike-like smirk. A mere 4 emperors. Handled. At this moment, Loki felt an unprecedented level of confidence. Who says I'm not a natural-born ruler too? A violent aura transformed into black and red lightning, radiating from Loki as the center. It gripped the atmosphere, turning into physical wind pressure that swept dust and wood chips in all directions. Tilde. Goals, Haruden, and the children of the House of Lambs clutched their heads in pain, wailing. The qualities of a king. Yoru and the other giants were even more pleasantly surprised. So this is Conqueror's Haki. Loki silently withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. Unlike the time he was born, when it was triggered by the fear of life and death. This time, he truly felt the existence of Conqueror's Haki. This thing is indeed a power of the will. The more you believe in yourself, the more you can feel its presence. Seeing that the matter was over, Ida rushed forward. She wanted to reach out and touch Loki's wounds but hesitated, her eyes filled with a complex mix of worry as she asked, "Loki, your injuries?" Loki replied with a smile, "It's fine, Mama. I'll be okay after I eat something. But make sure to prepare a portion for Linlin too. Loki, you. Ida wanted to ask more, but she eventually gave a gentle smile. All right, wait for me. Haruden, come and help me out. Her experience in educating Haruden did not apply to this naturally brilliant and powerful child. Loki had his own ideas. Okay, Mama. Haruden gave Loki a complicated look before following Ida away. Even this kind of battle couldn't break Loki. Tomorrow, I'll swing my sword 1,000 more times. On the other side, Galmero moved back and forth, checking on Charlotte Linlin's condition. After confirming that her most precious piece of cargo was unharmed, she finally let out a breath and said to Loki with feigned concern, Prince Loki, I am very sorry for what Linlin has done. But these were not her intentions, please forgive her transgressions. Linlin was never guilty to begin with, so naturally, she doesn't need my forgiveness. Loki was expressionless. His hands were itching, he really wanted to slap this human trafficker to death right now. However, that was only a fleeting thought for Loki. Right now, in the eyes of giants worldwide, Galmero was still the Holy Mother who had saved the giant warrior pirates and taken in innocent children. He had to wait for the right opportunity. Prince Loki, your magnanimity is as vast as the sea. Galmero offered some cheap flattery before changing the subject. In that case, I will take Linlin back to recover first. No need to rush. Galmero's body stiffened. Loki, Linlin is fine. She just fainted from exhaustion. She'll be alright once she eats something. Galmero's heart, which had leapt into her throat, settled back down. She had thought Loki had seen some future regarding her and Linlin. Yoru approached, supporting his simply bandaged broken arm, his face full of complexity. Prince Loki, perhaps you are right. The rules we have guarded for hundreds of years might not be suitable for this new era. Yaruru, as for what you believe is right, we will do our best to achieve it. Loki nodded slightly. Status, strength, and now the right to speak. He was one step closer to completely inheriting Elbaf. He then added, it's not that exaggerated. Since I was born, I've only seen this one situation with Linlin. Our Elbaf won't have so many disasters. Galmero's eyes darted around as she secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. Loki can only foresee situations related to Elbaf. Or can he only foresee disasters happening nearby? Loki is just a newborn baby, he shouldn't be lying. Galmero felt somewhat lucky yet somewhat regretful. This meant that as long as she didn't make a move against Loki, her secrets wouldn't be foreseen by him. But this also meant she lost the possibility of selling Loki. Gapapa tilde even if some disaster strikes, Harold is about to return, and Prince Loki will grow up in the future. No one can violate Elbaf. Yoru was full of confidence. With such royalty, what was there left for Elbaf to fear? Loki. Old man, is your mouth cursed or something? The greatest disaster of the future is precisely that muddle-headed Harold. Yoru took the opportunity to change the subject. Bojajajaja tilde that's right. Now, let us celebrate Prince Loki's battle. Ooh, Prince Loki. I'm going hunting. The crowd of giants left excitedly. A moment later, the broken tree branches devastated by the battle were turned into a massive bonfire. A group of Elbaf warriors gathered around the fire, busy with their own cooking. Loki was enjoying being fed by Ida, the wounds all over his body having already healed and scabbed over. Samura, smoked fish, roasted meat, berries, they disappeared into Loki's mouth at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. This is what I call a satisfying meal. Loki narrowed his eyes slightly, full of happiness. Since transmigrating to this world, the thing Loki was most satisfied with, besides his starting position, was the food. The all sorts of bizarre fish and wild beasts were extremely friendly to his mouth and stomach. Smells so good, so hungry. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin's nostrils twitched, and she let out an unconscious groan. Waking up so soon, her constitution is truly incredible. Loki couldn't help but marvel. He thought she would be unconscious for at least a while. As it turned out, He had just started eating when Charlotte Linlin woke up again. Linlin. Linlin is awake. Everyone, back away a bit. The heated atmosphere around them paused, and pairs of wary, guarded eyes fell upon Charlotte Linlin. Many people even picked up their weapons. Charlotte Linlin's eyebrows quivered, revealing a pair of weak, hungry eyes. Why is everyone looking at me? Charlotte Linlin weakly rubbed her belly, her gaze sweeping over the food around the bonfire with longing and excitement. So hungry, is there a banquet? Is the winter solstice festival over? Seeing that Charlotte Linlin was no longer in her previous frenzied state, the oppressive atmosphere around them suddenly dissipated. But in the eyes of the children from the House of Lambs, a lingering fear remained. Anyone would be unable to help but fear a playmate who could kill them with a casual squeeze and might go berserk at any moment. Loki asked curiously, Linlin, do you not remember what happened at all? What happened? Loki, I ate your bread, why am I even hungrier now? Charlotte Linlin paused, looking at the figures around her, and only then did she react, suddenly becoming flustered. Oh no, I'm sorry Loki, I let it slip. Sister, Lord Yoru, it was me who wanted to eat, it has nothing to do with Loki. Gluttony syndrome can even affect memory and sanity. Loki stroked his chin. This situation was a bit like Cavendish's second personality later on. But Cavendish was aware of his second personality. Linlin, however, was completely unaware. Perhaps it could be developed in this direction. It's all right, Linlin. Prince Loki has forgiven you, and you are permitted to eat now, Galmeros said kindly. Charlotte Linlin could hardly believe it. Really? Really? Thank you, Loki. Charlotte Linlin thanked him, her hands already trembling as she reached for the samura placed in front of Loki, full of impatience. Loki held down her movement. Wait, Linlin. Just now, you went into a frenzy because of hunger and almost hurt Elder Yoru. The injuries on my body were also caused by you, Loki said bluntly. He reviewed his memories. Linlin's gluttony syndrome had 3 stages. The first stage was the trigger formed by hunger after being abandoned by her parents. The second stage was fully formed by starving during the winter solstice festival. The third stage was the process of obtaining the soul fruit, which completely affected her mental state. Now that the second stage had been interfered with by him, the problem shouldn't be too severe. Judging from how Linlin felt guilty after accidentally killing animals, she was essentially salvageable. Nani? Charlotte Linlin first couldn't believe it, then her gaze swept over the two of them, and she bowed abruptly. I'm sorry Loki, I'm sorry Lord Yoru. It's all right, Linlin. It's not like you intended to do this. Yoru smiled kindly, his face filled with affection. That's right, however, from now on. Loki handed over a piece of samura and requested, you must eat it piece by piece, just like me. Otherwise, there will be no more. As he spoke, Loki ate a piece himself, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing. Okay, Linlin will definitely do it. Under the double pressure of the food threat and her guilt, Charlotte Linlin could only endure the urge to swallow it in one gulp, chewing slowly with great difficulty, her face already wearing a mask of pain. Very good. Loki nodded in satisfaction. Controlling gluttony syndrome starts with slow eating. Maybe I should make a slow feeder bowl for Linlin. Wait, how is that any different from training a dog? On the other side, looking at the two of them, Yoru felt a bit emotional. Prince Loki seems to really like Linlin. Yoru looked at his old friend in disbelief, a wild thought rising in his head. Yoru, Prince Loki is still an infant. Do you think Prince Loki will like her in the future? Are you not even planning to uphold the purity of the royal blood anymore? What nonsense are you talking? Yoru's face, already covered in age spots, turned even darker. He explained, my point is, don't you think Linlin is a gift bestowed upon Elbaf by the heavens? She is 5 meters tall at only 5 years old. Perhaps her ancestors originally had the blood of our giant clan, and she has simply undergone an atavism just like Prince Loki. That is true, Yoru realized. As a former leader of the giant warrior pirates, he was also an existence who had carved out a great reputation on the sea in his youth. In terms of experience alone, few in this world could surpass him. But looking back at his entire life, even though he had seen powerhouses of countless races on the sea during his long travels, Linlin was in a league of her own. Even if she did nothing and just grew naturally to adulthood, Linlin was a monster whose physical body alone was enough to split islands and collapse seas. She could definitely occupy a place of power on the sea. Exactly. Galmero won't raise the children of the House of Lambs long-term. According to her past habits, after a while, she will find families willing to adopt them. So why don't we just adopt Linlin ourselves? Linlin has been getting along very happily here in Elbaf anyway. When Linlin grows up, even if Prince Loki inherits the throne later, the giant warrior pirates can still reclaim their glory in Linlin's hands. After witnessing the battle between the two, Yoru couldn't help but feel tempted. He couldn't resist the desire to nurture Linlin into a great talent. Makes sense, I'll go find Galmero right now. Yoru's eyes lit up. The two old men, who had lived for 300 years, quickly reached a consensus and proposed their idea of adopting Charlotte Linlin to Galmero. Galmero was stunned. Adopt Linlin. That's right, and this way Linlin can live in Elbaf forever, and you, Galmero, can still watch her grow up. What do you think? The smile on Galmero's face became increasingly gentle. That would be wonderful. I wouldn't feel at ease entrusting Linlin's power to an ordinary family. Bojajajajaja tilde Galmero, it's great that you can agree. Yababa baba tilde we will definitely train Linlin into the strongest warrior. With their wish fulfilled, Yoru and the other laughed incessantly, their minds already beginning to fantasize about the future of the giant warrior pirates. I believe in you too, my lords. Galmero echoed their sentiment, then changed the subject. However, I hope Linlin can still live with me at the House of Lambs. I love Linlin, and I hope she can accompany me through my final days. Of course, Yoru and the other restrained their laughter. This was the Holy Mother's final request, how could they refuse? Then I am relieved. Galmero exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking her leave. From an angle others couldn't see, her gentle face instantly turned sinister and vicious. If Linlin's performance today were reported to the world government, she could be sold for at least 100 million berries. To give her to you bunch of paupers. In your dreams. Loki, watching everything from the side, had a faint, ambiguous smile on his lips. Those two old geezers, Yoru and Yaruru, actually have some foresight. With this pressure, Galmero must be in a hurry to sell Linlin off now, right? The next day, sunlight once again enveloped Elbaf. The ice and snow of the upper world began to melt, revealing the lush vegetation beneath. The winter solstice festival was coming to an end. Mr. Redding, please train me as well. Loki prepared to join Harudin's training. His previous preparations were too narrow-minded. He only thought about avoiding the gluttony syndrome to escape this calamity. He hadn't considered a series of emergency measures for after a gluttony syndrome outbreak. If he had known a move or two when suppressing Linlin yesterday, he wouldn't have had to rely on his physical body to tank the damage, dragging it out until Linlin ran out of strength before he could counterattack. Learning that lesson once was enough. Prince Loki, you. Redding was about to say it might be too early. But recalling the battle he saw yesterday, he immediately swallowed the rest of his sentence. With strength far exceeding an adult giant, doing basic training wouldn't affect his growth at all. So, he changed his tune. Your strength is already sufficient, what you lack is control. Let's start with sword swings. Harudin, teach Prince Loki. Me, teach Loki. Harudin pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Teacher Redding, are you sober? I can't even withstand one of his sword strikes. Redding frowned. Harudin, believe in your own hard work. Your combat techniques are very standard and powerful. Teaching Prince Loki is absolutely no problem. Yes, Loki, watch me. To grip the sword, you have to. Time passed slowly. 1000, 1001. Thud. Loki lay on the ground. Redding advised, Prince Loki, don't relax. This is far from your limit. This isn't my body's limit, but it's my mental limit. Let me rest for a bit. Loki dragged his aching arms and rolled over. Training was even more exhausting than he had imagined. His arms and legs felt as heavy as lead. If this were his past life during shoulder day, he would have already fallen asleep on the gym floor. Persisting through 1,000 sword swings now is already quite impressive, okay. Redding remained silent. Constrained by status, he couldn't discipline Loki the same way he disciplined Haruden. Loki, you're so useless. Haruden couldn't help but feel jubilant. He had finally found something he was better at than Loki. Oh, keep it up. Strive to have strength like mine as soon as possible, Loki encouraged without any emotion. Haruden's face turned red. Wait, training isn't supposed to be like this. Loki should be unable to stand my provocation and get back up to keep training. But in the end, he shouldn't be able to hold on and should lose to my talent, right? What's with Loki's current attitude? How can you be so indifferent? The more Haruden thought about it, the angrier he got. He imagined a Loki in front of him and swung his sword down fiercely. Seeing this, Loki couldn't help but be greatly amused. Looking at the diligent Haruden, a greedy thought rose in Loki's mind: is there any way to make my body move on its own? Or have Haruden train on my behalf? Loki couldn't stomach the suffering of persistent training at all. Haruden seemed to quite enjoy this suffering. Let him suffer a bit more then. Think about the future. Do you want to be defeated by people like Shanks? Stop slacking off. Work hard. After lying down for half an hour and engaging in self-brainwashing for a long time, Loki finally stood up and rejoined the training. Under Loki's training intensity of 30 minutes of exercise followed by 2 hours of rest, time passed day by day. Amidst this tranquility, Elbaf entered the year 1479 of the sea calendar. On February 14, Galmero left the island alone, claiming she was going to discuss adoption matters with the families taking in the children. This happened once every 2 years, and the giants of Elbaf were long accustomed to it. No one found it strange, except for Loki, who had read the script. The opportunity has finally come. After confirming Galmero's departure, Loki went to find Yoru and Yaruru. Prince Loki, what is the matter? Upon seeing Loki, Yoru and Yaruru smiled brightly. In their eyes, the current Loki was the one blessed and watched over by the sun god, the future king who would lead Elbaf back to glory. Without pleasantries, Loki went straight to the point. Elders, does our Elbaf have a method to monitor others from a distance without being detected? Yoruru's smile faded. Prince Loki, what have you foreseen? After the incident with Linlin, they didn't dare to ignore what Loki said. Lies and deception. However, I also doubt the truth of what I saw, so I need to track Galmero to confirm it. Loki didn't speak plainly. Galmero's image as the Holy Mother was deeply rooted in the eyes of the world. Not to mention the stubborn giant race. No matter how much was said, it wouldn't be as convincing to the giant race as facts placed right before their eyes. Yaruru immediately worried. Galmero. Is she encountering trouble this time? This is bad, we don't know Galmero's destination this time. I knew it, Loki complained internally, then explained. Elder Yaruru, it's not today, but something that happens in the future. What I saw was those children being harmed. The target is children. To actually target Galmero and the House of Lambs, these are no ordinary human traffickers. They don't even respect our Elbaf, we must strike hard. Yoruru immediately identified the goal. Exactly. But if we openly escort Galmero, those despicable fellows certainly won't appear. So we need to track her to catch the people behind the scenes in one fell swoop. This matter must absolutely not be known to Galmero, otherwise everything I saw will change, Loki instructed. Of course, we've made that mistake once already and won't let it happen again. Rest assured, Prince Loki. Yaruru and Yoru looked at each other, both seeing the determination and touch of emotion in the other's eyes, and spoke in unison. Clearly, it was their persistence last time that had ruined Prince Loki's plan. But this time, Prince Loki still trusted them so much. Sob, so touching. This time, they definitely had to do a good job. However, for long-distance monitoring, usually only a monitoring Den Mushi isn't easily discovered, but those are only owned by the world government. The world government keeps a very tight grip on them, and they rarely leak to the outside world. Even though Harold has worked very hard these past few decades, we don't have such a thing. Yoru said with some distress, as for simple tracking, our giant race is too large, infiltration is not our strength. No, there is one. Yaruru suddenly slapped his forehead and said, that kid Ponce Flea came back from his travels yesterday. His child, Lily, became a devil fruit user and can turn her body very, very small, even smaller than the dwarf race. There really is one. Loki was taken aback. Originally, he had intended to have someone just swim in the sea to track them. He hadn't expected Elbaf to actually have such a talent right now. But, Ponce Flea, Lily, shrinking, the mini fruit. Loki recalled the information on this character and couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. The mini fruit was in the top 3 of his priority list of fruits he wanted to eat. Based on the original timeline's performance, a mini fruit user possesses at least 2 miniature forms, 30 cm and 30 mm. Although weight decreases as the body size shrinks, appetite and strength do not change. With his future body size comparable to the ancient giant race, if he shrunk to 30 mm, the surface area of his fist would be reduced by at least 4 million times. And since destructive power is positively correlated with pressure, the destructive power would effectively be enhanced 400 times. His original adult form would be enough to intimidate the seas. If he ate the mini fruit, even if every bone in his body shattered with one punch, who could possibly block that punch? Neither the Nika fruit nor the age fruit was as broken as that one punch. Suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart, Loki spoke up, "Can we ask them for help?" "Of course, no problem." A moment later, one large and one small figure squeezed into the room. Flea already looked exactly as he did in Loki's memories. However, Lily didn't yet have her later wild and charming appearance. She wasn't even as tall as Loki. "Prince Loki, Lord Yoruru, Lord Yaruru." Flea saluted by thumping his chest. Lily followed suit, curiously staring at the fair and chubby Loki, her eyes especially lingering on Loki's head and eyes. Seeing that Yoruru and the other had no intention of speaking, Loki took the initiative and said, "No need for formalities. I've asked you here because there's something I'd like your help with." Wow, what everyone said is true. Prince Loki is clearly an infant, yet he can already talk. So amazing. Lily was greatly shocked, and her ability activated involuntarily. She turned into a bobblehead-like figure with a huge head and a tiny body. Loki was speechless. With this airheaded personality, can she really handle an infiltration mission? "Lily, don't be rude." Flea quickly scolded her. "Prince Loki, please forgive Lily's offense." "It's fine." Loki waved his hand and got straight to the point, explaining the plan to the two of them. "Monitor Mother." Flea was a bit hesitant. "Loki, it's not necessarily Galmero herself, but perhaps something she encounters. However, in the images I saw, it's related to the missing Dory and Brigitte." "I see." Thinking of his old friends who had been missing for nearly 40 years, Flea agreed. "If it's just hiding, that's no problem. With Lily's size after shrinking, even if someone's observation hockey detects her, they'll just think she's a bug." "Very good. Elders, until everything comes to light, please maintain your usual attitude toward Galmero." Half a day later, after Galmero returned to Elbaf, she immediately sought out Yoruru and Yaruru. "Lord Yoruru, Lord Yaruru, I have already found homes for the other children and will be sending them away tomorrow." Since tomorrow is also Linlin's birthday, I'd like to use the occasion to hold a farewell and birthday party. After the party, I'll take Linlin along to see them off. Yaba baba baba tilde no problem. Linlin and the others have been together for so long, if she missed the farewell, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. That's right. Galmero, you are also Linlin's guardian, there's absolutely no need to consult us about such things. Galmero smiled in agreement, but in her heart, she sneered coldly, 2 idiots. Did they really have no suspicion of me at all? Well, everything the world government and I have built. How could this race of muscle-brained giants see through it? Watching Galmero leave, Yoruru scratched his head. Yoruru, mother is the same as before, nothing seems unusual. Since these are things that happen in the future, of course you can't see them now. Don't overthink it, just act according to Prince Loki's instructions. The next day, Charlotte Linlin was blindfolded, being led step by step into the depths of the forest by Loki. How much further, Loki? Don't be in a hurry. The surprise goals and the others prepared for you is a bit far away. As they headed toward the site of the previous battle, Loki couldn't help but be amused. After Linlin's gluttony syndrome broke out, Elbaf guarded against Linlin more than they guarded against fire. This time, fearing that Linlin might go into a frenzy again from eating too much. They had moved the birthday banquet to the ruins of the last battle. We're here, Linlin. You can take it off now. Okay. Charlotte Linlin pulled off the gauze covering her eyes and opened them. What greeted her was a massive cake made of stacked samura. Bang, bang, bang. Confetti exploded, and colorful streamers drifted down. The children from the House of Lambs and the giants of the West Village offered their sincere blessings. Happy birthday, Linlin. Charlotte Linlin was moved to tears and snot. Thank you everyone. Goals introduced with a smile, this was made using the samura you love most, Linlin. Every piece is thanks to everyone's hard work. It was my first time making it, I don't know if it's good. Linlin, make sure to eat well in the future too. Charlotte Linlin's saliva and tears flowed together. Since everyone worked so hard on it, it must be delicious. Linlin, remember, eat it piece by piece, Loki instructed. I'll remember, Loki. After the excitement, the party always had to end. Underworld docks. The children of the House of Lambs stepped onto the deck one by one, saying their reluctant goodbyes. Goodbye, Lord Waterfall Beard, Lord Mountain Beard. Goals, Haruden, you must come visit us in the future. Wah, I'm so sad to leave everyone. The giants also waved their hands, faces covered in tears. The smile on Galmero's face remained warm and loving, but in the depths of her eyes, there was an excitement she could barely suppress. Once I sell Linlin, I'll never have to stay in this hellhole again. A wonderful retirement life, here I come. The ship gradually sailed away from Elbaf. On the lookout platform at the top of the mast. Honestly, when will the enemy show up? This is so boring. Lily, shrunk to 30 millimeters, rolled back and forth on the wooden planks. Meanwhile, on the deck below, watching Elbaf grow smaller in her field of vision until it completely disappeared behind the horizon, Galmero took out a piece of bread and handed it to Linlin. Linlin, you've been standing for so long, you must be hungry. Here, eat. Thank you, sister. Charlotte Linlin naturally didn't refuse and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon after, the medicine took effect. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lost focus, and her body swayed. Sister, what's wrong with me? My body feels so strange. I'm so sleepy. It's all right, Linlin. If you're sleepy, then rest. Perhaps you just ate too much delicious food at the banquet earlier. Galmero's smile remained unchanged as she comforted her softly. Could it be that an anesthetic capable of knocking out sea kings couldn't even knock Linlin out directly? This child's constitution is truly exaggerated. Charlotte Linlin obediently lay down and fell into a baby-like sleep within seconds. Seeing this, Galmero breathed a long sigh of relief. If Linlin were awake, she wouldn't have the confidence to ditch her without causing some damage. Phew, the biggest trouble is solved. Galmero lit a cigarette and turned to look at the children who were still crying. Her usual kind smile vanished instantly, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain as she said coldly, "Stop making noise. All of you, shut up." Woo! Holy Mother, you! The group of children looked at the unfamiliar Galmero in panic and fear. "I've tolerated you brats for a long time. You're noisy all day long and don't even stop at night. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would have killed all of you unwanted trash long ago. Now, be good and listen." Galmero stepped forward and took the cigarette from her mouth. "Galmero, you." Fishman Shark couldn't help but take a step back. In the next instant, his retreating body was held down by a withered palm, and a burning pain spread across his face. Galmero, it hurts. Shark's whole body trembled from the cigarette burn, but he couldn't break free from Galmero's iron grip palm. "Quiet, or else it will only hurt more." Shark sobbed and went silent. "Sister." The children's eyes widened. They couldn't believe that the hideous, witch-like woman before them was the same Galmero who had been kind and gentle, taking care of them and adopting them like a mother. "Very good, it seems you've learned to be obedient." Galmero dropped the cigarette butt, clapped her hands, and snapped her fingers. The deck automatically flipped over, revealing several cages. "Now, each of you pick a home to go into and wait quietly for someone to pick you up. That's simple enough, right?" With Shark's example before them, the children didn't dare make a scene anymore and obediently did as they were told. Each chose a cage, huddled in the corner, and stared at Galmero in terror. On the lookout platform, Lily's jaw dropped to the floor, unable to recover for a long time. On Elbaf, the Den Mushi mimicked Galmero's expression and tone vividly. The giants who heard all this were absolutely livid. Especially Redding and the other members of the giant warrior pirates. Click. Observing everyone's increasingly flushed faces, Loki hung up the call in a timely manner. Then, is this real? Why would Galmero be like this? Was everything before just an act? What did Galmero actually do back then? That fool person. I'm going to find her and get a clear explanation for all of this. Roars rose one after another. Cassie, Oimo, and the others were flushed with rage, their hair standing on end. The sister wasn't someone who stepped forward to negotiate with the world government to save them. Nor was she a person of immense kindness who adopted homeless children. What was it they just heard? Galmero only adopted children to sell them. Galmero was actually a human trafficker. Then what about back then? No wonder she wanted to take Linlin away. That fool Galmero never intended to come back, did she? Prince Loki, you actually saw this side of Galmero and worried we wouldn't believe you, which is why you thought to monitor her. Yoru spoke with a sense of great relief. Fortunately, they had Prince Loki, who was blessed by the sun god. Otherwise, they would have been played for fools by Galmero, deceiving them and even using the land of Elbaf to traffic people. She was practically treating them like idiots. The world government and Galmero must have been very smug. Loki gave a noncommittal smile. The world government agreed to Galmero's request to release Cassie and the others probably because they wanted the power of our giant race, right? Yaruru saw through to the core of the matter. Before the release of the giant warrior pirates members, no giant had ever served under the world government. Now, at Marineford, there were already giants from other giant kingdoms in the world serving. To think they deceived us. Prince Loki, thank goodness for you, or we would have been kept in the dark forever. Take us to demand an explanation. A multitude of grateful and hopeful gazes fell upon Loki. My influence has increased quite a bit. In the future, I'll have a few more people when I go head to head with Harold. Satisfied, Loki took out the Vivre card belonging to Lily and announced, set sail. Make Galmero understand the price of deceiving Elbaf. Make Galmero pay the price. The group of giants, seething with rage, pushed out a massive warship. A long horn sounded, and the 1,000-meter-long massive warship of Elbaf departed the port, carrying warriors whose blood was boiling. On the other side, a deserted island. By the shore, a ship flying the flag of the world government was linked together with Galmero's vessel. On the deck, 10 million, 100 million. Galmero sat at a table, smiling as she counted the berries in a leather bag that smelled of fresh ink. On the other side of the table sat a man in a suit wearing a snow-white mask. Behind him, several CP0 members were inspecting the children in the cages. Stop counting. Kelpot, the CP0 captain in charge of this matter, tapped the table, a hint of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. With the reputation of the world government and so many years of cooperation, we won't shortchange you. It was just berries, the world government could print as many as they wanted. This is my pension for the rest of my life, kid. Galmero snorted. You'd better pay attention to the most valuable commodity of my life. I'll say this now, any damage caused after she wakes up has nothing to do with me. She's a monster who can shatter a giant's bones with her bare hands. A monster. Kelpot's gaze swept over Charlotte Linlin, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Although Constitution doesn't entirely represent strength on the sea, for a human child to have the height of a giant child at 5 years old undoubtedly proved that her potential was extremely exaggerated. Wait, a ship is approaching. It's an Elbaf ship. The giants are approaching. At that moment, from the lookout tower, the agent on guard duty sent an urgent signal. What's the situation? Galmero was also startled. This situation absolutely could not appear before the giants. You hold onto the money for now. Galmero threw the briefcase under the table, grabbed Kelpot's hand, and pressed it against her own neck. Hit me. If we have to fight, try to kill any children we can't take with us during the battle, then find a chance to throw me into the sea. Truly worthy of you, Kelpot praised. Instantly, she had devised a way to clear herself of suspicion. No wonder she had never been exposed all these years she had been in disguise. Her acting skills were on par with those of them, the agents. Retreat, Kelpot ordered, hauling Galmero to her feet. Yes, the ship weighed anchor, quickly turned, and began to leave. And the world government. Galmero was selling those children to the world government. Then the previous incident must also be related to the world government. Fool them. On the Elbaf warship, seeing the world government's conspicuous cross and globe emblem, the giants were furious. No misunderstanding, it was pure deceit. Yoruru raised his longsword with both hands, haki coiling around it. Yaruru, can you still do it? Of course. I'm not so old I can't fight yet. Yaruru stirred his haki and raised his blade. The two men adopted identical stances, gathering all their strength. Is this Hakoku? Loki's eyes lit up, recognizing this move. These two old geezers actually know this move too. Wait, these two were also once captains of the giant warrior pirates. It's natural they would know it, but can they still use it at their age? Hakoku. When their full strength and haki had gathered to the limit, Yoru and the other man simultaneously swung their weapons. Though the haki belonged to two separate individuals, at this moment it fused and merged, forming a terrifying slash wave capable of destroying most substances in the world. The slash wave tore through the air, instantly transforming into a circular shockwave that spanned the sea. The powerful wind pressure plowed a semicircular cavity into the sea below. What is this? A slash wave. How can it be so powerful? The agents watched the shockwave approaching at an astonishing speed, their pupils constricting. Kelpot's pupils constricted. If this attack landed on the ship would definitely be destroyed, losing all forward momentum. Everyone, stop it. Kelpot's body swelled, transforming into a half-human, half-snake beast form. His thick, powerful tail whipped out with full force, Renkyaku shatter the sky. A blue slash wave capable of cutting a warship shot through the air, crashing towards the oncoming Hakoku. But the moment it made contact, it instantly scattered back into ordinary air. The attacks from the others were even worse, shattered and blown away before they could even touch the wind pressure wrapped around Hakoku's outer layer. Galmero. You old hag, you've really screwed us over. Gnashing his teeth, Kelpot made a decisive move. He threw Galmero away, his snake tail rebounding off the atmosphere as he fled towards the high sky. No, don't. Galmero was scared out of her wits, plummeting downwards. The sea-spanning shockwave crushed the two ships linked together. It completely pulverized the sails on both ships into dust, leaving only the chaotic decks behind. So amazing. Lord Waterfall Beard and Lord Mountain Beard are truly old but vigorous. This move is still as sharp as ever. The group of giants couldn't help but praise. Too fierce. Loki also couldn't help clicking his tongue. If Yoruru's and the others' individual strength were placed before Harold and Rock's, it would be about the same as his previous life, just a speed bump. But the Hakoku formed by the fusion of their haki would definitely make those two treat them with seriousness. Hakoku is practically a divine skill that elevates one's ecological niche. Gotta learn it. Huff tilde, Yoruru gasped for breath, his face showing visible fatigue. If it weren't for the fact only Dory's generation among you has mastered it, we two old men wouldn't need to exert ourselves like this. Cassie, Oimo, and the others couldn't help but blush. What could they do? They simply didn't possess the same power as big brothers Dory and Brigi. Yoruru, in even worse condition, had already collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and said with guilt, "Prince Loki, we are too old." One of them escaped. The two elders have already done more than enough. Please don't trouble yourselves over it, Loki said respectfully. Although these two elders were somewhat conservative, limited by their perspective, they absolutely deserved the title of heroes. The rest is up to you, Prince Loki. After saying this, Yoruru's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Lord Yoruru, don't die. The group of giants instantly panicked. Yoruru is just exhausted. What are you all shouting about? Hurry up and row the boat. Yoruru scolded. On the other deck, it took Galmero a long time to regain her senses. Looking at the CP agents splattered all over the deck, she felt her scalp go numb. For that moment when she was engulfed, she thought she was going to die too. But she actually survived. It seems the giants still believe in her. Splash tilde. The Elbaf ship quickly drew near. Loki was taken aback seeing Galmero unharmed on the deck. Why isn't she dead? Hakoku was aimed upwards. His serpentine pupils had seen it clearly just now. It definitely hit the target. Redding gave Galmero a cold glance and explained in a low voice, Prince Loki, Hakoku is an attack imbued with will. It can avoid targets the user does not wish to harm. Although the two elders are old, their mastery of this combat skill is extremely high. They must have deliberately left her alive. That advanced, huh? Loki was stunned. An AoE attack with automatic targeting. Hakoku, this legendary combat skill, is just too versatile. Even more reason to learn it. But, leaving her alive is good. Loki's eyes rolled as a mischievous idea arose. He shouted loudly, Linlin, Galmero, we've come to rescue you. It seems this brat Loki didn't foresee my deal with the world government. He only foresaw the world government's appearance and came to stop it. What an opportunity. Galmero shuddered, her mind racing. She immediately made a decision, got up, and approached. Prince Loki, Linlin and the others were locked up. These are human traffickers flying the world government's flag. I was deceived. I could only play along with them just now to protect the children. Thankfully, Prince Loki, you foresaw all this and came to rescue us in time. The minds of the awake children in the cage short-circuited. Is it true? Was the sister deceived? Everything just now was to protect us. Is that so? Loki lowered his head, smiling as he looked at Galmero. As thanks, can I have something from you, Galmero? I've wanted it for a long time. Still acting at a time like this. Truly an actor who has performed her whole life. No wonder she deceived countless people in the world, her identity as a human trafficker never leaking. My things. Galmero was taken aback. What did she have on her that the other party coveted? She smiled and agreed. Of course, Prince Loki, what do you want? Then thank you. The next moment. MMPH. Galmero's entire body tensed as Loki directly lifted her up with one hand. Prince Loki, calm down, your strength is too great. The bones throughout Galmero's body groaned under the increasing pressure, and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Loki looked down at Galmero, a smile spreading across his face. Great strength is correct, for what I want is your life. What? Why, Prince Loki, what have I done wrong? Galmero's face changed dramatically as she struggled fiercely. Are you still going to pretend? Loki admired the changing expressions on Galmero's face, his smile growing even brighter. The human trafficker who has cooperated with the world government for years, the Mountain Hag. Observation hockey, you knew all along, didn't you? Galmero cursed with a vicious expression. This brat Loki could not only foresee her actions, but also pretended to know nothing. Only making his move now. How could an infant's wisdom achieve this level? It's truly foolable. If only she hadn't clung to hope and continued when she first learned Loki could foresee the future. I should have left directly. Galmero was filled with immense regret at this moment. That's right, don't worry, I will take good care of Linlin, and I will make good use of her power, Loki replied with immense pleasure. Facing Loki's playful serpent-like gaze, Galmero fumed, you. At the same time, Cassie, Oimo, Redding, and the other 3 former members of the giant warrior pirates approached. Galmero, you have betrayed our trust. Their faces were all flushed red with fury. Blood trickled from the corner of Galmero's mouth, her expression growing increasingly grim. With Loki present, she had no room for lies. She said bitterly, it was all the world government's idea, I was just the executor, but you were rescued, weren't you? For the sake of me releasing you back then, let's reconcile. I'm already 80 years old, my remaining time is not long, let me live. Death is a warrior's glory. Redding's tone was icy, we would have rather died at Marineford. Correct, we'd rather you never appeared at all. We don't need kindness born of deception. What they thought was the great love of humanity, the world government's goodwill towards the giant race, had now become a tool to deceive other giants. What a disgrace. It seems no one accepts your joke. Loki applied force with both hands. Facing her end, Galmero uttered a curse. Loki, you are a born demon. Beneath this facade of caring for Elbaf lies the deepest malice towards humanity. For you, toying with human emotions is as simple as eating or dressing. Harold cannot tolerate you, you will eventually die by your own prophecies, and Elbaf will be destroyed because of you. Loki's lips moved silently. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of shattering bones, Galmero's body was crushed into pulp. Her head lolled to the side, unable to speak another word. Her eyes were wide open, died with eyes wide open, dead with everlasting regret, her final consciousness filled entirely with Loki's lip reading. Fool, I'm not a prophecy at all. Not a prophecy. Then what is it? The human trafficker Mountain Hag Galmero, who worked for the world government and trafficked people for decades, thus met her end. The nun is dead. Prince Loki killed Galmero. So scary. The CP agents died too quickly under the attack of the Hakoku. The group of children didn't feel the reality of it. But seeing Galmero, someone they lived with day and night, being strangled to death right before their eyes, instantly shocked the children. Didn't she deserve to die? Stop dreaming, she only adopted us to sell us off, you fools. The fishman shark gritted his teeth, the spot on his face burned by a cigarette butt throbbing with pain. The more he hated Galmero, the more reverence he felt in his gaze towards Loki. If not for Prince Loki coming to rescue us, we would all have become slaves of the celestial dragons. That's right, Galmero deserved to die, and the world government deserves to die too. If not for Prince Loki bringing everyone here, I would have been skinned and made into a rug. The panda mink tribe member Panda chimed in, lingering fear still in his eyes. He had heard clearly just moments before, he was to be made into a gift for a woman whose name ended with palace. Is that so? Then what should we do from now on? Galmero is dead, we have nowhere to go. The group of children set sail back, filled with anxiety. A group of burly giants busied themselves dismantling the ship and searching for loot. Loki had no time to deal with them for now. After washing his hands, he went to stand guard beside Charlotte Linlin. Killing Galmero didn't cause him much psychological trauma. Perhaps the difference in size was too great. Or perhaps it was the influence of his bloodline. The feeling of killing Galmero wasn't much different from gutting fish in his previous life. Where is this? Linlin feels so dizzy, Galmero, everyone. Charlotte Linlin groggily opened her eyes, Loki's large face coming into view. Confirming the gaze, it was her favorite second caretaker. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up. Loki. Am I back? Linlin ate Galmero's cake, and her body feels very strange, can't use any strength. Where is Galmero? Can't use strength. Anesthesia or knockout drugs. Loki's eyes shifted, thinking his plan could be a bit more aggressive. He helped Linlin sit up. We're still at sea. Galmero drugged you and wanted to sell you. Drugged. Sell Linlin. Charlotte Linlin tilted her head, biting her finger, not understanding. Loki changed his wording. It means abandoning you like your parents did, but also exchanging you for lots and lots of cake. And you'd have to do many, many things while still being hungry. Like mom and dad, being hungry. Charlotte Linlin understood now, visible disappointment appearing on her face. So what everyone said was true, no one liked her. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin could be saved in the early stages. Seeing no signs of a gluttony syndrome outbreak in her, Loki completely relaxed. Even being abandoned by her parents didn't make her go berserk. There was no reason she would go berserk upon learning Galmero had abandoned her. In the original timeline, Charlotte Linlin's gluttony syndrome fully forming was definitely the result of multiple factors working together. Among them, the missing Galmero was absolutely the most critical factor. Loki made a promise, but we stopped her. Linlin, I will never abandon you. Elbaf will never abandon you. You can live here forever, always eating delicious samura. Loki will never abandon Linlin. Always eat samura. Charlotte Linlin abruptly looked up, the dimness in her eyes replaced by a sparkle as she stared at Loki expectantly. Of course, I promise. Loki smiled. The price is just bearing a few children for me, that's all. Yay. Linlin will live in Elbaf, live with Loki and everyone. Charlotte Linlin cheered excitedly. Prince Loki, these are the items we found. These were recovered from Galmero's ship, and these were found on the world government's ship. The giants looting the spoils carefully carried back several relatively small leather suitcases and a treasure chest. Loki focused his gaze on them. Galmero's legacy consisted of 4 leather suitcases. Only one suitcase contained various photos of children, while the others were stuffed full of berries. Galmero died too easily. Loki sighed. With these children in the hands of the world government, who knows how many are still alive. As for the berries, Elbaf is backed by the infinitely large treasure tree Atom, they aren't short on money at all. Loki didn't care for this pittance either. His innate observation hockey extended into the treasure chest, and a round object entered his perception. Could it be? Click. Loki impatiently crushed the treasure chest's lock, and a fruit with special patterns on its surface appeared before his eyes. There was also a label beneath it. Zone type ox fruit model, cow. Loki's mouth twitched, and the expectant look in his eyes completely vanished. Fool world government, couldn't you drop an age fruit for a brother? Elbaf. Haruden, Loki will be alright, won't he? Ida paced anxiously. If something happened to Loki while Harold hadn't returned yet, she really wouldn't know how to face Harold. He won't, Mama. Lord Yoru, Master Redding, and the others all set out together. Loki will definitely be fine, Haruden said helplessly. She had asked this so many times already. Sigh, Ida sighed. The stronger the lineup, the bigger the problem they've encountered. And the more dangerous Loki's situation becomes. They're back. Loki and the others are back, Mama. Haruden called out, holding a telescope. On the distant coastline, 3 ships were gradually approaching. Shark, Panda, why did you bring all the children back? And why are they in cages? What's with the tears on their faces? And the world government's symbol? What on earth happened? Where is Galmero? After seeing the situation on the deck clearly, the crowd of giants realized the severity of the matter, and their expressions turned solemn. Yaruru, having rested for a moment, stepped forward and stood at the bow, saying heavily, after Galmero claimed she was taking the children for adoption, Prince Loki foresaw the truth. Galmero wasn't giving these children to adoptive families at all, she was selling them to the world government. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Galmero selling children. Lord Yoru, you're joking, right? Galmero is the Holy Mother who adopted countless children. How could such a holy person sell children to the world government for money? Where is Galmero? We want to ask her. Instantly, all the giants at the scene were shocked, their faces full of disbelief. The image Yaruru described was of a completely different person from the Galmero in their memories. Loki, Galmero was a devil fruit user, and I have personally executed her. What? Lord Yoru, prophecies cannot be blindly trusted. It was because Esterita blindly believed in a prophecy that she did something to harm Prince Loki. Cassie, Oimo, you were personally saved by the Holy Mother. Are you just going to stand by and watch this happen? Everyone was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Elbaf has some bad apples, they actually want to shake my divine status. Loki's brow arched, his snake-like pupils cold. When he takes power in the future, he must thoroughly purge Elbaf. Only the loyal can bask in his glory. Silence. Yaruru shouted, raising his hand for attention. Redding and the others stepped forward with the photos. These are all evidence of Galmero selling children as the mountain hag searched from Galmero's cabin. This time, she had already planned to leave Elbaf. Furthermore, Shark and the others witnessed all of this with their own eyes. It should be enough to restore the truth. And more than enough to prove Prince Loki's foresight. Mountain hag. For real. Even though Elbaf had little contact with the outside world, they had seen reports in the newspapers about the notorious mountain hag of the underworld. Shark, the shark fishman who had been enduring for a long time, grabbed the bars and roared while pointing at his face. The scar on my face was personally burned by Galmero with a cigarette butt. How could it be fake? Prince Loki is not wrong, the one who is wrong is Galmero. Galmero never gave us her true heart, she only wanted to deceive us. Pairs of hands passed the documents and photos around skeptically, and faces gradually began to contort. I still remember this child, they once stitched a wound for me. They were actually sold. So, releasing Redding and the others back then was also just to deceive us. Fool person, fool world government. They've been treating us giants like fools all these years. We absolutely cannot let them get away with this. Regarding the matter of Galmero, I am to blame, Yaruru said deeply. A pale-faced Yoruru also walked out of the cabin. Galmero was able to hide until now because she put on a show with the world government to release Redding and the others back then. Because of that, we gave her the greatest respect and recognition. In fact, we misjudged her character. We will take responsibility for this. My lords, this has nothing to do with you. It's the world government and Galmero who were too despicable and cunning. Fool world government, fool marine. We must retaliate against them. We must announce the world government's ugly deeds to the world. The giants were impassioned, filled with righteous indignation. Loki didn't interject, but in his heart, he wasn't optimistic. Firstly, it was an objective fact that the giants of Elbaf used to rob the whole world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a nation of bandits. Coupled with the world government's propaganda. Elbaf's image as barbaric and ferocious was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Otherwise, Harold's diplomatic journey wouldn't be so difficult. Secondly, although the world government didn't act like humans, they had at least ruled the world for hundreds of years. And with pirates causing trouble everywhere as a foil, they were somehow more believable than Elbaf. Finally, with the world government's control over the major newspapers, Elbaf had no way to expose the truth even if they wanted to. The world government might even turn it around and pin a label of being ungrateful and assassinating the Holy Mother, Galmero, on Elbaf. Publicizing it is necessary. No matter how many people in the world believe us, at least we cannot let the giants who were influenced by us to join the Marine continue to serve the world government. Yaruru stroked his beard and said deeply. The thought that there were still giants serving in the Marine because of them right now. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. A man who had lived for 300 years, deceived by the other party, and yet still eagerly grateful to them. It was truly embarrassing. What was the difference between this and actively selling giants from other countries to the Marine? Loki agreed with this point. The two had lived for 300 years, and their prestige within the giants was unquestionable. But this account won't be settled like this. When Harold returns, I will tell him everything. The honor of Elbaf's warriors absolutely cannot be shamed. A fire burned deep within Yoru's eyes. Loki. Harold actually wanted to join the world government to establish diplomatic relations with them. Would he turn against the world government over this? There's still a problem. Now that Galmero is dead, what should be done about the House of Lambs and these children? Yaruru looked at the children still waiting in the cages. How about we send them away? Just looking at them reminds me of Galmero's deception. The giant's feelings toward these children were very complicated at this moment. The House of Lambs established in Elbaf was originally set up out of gratitude for Galmero's help to the giant race. But now all of that was fake. Just looking at these children from all over the world, the giant's deceived hearts couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This was how they felt even after living with these children for a long time. If giants from other villages found out about this, it was hard to guarantee they wouldn't take their anger out on these children. Foolish. How is Shark and the others to blame? They were also deceived by Galmero. They are victims just like us, not enemies of Elbaf. To take out one's anger on homeless children because of an enemy's deception is the act of trash who cannot even control their own hearts. They are unworthy of being called warriors. Or is our giant race just a bunch of cowards who only dare to strike at children, submit to the world government, and don't dare to clash with the Marine? Redding, Cassie, Oimo, look me in the eye and answer me. Loki stood up and rebuked them angrily. Just based on that little shark's flattery. He couldn't let these children, who harbored hatred for the world government, be driven away. With a little care, he could gain a group of loyal followers. Moreover, these were all individuals carefully selected by Galmero and recognized by the world government. They definitely have potential. In the original timeline, they were just wiped out by Charlotte Linlin in one go and never got to show their own brilliance. How could that be? Our Elbaf is so large, it's more than enough to accommodate the children. Whoever dares to lift a finger against these children is my enemy. The group of simple-minded giants were immediately swayed, beating their chests as they made their guarantees. Simple minds are so easy to manipulate with reverse psychology. Loki nodded to himself and continued, although Galmero is a liar, I believe the ideal of all races in the world coexisting in peace is definitely achievable. My father is also working hard toward this. I also want to make my own efforts. I want to change this world full of deception and trafficking. I want to make Elbaf a beautiful country that can accommodate countless races. And this starts with these innocent children. Loki spread his arms, his gaze sweeping over everyone around him, his eyes filled with determination. One day, even humans of different races and beliefs will be able to live in Elbaf, sharing food with one another and freely bathing in the radiance of the sun god. Harold's path of cozying up to the world government to let the giant race coexist peacefully with other nations won't work. Only by using the race and order he creates to govern everything is the correct path. Silence. Everyone's breathing became exceptionally light. Elbaf becoming a country that accommodates all races. Is that really possible? Can it really be done? The children's pupils were filled with Loki's tall figure, and strange emotions welled up in their hearts. Sharing food. Charlotte Linlin picked up on the keyword, her eyes shining. Loki, you're so amazing. I want to join too. Of course. Loki smiled and stroked Charlotte Linlin's smooth hair. You are my chosen empress. Without you, how could I create a kingdom? Prince Loki, I will definitely help you achieve all of this, even if it costs me my life. Shark the shark fishman was the first to react. Imitating adults, he knelt on one knee and stared at Loki with fanaticism, as if he had found his life's purpose. I accept your loyalty. Loki stepped forward and placed his palm on top of Shark's head. But I hope you can see all of this with your own eyes. Prince Loki. Shark's face was covered in tears. Prince Loki cares about me. Gapapapapapa tilde, what a grand ideal, even broader than Harold's ideas, just like the legendary sun god. Prince Loki, the world is hidden in your eyes. Bojajajajaja tilde, Prince Loki, you were born extraordinary and can even see through the mists of the future. Perhaps you really can do it. Yoru and the other exchanged a look and laughed together. Prince Loki is different from us. Not only is his body stronger than ours, but he is also filled with wisdom we lack, and he even possesses eyes that can see the future. Such a king, such a hegemon. Even if the world government can deceive us, how could they possibly deceive Prince Loki? Absolutely impossible. It's just an occasional glimpse, one shouldn't believe in it blindly, Loki said modestly. As he lives in this world, the changes to the future will increase. Playing the mystic is fine for fooling people, but he shouldn't commit too hard to the role. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before he's exposed. We understand. The wrinkles on the faces of Yoru and the other deepened with their smiles. Despite possessing such power, while others would have become arrogant, Prince Loki is still able to remain calm. Good, very good. He truly is a born king. Having settled the fate of the House of Lamb's children, Loki looked at the key figures of this trip and praised them. Lily, Uncle Flea, it's thanks to your help that we were able to uncover Galmero's true colors this time. Especially Lily, she's practically a born intelligence agent. I will report your contributions to my father. It's a small matter, Prince Loki, don't worry about it. Flea waved his hand, but the smile on his face was irrepressible. Recalling the friendship he once built with Dory, Brigitte, and Harold, an idea suddenly popped into his head, and he immediately said, I'm going to set out to sea, and it's not very convenient to take Lily with me. Since the House of Lambs will still exist, why don't I trouble you, Prince Loki, to look after Lily from now on? Huh, father, you're going to leave me behind. It's not leaving you behind, it's just that Elbaf is more suitable for you right now. It's settled then. Lily, I'll come back for you when you're an adult. Flea left as soon as he said he would, being incredibly decisive. Lily stared blankly at her father, who didn't even look back. No, wait, how could he just dump her like that? Lily, you'll live with everyone from the House of Lambs for now. Loki decided Lily's fate. Linlin, take Lily to play. Okay. Hello, Lily, I'm Linlin. I'll take you to find goals, she's a girl too. The carefree Linlin grabbed her new companion and wanted to leave. Hissed tilde Linlin, you're so strong. Lily immediately shrank down in an emergency, avoiding the predicament of almost being pulled off her feet by Linlin. Ah, sorry, Lily. But you're so amazing, you can turn so small. Of course, I can become even smaller. Look, so cool. Meanwhile, under the comfort of the palace maids, the children of the House of Lambs gradually regained their calm. Mary Geois. Pangea Castle, Room of Authority. 5 elders and middle-aged men of various heights and builds sat within. Saturn, with his judge-like hair, was leisurely sipping black tea from his cup. Today is another peaceful day. The next instant, Saturn's brow furrowed. Then, there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. Enter. The intelligence officer, drenched in sweat, delivered the news. My lords, something has happened to the CP group responsible for contacting Galmero. Galmero's identity was suspected to be exposed, leading to an attack by the giant race. Except for Captain Kelpot, everyone else was wiped out. Kelpot himself was also seriously injured and is stranded on a deserted island, seemingly unconscious. Useless trash. Let him fend for himself. Saint Nujiro, wearing a kimono and with a glint reflecting off his head, had a cold light flash across the lenses on the bridge of his nose. Not only did he fail to resolve the hidden threat that was Galmero, but he also let the giant race learn the truth. The excellent situation of deceiving the giant race has been completely ruined. Saint Warkari, with his walrus mustache, said in a deep voice, erase all traces of Galmero's existence as the Mountain Hag. Simultaneously, order all major newspapers to condemn Elbaf's actions against Galmero, the Holy Mother. We must not let the world government be stained. Although they, the celestial dragons, use slaves. It's a different matter from overt trafficking. Saturn added, tell the Marine to keep a close eye on the giants at headquarters. If they show any unusual behavior, imprison them all and treat them as experimental subjects. Yes. The intelligence officer withdrew, head bowed. The giant race cannot be counted as a force, and now there's another trouble. Saint Jew Peter, who was relatively young with golden hair, couldn't help but feel distressed. The leaders of the giant warrior pirates have disappeared, and the giant warrior pirates are leaderless. And the king of giants, Harold, is different from previous giant kings. He was indeed a reckless fool in his early years. But in recent years, he has abandoned the force he once relied on, hoping to establish diplomatic relations with other countries through mutual exchange, change Elbaf's situation, and even join the world government. They aren't a problem. Saint Mars stroked his beard, his eyes as calm as a pond. Giants without a leader are nothing more than a heap of loose sand. The real trouble is him. Saint Mars took a fresh photo from the fax machine and threw it on the table. In the photo was a tall, hulking man wearing a black coat, bare-chested, stepping on a Marine vice admiral with mangled limbs. Behind him was a collapsed Marine branch. His blue and white hair stood back, filled with madness and dominance. Rocks. Hailing from the South Blue, he has already attacked several Marine branches across the sea and has now entered the New World. The latest intelligence reveals that he is of the D bloodline. D. Elbaf. Far away from the sea of forest, snow still remains. Charlotte Linlin, Lily, and Goals shuttled through the forest side by side. Hiya! How can Galmero be so bad? Goals, having learned the cause and effect from Lily, couldn't help but curse. Recalling Galmero's brutal appearance, Lily shrunk her neck. I was also shocked when I saw it, I couldn't believe it at all. So hateful, Linlin, Lily, don't think about her anymore. Goals changed the subject. I'll take you to find blueberries, we'll make blueberry cake later. Blueberry cake. It's a cake made with blueberries. Blueberries that have been pressed by snow will become sweeter. The three of them drilled into the bushes. A moment later, Linlin held up a strange fruit no bigger than a knuckle and showed off excitedly to her companions. Goals, Lily, I found a weird-looking blueberry. Is this the devil fruit Loki mentioned? Charlotte Linlin's advantage is high defense, most attacks cannot break through. The disadvantage is low internal defense and a thin health bar. Once the defense is broken, she will collapse. The best way to make up for this shortcoming is to train into a hockey user, a health cow with an invincible physique. The middle strategy is to eat a devil fruit, using the vitality of a mythical zone type to fill the gap. Regarding the choice of devil fruit, Loki already had considerations. Naturally, he wouldn't let Charlotte Linlin eat an ordinary devil fruit randomly. I don't know, I've never seen a blueberry like this. Goals tilted her head to look at the fruit covered in spiral patterns, looking exceptionally strange, and was somewhat confused. Yes, devil fruits are like this, the appearance will grow into strange shapes. Lily confirmed. Yay. Charlotte Linlin excitedly pulled the two away. Fisherman Village. Prince Loki, we brought you delicious blueberries, Goals said. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand. And a devil fruit, Loki, you said it could be exchanged for a lot of samura. This is, the soul fruit. Loki was stunned looking at the fruit Linlin was holding. The devil fruit encyclopedia preserved in Elbaf is different from the castrated version circulating in the outside world. Loki recognized the true identity of this strangely patterned fruit at a glance. It was exactly the fruit Galmero once possessed, the Paramesha-type soul fruit. Does the fruit really choose its owner? Loki couldn't help but let his mind wander. Just finished off Galmero. Then it was reborn near Linlin. This fruit likes Linlin so much. Loki, why are you dazed? Ida, who came out of the house, patted the dazed Loki and invited Charlotte Linlin and the others. Linlin, Goals, come in, I made delicious puffs today. Puffs. Linlin wants to eat. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, and she stuffed the thing in her hand into Loki's. Loki, don't forget my samura. Leaving a word, she squeezed directly into the house through the crack in the door. Should I eat this fruit? Loki looked at the soul fruit and fell into deep thought. That unknown mythical zone type from the original timeline, combined with the infinite strength of this body after reaching adulthood. It could even suppress and kill Harold after he turned black, which is undoubtedly powerful. But the premise is to bypass the protection of Iron Thunder to get it. He would have to be an adult at least to be sure, which would be too late. He wouldn't make it to the God Valley incident 20-some years later. And the soul fruit is also a powerful fruit where mechanics and stats coexist. The devil fruit user can handle people's souls at will. First, it can make souls reside in various things to anthropomorphize them, which is definitely the best choice for developing a force. Second, it can also use souls to give life to elements, thereby controlling thunder and fire. The Mara Mara no Mi and the Rumble fruit would cry if they saw it. In a sense, as long as there are enough souls. The soul fruit can master countless elemental powers. Finally, it can also charge oneself to enhance strength, heal oneself, the usage is quite diverse. Loki, do you dislike the food Mama made? Coming, Mama. Loki interrupted his thoughts and turned to join the puff feast. The fruit won't grow legs and run away. Since it's come to this, let's eat first. Linlin, you're eating too fast. Oh, late at night. After repeated thinking and deducing the possible uses of this fruit, Loki made a decision, he would eat this soul fruit. The growth period of a giant is really too long. There are not many ways to solve the age problem in this world. The ripe fruit will take at least 40 years before it might be found in Wano country. The age fruit is even more elusive. The soul fruit might be his only chance to participate in this magnificent era of rising winds and scudding clouds ahead of time. Gulp. To avoid tasting the legendary taste of shit, Loki chose to swallow it directly. One fruit swallowed into the belly, a new lineage factor embedded into the body. A wonderful feeling came from Loki's senses, as if a new invisible organ had been born. So this is the soul. With a thought from Loki, the perspective of his eyes changed. In the world, other people's bodies seemed to be divided into two halves. The outside was the body, and a faint white soul resided inside. But soul power was constantly dissipating outwards. Loki looked around. Everyone's soul presented a completely different situation. Although a child's soul is small, it possesses a kind of vitality. Although soul power is dissipating, the soul is growing imperceptibly. The elderly, on the other hand, gradually weaken. Loki finally looked at himself, a powerful soul far exceeding his peers, no, far exceeding an adult giant, shown in the soul vision. If the standard for a normal giant child's soul is 1 and an adult giant is 10, then he is at least over 100. Is this a bonus reward for being a transmigrator, or an enhancement from the ancient giant lineage? Loki guessed in his heart. According to the performance in the original timeline, soul strength is positively correlated with individual strength and remaining lifespan. Now is not the time to get to the bottom of it, let's try the effect first. Loki took a deep breath and injected soul energy into his brow. Whether he can step onto the world stage ahead of time depends on this wave. Inside Loki's skull, the brain grew eyes and a mouth, replying respectfully, "The brain has recovered, in good condition, and ready for work at any time." "Very good, take over the body." "Punch," Loki ordered. In the next instant, Loki's body moved on its own, taking a standard horse stance and throwing punches back and forth. Hey, it worked. The full automatic hosting mode is feasible. I don't lack anything anymore. Loki suppressed the urge to laugh wildly. Success comes from transmigration, and failure comes from transmigration. The biggest flaw in him was the laziness of an old hand. He didn't have the perseverance to stick to training like Haruden. But not anymore. He can let the body move itself. He only needs to endure some fatigue after training. Now, for the most critical part. Loki continued to order, "Growth hormone, within a safe range, max it out for me." Understood. Anterior pituitary, get to work quickly. The brain began to divide labor. Loki followed suit, activating the thyroid and other parts that affect growth in turn. Epiphyseal cartilage cells began to differentiate. Protein synthesis intensified. From then on, a freely adjustable valve was placed on the growth of Loki's body. The price was the frantic consumption of energy. Gastrointestinal peristalsis completely decomposed and squeezed out the last bit of value from the food, and then fat began to burn. I slightly understand Linlin's gluttony syndrome now. Loki's eyes turned red, and resisting the urge to gnaw on the bed, he walked towards the kitchen. Ida heard a rustling sound and woke up from her dream. She grabbed a stick and carefully approached the kitchen. Looking at the dark figure, she said helplessly, "Haruden, didn't you eat enough tonight?" "Mama, it's not Haruden, it's me. Sorry, I disturbed your sleep." Loki turned his head, slightly apologetic. "Ah." Ida surprisingly lit a candle and looked at Loki's height, which faintly exceeded Haruden's, feeling a bit dazed. "How long has it been, and he's starting to develop again? Did Harold also wake up hungry like this when he was a child?" "It's okay, no need to apologize. Loki didn't eat enough, right? I'll make it for you right away." "Thank you. You are my child, this is as it should be." The next day, news coups took flight from newspapers large and small across the world, delivering copies of the paper. Today's front page was particularly eye-catching. The Holy Mother who saved thousands of children has been brutally murdered by the ungrateful giant race of Elbaf. I cannot help but ask. The photo showed a valiant Marine. The content was a first-person account by this Marine. "My name is Poppet, a Rear Admiral from Marineford. 10 years ago, Mother Galmero entrusted me to the Marines. Within the Marines, there are many colleagues like me, and we are now upholding the justice of the sea together. If not for the Holy Mother, I would have died on the battlefields of the New World long ago, I wouldn't be who I am today. But not long ago, the giants of Elbaf attacked a world government vessel without provocation and murdered the Holy Mother in the process. Even if the giants of Elbaf harbor resentment toward the world government and the Marines because members of the giant warrior pirates were captured back then, how could the Holy Mother, who raised thousands of children, be anything but innocent? You must know that over 30 years ago, during the execution of the giant warrior pirates, it was the Holy Mother who persuaded the Marines and the world government to spare the members who were originally sentenced to death. Since then, many giants from the kingdoms of the four seas who carry justice in their hearts have joined the Marines to carry out justice and maintain the stability of the ocean. Yet the giants of Elbaf rejected this goodwill from the world government and even forgot the kindness the Holy Mother once showed them. It is simply despicable and shameless. I cannot help but ask, compared to the giants of the four seas who embrace civilization, Are the giants of Elbaf really such barbaric, rude, and inhumane beings? With a witness coming forward to tell their story, many people around the world instantly believed it to be true. A certain sea area in the New World. A massive ship, far exceeding the size of ordinary vessels, was sailing at high speed. Harold, sitting at the bow like a small mountain, gazed toward Elbaf, his eyes filled with tenderness. He wondered if Ida had gotten any thinner. How much taller Haruden had grown. Whether Loki took after him a bit, or more like his mother. His Majesty Harold, this is bad. Something has happened at Elbaf. Just then, a guard approached in a panic, holding a newspaper. Something happened. Harold's heart sank. After taking the paper and seeing the content, his expression changed drastically. He believed in Yoru and the others, there was no way they would ever proactively murder Galmero. There must be a misunderstanding. He had to get to the bottom of this and make the truth known to the public. Otherwise, Elbaf's path toward establishing diplomatic relations with other countries would only become more difficult. Full speed ahead, Harold stood up and, grabbing an oversized oar, plunged it forcefully into the sea. At the same time, Elbaf, the white sea near Fisherman Village. Prince Loki, you can't go any further. You'll fall off the white sea. Have you forgotten that you fell from here before? Goals stood in front of Loki, filled with worry. Don't worry, I'm just going to show you the power of the fruit you brought yesterday. Loki looked at the white clouds within reach and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to the unique environment of the upper world, he didn't have to go through the trouble of searching for thunderclouds. He could create thundercloud homie directly using the white sea. That devil fruit. That's right. The ability Galmero used to have. Loki raised his hand and infused a portion of his soul fragments into the pure white clouds. Odin, awaken. The clouds enveloped by soul power rapidly absorbed the surrounding mist. As the water vapor gathered, rumble, the clouds turned into dark storm clouds, and a cold, majestic face appeared. Finally, it transformed back into a marshmallow-like white cloud, with one eye open and one eye closed. It stepped forward and said respectfully, Father God, Odin, standing by. Interesting. Does the personality of a homie change depending on the user? Loki remembered. In the original timeline, the homie created by Linlin had personalities that could be described as innocent and romantic, in a polite way. Less politely, they were just airheads. The high-ranking homies he created with his own soul didn't have that issue. But that was fine, he didn't like having a bunch of idiots as subordinates. Wow, it's alive, just like the toys Galmero used to make. Charlotte Linlin excitedly pulled Goals onto the cloud's back and started jumping around. Goals was also incredibly amazed. It's become just like an island cloud, we can even step on it. Does this mean it can fly? Exactly. Loki replied with a smile, taking the two of them high into the sky. On the other side, West Village. Arg. Fool world government, they're so shameless. Fool Marines. They clearly deceived us first, and before we could even say anything, they've turned around and slandered us. Calling us savages and trying to deceive the giants of the four seas into continuing to serve them. This man named Poppet, there was no such person among the children who were sold. He must be another bold-faced liar. One giant after another looked at the newspaper's content, their muscles bulging, enraged to the extreme. To deceive them and then turn the tables like this, it was too despicable. Lord Yaruru, let us on another charge. Use the Marines' blood to wash away the humiliation we've suffered. Facing those expectant and restless eyes, Yoru and Yaruru were extremely troubled. Should they agree? Harold might return any day now. Harold would certainly not approve of escalating the conflict like this. Should they refuse? If these hot-blooded young people were suppressed any longer, they would likely set out to sea on their own. The casualties would be even greater then. At that moment, a pure white cloud drifted in from the distance. What's that? An enemy. A moving island cloud. Why does it have a mouth and eyes? Is it alive? No, wait, stay calm. There's someone on it. Prince Loki, what are you doing here? The anomaly was immediately noticed by everyone. Loki was standing on a marshmallow-like cloud along with Linlin and Goals. The cloud had a personified face, with one eye open and the other obscured by cloud, exuding coldness. Loki looked down and explained, "This is an assistant I created with my ability. Odin. After Galmero died, I obtained her ability. As for why I am here." Loki paused, his gaze sweeping over the eyes burning with rage. He raised one hand and spoke with powerful conviction, "Warriors of Elbaf, the sun god is watching us. The humiliation Elbaf has suffered must be washed away with the blood of our enemies. Those willing to follow me, prepare to set out. Let the world government and the Marines understand that giants are not to be trifled with." Fighting the Marines would not only allow him to collect some souls for storage, but also further sour the relationship between Herald and the world government. It was killing several birds with one stone. This war had to be pushed forward. Wash away the shame. Blood for blood. Wash away the shame. Blood for blood. The already extremely suppressed and restless warriors of Elbaf were instantly ignited, raising their weapons and letting out a turbulent war cry. Their violent aura stirred the very winds and clouds. The soldiers' morale is high. Loki nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Loki speak, Yoru and the other followed suit and said no more. Since Prince Loki chose to do this, he must have his reasons. Just trust him. I want to fight too. Haruden raised his sword, his blood boiling with excitement. Haruden, this is not a battle you should participate in right now. I have already notified Ida. Putting on his horned helmet and returning to his warrior style, Redding refused in a deep voice. Haruden grew anxious and blurted out, "Master Redding, if Loki can do it, why can't I?" Redding furrowed his brows and scolded, "Linlin and Loki's strength is obvious to all. Haruden, have you become so arrogant? Today's training will be doubled. Furthermore, Prince Loki will not participate in the battle, he only needs to watch us achieve victory. With Odin there, Prince Loki can also ensure his own safety. But if you go to the battlefield, you will only distract us." Stunned by this series of reasons, Haruden lowered his head in dejection. "Haruden, you can get hurt in battle. Isn't it better to wait here with me?" Goals comforted him. She didn't like fighting. Haruden was speechless. "You don't understand. Wu tilde tilde tilde." Along with the long, ancient blast of a horn, the flagship of the giant warrior pirates, which had been silent for over 30 years, set out to sea once again. Behind it followed several sailing ships of similarly massive size, forming a giant fleet. On the decks stood giant warriors with bulging muscles. Not just Redding, Cassie, Oimo, and other former members of the giant warrior pirates, but also warriors from other villages in Elbaf who had come because of their reputation. There were dozens of them in total. Such fighting power was enough to easily flatten over 90% of the nations on the sea. "Loki, child, I know your heart is kind. Don't be rash, this is the influence of your bloodline. Your father was the same way back then. Don't blindly start a war. This will only hurt more people, and you don't yet understand what all this means. This will bring more trouble to your father." Loki, who was about to set off, was stopped by Ida. Loki stared at Ida's anxious face, his gaze not wavering in the slightest. "I've never liked war. If I could, I'd rather lie on the lawn and soak up the sun. But some wars are unavoidable. Blindly escaping will only lead to a greater disaster." The flustered Ida was stunned and carefully examined Loki's eyes. Loki's eyes were different from Harald's before. There was none of that supercilious arrogance. Instead, there was a calm sense of inevitability. Loki knew exactly what he was doing. Father has completely forgotten the giant's way of getting along, and that is the root of the trouble. After saying this, Loki pushed Ida aside and, with Linlin, stepped onto Odin and flew toward the harbor. Watching Loki's receding figure, a layer of gloom clouded Ida's eyes. Harald had changed too completely. Now he had the idea of giving up force at all costs for the sake of establishing peaceful relations. She knew this well, it had formed because of her, but she was now powerless to change it. Polarized Herald. No. Ida snapped out of it and tried to catch up. Loki, maybe you're right, but that's for the future. Loki didn't look back and flew straight to the underworld port. Overlooking the giant fleet and meeting pair after pair of burning gazes, Loki couldn't help but feel a surge of immense pride in his heart. This power belonged to him. In the future, there would be even more. Warriors of the giant race, today we set sail not for invasion, nor for plunder. Loki suddenly raised his arm, pointing toward the distant mist-shrouded horizon. It is to let the world remember that the giant race will never tolerate deception. No deception. Amidst the loud battle cries, the giant fleet set sail and left the harbor. Master Redding, where is our target? Loki leaned toward Redding. He was good at shouting slogans and building a reputation. But when it came to navigation, he was currently completely clueless. Redding explained, the closest to Elbaf is the G14 branch. Our planned combat objective for this trip is there. G14 branch. Loki narrowed his eyes. Egghead, the future Egghead Island, isn't it also near the G14 branch? Then the quality of the Marines at this branch should be quite excellent. The quality of their souls would be worth a taste. Half a day later. Elbaf. Harold rushed all the way back to Elbaf. Unusually, he didn't go to see Ida immediately, but instead went to the two elders to ask about the situation. Elders, what exactly happened a few days ago? Was Galmero really killed by us? Yoru answered honestly, yes, Prince Loki killed her with his own hands. What? Loki personally? Harold's eyes widened, and he felt a bit of a headache. Loki did such a cruel thing while still an infant. Was he even more inclined toward violence than he used to be? He continued to ask, what exactly does he want to do? Why didn't you stop him? Yoru interrupted loudly, Harold, why are you so agitated? Do not question Prince Loki's decision. Harold was stunned. He never expected to be treated like this. Why did it feel like in Elder Yoru's heart, my status as king wasn't even as high as Loki's? Harold, don't get excited. Yoru remained calm and unhurried. Prince Loki possesses talents more outstanding than yours. He foresaw Galmero's identity as the Mountain Hag, but he still cautiously arranged for people to monitor her. Only after we confirmed everything did he execute Galmero. As for taking action against the world government, Yoru and I did that personally because Linlin and those children were about to be taken away by them. These are the traces of Galmero's activities as the Mountain Hag. Yoru pointed to a pile of evidence nearby. Galmero was really the Mountain Hag. Harold was somewhat dazed, already believing it. He knew the two of them, they weren't the type to mess around with Loki. Yoru, it's true. We couldn't believe it at first either, just like you. Yoru, her acting was too good, she played us like fools. Harold snapped back to reality, then we should have kept Galmero alive. That way we could prove all this to the world. Why did you let Loki kill her? If we speak out now, not many people will believe us. Yoru, even if Loki hadn't acted, Galmero wouldn't have survived the hands of the furious Cassie and the others. We didn't have the strength to act at the time. Harold fell silent for a moment, carefully picking up the evidence. I will handle this matter. Where is Loki? The two of them looked up at the sky at the same time, pretending they hadn't heard. Harold became increasingly confused by their attitude. He then turned his head toward the door, a hint of relief appearing on his heavy face. Ida. Ida ran in, out of breath. Harold, quick, go stop Loki. Loki has already set out to sea with everyone, and their target is the Marines. What? Harold's pupils constricted. He rushed out of the room and set sail once again. That kid Loki, how is he even more of a fool than I was? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
One Piece, Intercepting Big Mom, starting with the reincarnation of Loki. Part 2. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, glimmering light danced on the golden waves. The giant fleet braved the wind and waves, charging into this sea area. Finally here, Loki, with his innate snake pupils, clearly saw the large characters for Marine on the fortress from a great distance. This day's voyage was even more boring than he had imagined. Unfortunately, Elbaf's notoriety, no, its fame, preceded it. There wasn't even a single pirate in the nearby waters, leaving him with no source of entertainment. Something's happening. What huge ships! It's the giants of Elbaf. On alert. They've really forgotten the kindness the Marine showed by releasing members of the giant warrior pirates. As expected, pirates are just pirates. At the same time, the personnel on lookout in the waters outside G14 branch also spotted the approaching giant fleet and began to take action. Beep 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 tilde tilde tilde. Alarms quickly blared throughout the entire base. These Elbaf lunatics actually dared to attack us directly. The base's supreme commander, Vice Admiral Donad, looked stern as he issued orders. Outer Sea Fleet, cover them with cannon fire. Intelligence Department, report the situation to headquarters. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Several warships guarding the G14 branch fired over 100 cannons simultaneously, turning into a barrage that covered the giant fleet's path. But before the cannonballs could hit their targets, they were shattered by axes or deflected by shields, only kicking up splashes in the sea, like ceremonial salutes fired specifically to welcome the giant fleet. On the giant warrior pirate's ship. How annoying. Sigurd, are you ready? Bjarn raised his buckler, a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. Always ready. Sigurd made the same gesture. Prince Loki, stay here and wait for us to bring back victory. Everyone else, charge with me. Bjarn stood on the ship's ram, preparing to jump into the shallow sea to charge. Seeing this, Loki stood up from behind Odin. No need for such trouble, let me do it. Someone questioned. You, Prince Loki, although you are a warrior favored by the sun god, you are still just a newborn infant. And how can we hide behind an infant? Exactly, we aren't so weak yet. Loki didn't explain, only shouting softly, Odin. Father God, I am here. Show everyone your other side. Understood, Father God. Receiving the order, Odin's form began to absorb the surrounding water vapor, then expanded and turned black, transforming into a pitch-black cloud. Dangerous electrical charges began to flicker inside the cloud. The crackling sounds brought the chatter to a sudden halt. Eyes stared in shock and uncertainty at the dark, heavy clouds. I thought this thing was just like the stuff Galmero used to coax children, but I didn't expect such a change. It feels very dangerous. With the same ability, Prince Loki can use it to summon thunder. Prince Loki is truly a genius. Amidst the exclamations, Loki reached his hand into the churning thunderstorm, closed his fingers, and pulled upward. A spear condensed from pure lightning appeared in his hand. Like a thunder god stepping out of myth and legend. Gingnur. Loki's snake pupils contracted, and his innate observation hockey spread out like a tide, precisely locking onto the marine warship at the very front of the cannon array. He exerted sudden force in his arm, flicked his wrist, and the lightning javelin, carrying a sharp whistle through the air and trailing a long wake of electric light, shot toward the target. Vroom! The silver-purple light instantly tore through the gloom of dawn. The speed of the thunder spear was beyond imagination, burning a faint scorch mark into the air. The gunners on the marine warship only had time to see a blinding flash of lightning before instinctively closing their eyes. The next second, the lightning javelin precisely pierced through the warship's bridge. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. A large hole was blasted into the bridge by the lightning, and silver-purple currents spread like wild pythons, instantly sweeping across the entire warship. The cannon barrels on the deck were melted into twisted, crimson scrap metal by the current. The electricity ignited unlaunched shells, turning the vicinity of the turrets into a death storm of thunder and fire. The sails were ignited by the lightning, sending up billowing smoke. The cries of the Marine soldiers were swallowed by the buzzing of the electricity. Many fell paralyzed, while only a few with quick reflexes scrambled to grab their weapons and jump into the sea to escape. The hull, now a sea of fire, began to tilt slowly, carving a pathetic arc on the sea surface. Gulp tilde. This power, it's on par with the spear technique. Prince Loki has only had this ability for 2 or 3 days. To be able to develop his power to this extent. It's simply unbelievable. The dumbfounded giants finally snapped out of it, staring blankly at Loki standing atop the black cloud, their eyes filled with fanaticism. With such a king in Elbaf's future, what could possibly stand against Elbaf? The Elbaf warriors no longer treated Loki as a mere symbol or mascot of this trip, cheering excitedly. Incredible, Your Highness Loki. As expected of a warrior born to rival the underworld giant beast and favored by the sun god. In the future, he might even be stronger than his majesty Herald. Hearing the flattery, Loki could hardly suppress the curve of his lips, quite satisfied with Odin's performance. Isn't this thing much more useful than the rumble fruit? Using the rumble fruit requires one to develop it bit by bit. But birthing thunder is nothing more than instinct for a cloud. Loki only needs to fill Odin, this lightning engine, with the raw material of soul power, and leave the rest to Odin himself. Moreover, Logia devil fruit users, when encountering top-tier hockey monsters like Rox or Garp, are finished if they get close. But Homie are only affected by fruit abilities and elemental weaknesses, they aren't harmed by hockey. My Mara no mi, no, Apollo, you come out too. Loki's gaze fell on a burning ship in the distance, and his soul power emanated. Thunder and fire have a synergy after all. It's perfect for this kind of large-scale battle. The flames surged, and a violent, excited face appeared within. As soon as the face took shape, it absorbed the surrounding flames, transforming into a scorching solar disk that flew beside Loki, saying respectfully, Father God, Apollo will crush all enemies standing before you. Not bad. Loki gripped it with satisfaction, using the characteristics of a high-grade homie to hold the high-temperature flames in his hand. At this moment, Loki stood upon the clouds, one hand grasping lightning and the other holding the solar disk. Behind him was the great sun piercing the horizon, plating Loki in a hazy golden light. The dazzling brilliance made the giants squint, as if seeing the legendary sun god descend. Sun chariot. Loki exerted force through the soles of his feet, turning and pushing his shoulder. An immense force propelled Apollo through the air at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the deck of another warship. Devil fruit users and those who can use hockey, follow me forward. Rear Admiral Alaba, who was in charge of everything on the deck, took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and flashed forward to block Apollo's path. His long sword was coated in armament hockey as he slashed down fiercely at Apollo. Swish! Apollo was cut apart as expected, even its frenzied face was split in two. Did it work? It seems he's just someone who blindly trusts his own ability. Alaba's heart relaxed, his confidence surging as he sheathed his sword. Ignorant mortal, you actually think you can harm a god? Apollo's arrogant voice rang out. A devil fruit user unaffected by hockey. Alaba was shocked. In his horrified vision, Apollo's body, which had been split in two, completely exploded. Boom, boom, boom tilde. The cannonballs on the deck were directly detonated, triggering a chain of massive explosions that turned the entire warship into a scorching sea of fire. The Marines jumped off the deck, crying for their lives, trying to find a glimmer of hope for survival. Within the sea of fire, Apollo's momentum grew even more immense as it swept toward the other surrounding warships. Gunfire only added to its might, and blades could not touch it. All the warships were instantly reduced to ashes, becoming fuel for Apollo. Now, set out, Loki commanded calmly. The group of giants finally snapped back from the scene of natural disaster and raised their weapons fanatically. Charge. Don't waste the path Prince Loki has opened for us. Let Prince Loki see our strength. Kill these despicable lackeys of the world government. Kill them all and wash away the disgrace. One warship after another bypassed the collapsed defensive line, crushing the despairing Marines in the sea, and landed directly. G14 branch. Donald couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Elbaf was the world's strongest nation. He understood that G14's defenses were unlikely to withstand the opponent's sudden attack. But this was too fast. The warships stationed in the outer sea hadn't even managed to cause the enemy much trouble. Thunder and Flames, a giant devil fruit user, this was a top-tier problem. Donald, are you listening? Kong is already on the way with reinforcements. Hold on. Marshal Kong, I'm here. I probably won't be able to wait until then. I'll try my best to pass on as much information as possible. Donald snapped back, hung up the phone, stood up, and looked at the secretary behind him, saying, "Your final mission is to find out about the giant devil fruit user who controls thunder and flames. Record his information and send it to headquarters." "Yes, Vice Admiral Donald, I wish you success in battle." The intelligence officer saluted while trembling. "Justice will prevail." Donald swung the cloak behind him and headed out of the bunker. Bang! "You fools, give me your lives. The giant race has landed. What a terrifying size. Don't be afraid, don't panic. Headquarters, reinforcements are already on the way. No giant will walk out of here alive. Justice will prevail." Boom, boom, boom Flames, the flames are coming. The giant's massive bodies soon bypassed the final defensive line on the shore, landed, and charged at the Marines. With the giant's size and weapons as large as houses, any Marine they encountered was injured upon contact and died upon a direct hit. Despite the Marines fighting tenaciously under the command of their junior officers to stall for time, a single giant could rival hundreds of ordinary soldiers. If there were only a few giants, they might still have a chance through ganging up and tactical coordination. But with these dozens of giants, the gap in raw strength was too large, leaving the Marines with no way to fight back. Adding to that was Apollo attacking with flames. The defensive lines the Marines had struggled to organize were easily crushed and routed. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the furious giants held their round shields and pushed forward irresistibly against the cannon fire. Like tigers among sheep, countless Marines let out death screams in an instant. Beneath some ruins, crack, crack, crack. A bruised and battered Donald looked grim, suppressing his impulse to lash out as he observed the battlefield situation. There were too many giants. Even if he joined now, it would be a drop in the bucket and wouldn't solve the fire destroying the G14 branch. He had to use his life to create the greatest value. Above, what a truly great harvest. Loki stood atop Odin, absorbing the fear-filled souls into his body one by one, unable to stop himself from laughing. Such an anomaly was naturally observed by Donald. Souls are being devoured by that living cloud. No, those flames also have a face. This is a creation of a devil fruit user. To think there's an ability that can give life to thunder and flames. Such a dangerous devil fruit user must be dealt with. Donald felt a chill in his heart as he expanded his observation hockey. After bringing the situation above the clouds into his senses, Donald was stunned. The devil fruit users are actually two children. And one has horns. This is royalty of Elbaf. Joy overflowed from Donald's eyes. The G14 branch was the Marine base closest to Elbaf. As the person in charge of the G14 branch, he was no stranger to Harold's files. The royalty of Elbaf were the ones who grew horns. Heaven never seals off all exits. Joy overflowed from the depths of Donald's eyes. If he could capture this royal child, not only could he save the G14 branch, but he might even take a step further in rank. Donald was tempted and took action. With the ground cracking beneath his feet, Donald vanished instantly and reappeared high in the air, reaching out to grab Charlotte Linlin. Capture this unremarkable little girl first to threaten the giant prince. Then use the giant prince to blackmail these giants. Donald's strategy couldn't be clearer. However, one hand was faster, reaching out and grabbing Donald's entire arm in its grip. Iron body, corundum. Sensing something was wrong, Donald immediately surged his blood and covered his body with hockey. Next, Donald was lifted by Charlotte Linlin and slammed violently onto Odin's back. Puff! Donald spat out a mouthful of blood, more than half of the bones in his body shattered. The powerful force even pressed Odin downward, and he couldn't help but plead, "Linlin, lady, please be a little gentler." "Oh, sorry Odin." Charlotte Linlin shook the man in her hand and asked curiously, "Uncle, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly rush up?" Donald looked at the ordinary-looking Linlin in horror. He couldn't understand how a seemingly ordinary giant girl could see his movements and counter them. And she possessed absolute strength that left him unable to resist. The few adult giants he had fought earlier didn't even have such exaggerated strength. "You really know how to pick your opponents." Loki gave a playful smile and reached out to grab his skull. Given the opponent's speed, if he had tried to break out directly, he might have had a chance to leave. But he had to take the initiative to attack Linlin. Truly humorous to the extreme. Donald remained silent, but the fear deep in his heart could not deceive himself. A ghostly white soul wailed as it left his body, absorbed by Loki and converted into pure soul power. "Marines, look here." Loki rode Odin down, approaching the battlefield that had turned into a meat grinder. Many Marines subconsciously looked out of the corners of their eyes and saw a lifeless shell falling powerlessly from the sky. Thud tilde. The soulless shell fell powerlessly from the sky. "Vice Admiral Donald. The Vice Admiral was killed. There's no way we can win. Run." Donald's death completely crushed the morale of the G-14 branch. The Marines collapsed and fled, wishing they had 2 more legs. Ha ha ha. Overconfident Marines, actually daring to attack Prince Loki. Kill them all, leave none alive. In stark contrast, the giants' morale soared once more as they chased and slaughtered the Marines. High in the sky. Life or death. Loki's snake-like pupils glowed red, soul fluctuations turned into a soul-stirring pressure, resonating with his conqueror's hockey. The double mental pressure cast a shadow over the fleeing Marines' hearts, as ghostly white souls began to peek out from their bodies. Witnessing this eerie scene, the already terrified Marines completely broke down. Many rolled their eyes back and fell unconscious on the spot. "Ah, what is this? Yo, your souls are coming out. Goo, what's happening? How terrifying." No answer means death too. Loki raised his hand and yanked hard. Souls left their bodies one by one, like swallows returning to their nests, falling into Loki's palm. The soulless Marines, like electric scooters with their batteries removed, suddenly collapsed to the ground, fear lingering in their wide-open eyes. The battle was completely over. The change happened so fast that the giants were caught somewhat off guard. Stealing souls, what a terrifying ability. Looking at the specks of light representing souls in Loki's palm, Redding subconsciously gripped his longsword tighter. He had spent half his life at war. Severed limbs and blood-soaked battles had always been the spice of his life. But he had never seen such an eerie way to die, no flashing blades, no clashing weapons. With just a yank of Loki's hand, living people lost their life force, their souls snatched away like harvested wheat stalks. Fortunately, Prince Loki is our king and not someone from the world government or the Marine. Bjarne couldn't help but feel relieved. True. Who are we of the giant race afraid of in physical combat? But I really don't know how to counter these soul-targeting methods, Sigurd echoed. The giants looked up at the soul light points gathering in Loki's palm, their Adam's apples bobbing unconsciously. In their eyes, besides fear, there was a faint trace of excitement, fear of the eerie power, and excitement that such a powerful existence was the future king of Elbaf. Looking down at the eyes filled with respect and awe, the corners of Loki's mouth curled slightly. Strength is the key to winning respect in this world. Loki looked at Redding and instructed, Master Redding, I'll leave the rest to you. Rest assured, Prince Loki. I will dig out everything of value from this marine base, Redding replied with a newfound level of respect. Such a king would surely leave a glorious mark on Elbaf's history. As Prince Loki's teacher, he would also be remembered forever. Good, Loki replied, turning to fly high into the sky to study the soul fruit's abilities. Everyone. The giants enthusiastically began looting the marine base. A few minutes later, a massive ship with bull horns decorating its prow, twice the size of the great giant pirate's ship, appeared in the waters near G14 branch. Late again. On the deck, Harold watched the marine base shrouded in smoke, his heart sinking. Things had ultimately come to the scene he least wanted to see. Hey! Someone's approaching. Idiot, are you blind? That's His Majesty Harold's ship. Notify everyone, His Majesty Harold is here. The giants on lookout also spotted Harold's trail. Finally, I'm going to meet my cheap old man. Loki paused his soul research, his snake-like eyes scanning over to take Harold in. Harold wore Viking-style battle armor, a cloak, a sword at his waist, and horns on his forehead. With a grim expression and a height exceeding 40 meters, he looked like a moving skyscraper. Even from several nautical miles away, the sense of pressure was immense. Loki, what's an old man? Is it something to eat? Charlotte Linlin stopped rubbing Apollo and asked curiously. Ignoring Apollo's plea for help, Loki changed the subject. You don't have an old man anymore, and I might not have one soon either. All gone. It's okay, Loki, you still have me. You said you'd be with Linlin forever, and Linlin will be with you forever too. Linlin is so cute. Loki couldn't help but rub Charlotte Linlin's head. If only everyone else's thoughts were as simple as Linlin's. Loki, you're younger than me, you can't pat my head like an adult. But I'm taller than you. After taking control of his growth hormones, Loki's height changed every day. Loki, you must be sneaking snacks. I want extra meals too. Amidst the bickering, Loki brought Linlin down. The harbor. As soon as Harold disembarked, he was surrounded by giants. His Majesty Harold, look at our masterpiece. Not a single marine escaped. You came all this way because you were worried about Prince Loki's safety, right? No need to worry at all. Prince Loki is a warrior blessed by the sun god, far stronger than we imagined. That's right. Lightning is Prince Loki's authority, fire is his crown, and soul is his power. Prince Loki might even become stronger than your Majesty Harold in the future. The giants chattered away describing the situation, completely failing to notice Harold's face turning darker and darker. Loki, however, saw it clearly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The unhappier Harold was, the more impact this had on his peaceful diplomatic relations. The further Harold was from the world government, the better it served Loki's interests. Feud tilde. Harold took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked at the approaching Loki with a complex expression. He was clearly an infant only about 2 months old, yet he was already a head taller than the 18-year-old Haruden. Loki had not only inherited everything of his but also far surpassed how he had been back then. Loki greeted him with a smile, His Majesty Harold. His Majesty Harold. Loki, you're not even willing to call me father. Harold stared at Loki in disappointment. Loki replied calmly, we are not at home right now, but on a battlefield. His Majesty Harold, what exactly is the meaning of your arrival here? What do you mean? Through their brief exchange, Harold gained a whole new understanding of Loki's wisdom. It was different from what he had imagined, that Loki would just blindly follow prophecies. Loki had his own thoughts. He spoke up to explain, Loki, you are indeed a naturally extraordinary child. I agree with your attitude of daring to change Elbaf's old customs, you have more courage than I once did. I agree even more with your desire to make Elbaf a home where all races live together. You have a vision that surpasses mine. However, you shouldn't have killed Galmero, and even less should you have been blinded by anger and led everyone to attack the Marine branch. This will only deepen the world's misunderstanding of the giant race. The world government and Marineford will not let this rest. Those kingdoms that originally intended to establish diplomatic relations with us will now only treat us like monsters. What you exchanged for thunder and fire is not awe, but the hostility of the entire sea. Loki shook his head. The world government has never stopped targeting Elbaf. They've only shifted from past violent confrontations to deception and concealment, wanting to turn us into tools to maintain their rule over the sea. The giants working in the marine because they were deceived by lies are clear proof. Harold said, I know, Loki, but the fact that the world government and the marine released Redding and the others is a fact. This is a good start, showing that the world government doesn't want to. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Redding. Harold, deception is deception. Do you intend for us to act as if none of this happened? Bjorn added, we would rather have died at Marineford than survive to become tools for the world government to deceive other giant kingdoms. Maybe everything was calculated. Big brothers Dory and Brigitte also disappeared because of the world government. The former members of the giant warrior pirates stared at Harold in disbelief. They picked up their weapons again and shouted in anger. They felt an unprecedented sense of estrangement from the current Harold. They had thought Harold was there to help them. It turned out he harbored such thoughts. Harold looked at the agitated crowd in shock. Everyone, violence cannot solve everything. Don't let anger and violence cloud your minds. This is just a temporary compromise. The giants wouldn't listen, only hurling insults at Harold. It's clearly the world government's problem, yet you, Harold, want us to back down. Shut up, Harold. You have betrayed the glory of Elbaf. Quiet. Loki raised his hand. Whoosh. Every giant quieted down instantly, looking at Loki expectantly. It didn't matter if Harold had forgotten. Prince Loki had not forgotten the pride and honor of being a warrior. Harold fell silent, his surprised gaze sweeping over Loki. Had Loki's prestige in everyone's hearts actually reached such a height? Loki asked curiously, His Majesty Harold, then how do you think our Elbaf should treat Galmero and the world government? He was curious what kind of wisdom this man, who in the original timeline cut off his own horns and was willing to be a servant, could have. Galmero's evil deeds as the Mountain Hag must be made public. Our Elbaf cannot suffer the outside world's misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the excited faces of the giants softened slightly. As for the matter of human trafficking, only after Elbaf joins the world government can we, along with other countries in the world, propose amendments to the world government, Harold said. But it's too late for everything now. However, this is also an opportunity. I will personally go to Mary Geois at the top of the red line to apologize to the world government and beg for their forgiveness. Tisk, as expected, he still has that binary brain. Now he only thinks of compromise when something happens. Loki shook his head inwardly. Compared to Kazuki Odin, Harold undoubtedly had much more of a brain. But his path was wrong. The more he did, the more mistakes he made. While it is certainly wrong to oppress others with force, abandoning everything and blindly following the world government is even stupider. No wonder in the original timeline, he not only screwed himself over but also his son and his country. Harold said expectantly, Loki, I hope you will come with me. What do you think? Stupid. Loki rolled his eyes. I'm in my infancy, and you want me to challenge a 5-star dungeon. Is your brain really normal? What did you say? Harold was in disbelief, his fists clenched. I said, you're an idiot. Loki started ranting directly. After sailing the sea for so many years, haven't you understood the operating system of the world government yet? It's about gathering the resources of the whole world to support the celestial dragons. Under the world government system, only the celestial dragons are truly human. The celestial dragons, who call themselves gods and descendants of the creators. If you're not clear about what kind of posture these people have, just recall what you used to be like. The world government has maintained this for 900 years, and their arrogance is countless times what yours ever was. Would such an arrogant world government care about the opinion of a mortal like you? Stop dreaming. Harold's face stiffened, but he knew better than anyone how much he used to worship force. If he hadn't met Ida, he would never have understood what it meant to understand others in his life. Loki was right. The celestial dragons, who can dominate everything in the world, would only be worse than he used to be. While Harold was reflecting, Loki continued. You think that by joining the world government, Elbaf can smoothly establish diplomatic relations and live in peace with all countries and races in the world. More than 100 years ago, the Fishman Kingdom already joined the world government. Why don't you go ask the current Fishman Kingdom if there are still merfolk being captured by pirates or human traffickers and sold to the celestial dragons as slaves? Even before Elbaf joined, the world government was already coveting the power of the giant race. After joining, most giants in the world will only have 4 choices. Prince Loki, which 4 choices? Cassie scratched his head. The previous words were too complicated for him to understand, but he understood this sentence. Not bad, good follow-up. Loki gave Cassie an appreciative look and continued. First, be forced to join the Marine as an army to guard the world government. Second, become slaves of the celestial dragons and suffer endless torture. Third, resist the atrocities of the world government. Fourth, find a place where no one can find you and live out the rest of your life in hiding. Speaking of this, Loki paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone, emphasizing each word. Do you want to help the world government, which is built on countless corpses, or do you want to become slaves, or live in anonymity, acting as if nothing happened until your life ends? Or, like me, build an Elbaf that is truly free, fair, just, and accommodates all races? Fool the world government. Never be slaves. Prince Loki, I am willing to die for your ideal. Dozens of warriors from various villages in Elbaf excitedly raised their weapons, raising their arms and shouting, responding to the king they had acknowledged at this moment. A mere herald thinks he can shake the morale of my army. Loki smiled coldly in his heart. Harold disliked or even rejected the militant faction of Elbaf. Then he would be the one to win them over. Loki, perhaps you are right. Harold's shoulders slumped, looking somewhat lonely. But, His Majesty Harold held his head high and strode forward. As he stepped onto the solid earth that had been bombarded by artillery and trampled by giants, a crack rang out as spiderweb-like fissures burst forth, causing the surrounding gravel to jump frantically. Loki's brow twitched, sensing that something was wrong. Good grief, is this old geezer going to resort to violence because he can't win the argument? You are still too young. You took our clansmen and set out without my orders. That was your mistake. As for you, Redding and the rest, this recklessness ends here. His Majesty Harold drew his long blade, the edge gleaming with a cold light. He wanted to strike out, but Loki was just an infant. And so, his eyes suddenly widened, and a crimson conqueror's haki roared out like a furious thunder dragon, turning into a hurricane of pressure that swept in all directions. Thud tilde. A series of dull thuds echoed one after another as more than half of the giants crashed to one knee. Veins bulged on their foreheads, and cold sweat poured down their cheeks. They didn't even have the strength to lift their heads, and their fingers gripping their weapons trembled uncontrollably. Their bodies shook with fear, they couldn't even stand up. Is this His Majesty Harold's Haoshoku? It's too exaggerated. Ah! Charlotte Linlin's small face turned red as her Haoshoku haki unconsciously released to counter the incoming mental pressure. However, compared to Harold's Haoshoku, it was like a tiny bubble, the gap was remarkably obvious. Loki also spread his own Haoshoku, driving the sun and holding the lightning, poised and ready, eager to give it a try. No matter how ferocious Harold was, it was impossible for him to actually kill his own biological son. It was the perfect chance to see just how ridiculous the strength of a top-tier powerhouse was. Herald, what are you trying to do? Bjarn stepped forward with his shield. Sigurd stood shoulder to shoulder with him. If you want to move against Prince Loki, you'll have to go through us first. That's right. Even if you are His Majesty Herald, you can't just lay a hand on Prince Loki like this. One by one, the giants gritted their teeth and forced their bodies up, forming a circle with their weapons raised, staring warily at the king they once served. Their posture was like a flock of mother hens protecting their chicks. Herald was somewhat stunned, his chest heaving slightly. He had actually lost the approval of Redding and the others. Clang, clang. He let out a sigh, and his originally tense aura weakened by more than half. His longsword, wreathed in crimson haki, suddenly swung out behind him. A Haoshoku shockwave swept through the air. The heavy black clouds were instantly wiped away as if by an eraser, vanishing completely without a trace of mist left behind. The azure sky suddenly opened up, and the sunlight was so bright it made people squint. Loki's pupils shrank slightly. If the threat level of an ordinary giant child was 5 and an adult giant was 100, then Herald was at least over 1000. That single-handed sword strike just now had the flair of Yoru and the others' combined strength. Loki, from today onwards, reflect on yourself properly in the underworld. Redding, since you've chosen to follow Loki, then follow him to the underworld to receive your punishment. Of course, you can choose to leave right now. Herald made his decision and turned to step onto the deck. If we go, we go. How can mere wind and snow defeat us? That's right. It's perfect for making our warrior hearts burn even hotter. Prince Loki, we'll be in your care from now on. The group of giants didn't care at all about living in the underworld. Let's head back to Elbaf first. Waving to everyone, Loki rode Odin onto the ship. Before his body was fully developed, he wasn't going to go messing around in the outside world. Besides, Elbaf still had those two old fossils, Yoru and Yaruru. He definitely wouldn't leave until he had squeezed them dry of their knowledge. As for the underworld, aside from being a bit cold, it had plenty to eat and drink. The most important thing was that Herald didn't stay in Elbaf year-round. Once Herald left, wouldn't Elbaf be under Loki's command anyway? Thinking this, Loki couldn't help but mutter, this old geezer is actually quite soft-hearted. This punishment is basically non-existent. Splash 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 tilde. Yo ho 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 tilde delivering binks, sake tilde, note 1. The giant fleet turned back, their speed incredibly fast. Looking closely, one would see that these ships relied neither on sails nor oars, they were supported steadily by the current beneath them. What was even more ridiculous was that the massive stream of water actually had round eyes and a wide, grinning mouth. It was humming a pirate song out of tune, looking extremely cheerful. This was the seawater homie Loki had created using a fresh soul, Kraken. What a miraculous power! To even be able to control the ocean, aren't devil fruit users supposed to be most afraid of the sea? The speed has increased quite a bit. The giants watched in amazement. Some curious ones even used their oars to touch it, but they couldn't affect it in the slightest. Herald couldn't help but glance over as well. The same ability in Galmero's hands could only be used to amuse children or perform magic tricks. But in Loki's hands, not only could he control thunder and fire, but now even the seawater that could render a devil fruit user powerless was under his control. An ordinary devil fruit user, when faced with Loki on the ocean and this seawater homie, would have absolutely no chance of victory. As expected of his son, he easily achieved things that others were completely incapable of. Let me correct you. The sea can make a devil fruit user powerless, but a user's ability can also affect the sea. Don't let your thinking be limited, Loki chimed in. So that's how it is. Someone realized. Someone asked curiously. Prince Loki, Odin and Apollo both possess extraordinary destructive power. What about Kraken? Can he only accelerate the ships? Of course not, Loki shook his head. Although Kraken didn't possess a fragment of his soul like Odin and Apollo did. and was instead forged from someone else's soul. It didn't mean he was mediocre. As a seawater homie, Kraken possessed the power to absorb and manipulate seawater. Loki looked toward the sea and commanded, "Kraken, whip up a tsunami." "As you wish, my master," Kraken replied. Giant wave. Kraken absorbed the kinetic energy of the surrounding waves, churning up even more seawater. Finally, he raised a massive tsunami hundreds of meters high, roaring forward like a wall of water, holding the giant fleet steadily on the crest of the wave. Woohoo! This is so exciting, so cool. We're going to fall. Amidst the chaotic yet cheerful shouts, no one noticed that at the edge of the tsunami, a small wooden raft was shaking violently in the waves, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Bad luck, bad luck. His courtly attire soaked by the seawater, a short and stout man stood on the deck, swinging his sword in terror at the giant wave that was about to crash into him. The mountain-high wave was sliced open by a shockwave. The man's strength and swordsmanship were by no means ordinary. But seawater is formless, and this could not harm Kraken. In the next instant, more and even fiercer waves swept over. I should never have gone to sea. Finally, the man was swallowed up in despair. On the other side, "Master, I have affected others," Kraken reported to Loki. Loki was curious. "There are others nearby. Is it a marine who successfully escaped? Bring them out for a look." "Loki, stay calm." Hearing the word, marine, Harold couldn't help but approach. The group of giants moved accordingly, faintly surrounding Harold in the center. Loki rolled his eyes. "I'm not some homicidal maniac, I'm just curious." Kraken spat the human it had curled up onto the deck. The man was soaking wet, hair sticking to his face. He coughed and looked up, revealing a face with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and fleshy lips. Wang Zulin. Seeing the man's appearance, Loki couldn't help but be stunned. The newcomer had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and sausage lips, the living image of the pirate king's Wang Zulin. Long bread. No, this is a young long bread. Loki searched his brain, recalling information about this man, and his eyes lit up. Excellent swordsmanship, excellent cooking skills, decent strength, and he even seemed to have some musical achievements. A quite versatile person. In the future, I will spend most of my time in the underworld. Ida isn't suitable for traveling back and forth. This person is perfect for serving me. Most importantly, this kid is a cook fruit user, capable of turning any object into food. If nothing goes wrong, Elbaf's weather will have issues this year for unknown reasons, leading to major food problems. This old fellow came just at the right time. Having formed a plan, Loki commanded, "Apollo, give him some fiery heat." "Yes, Father God." Apollo turned into a blazing fireball, and the surrounding temperature climbed rapidly. Hissed hot, hot, hot. Long bread, who hadn't inhaled much seawater to begin with, woke up instantly and bounced off the deck. After seeing the massive faces around him, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted again. "It's over. How did I drift to Savage Elbaf? This time I'm completely finished. But we saved you from a shipwreck. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" "How rude," Loki said righteously. "As for what happened with Longbread's shipwreck, don't ask. I am deeply grateful for your help. My name is Longbread, from the West Blue. I was once the captain of the Gourmet Pirates, a gourmet knight. However, I encountered a shipwreck recently. All my other companions were swallowed by the sea, and I alone was stranded on a nearby deserted island." Longbread answered honestly, "After recuperating for a while, I built a raft and planned to set out to sea again. But not long ago, I was suddenly hit by a terrifying wave that destroyed my sail. After drifting with the current for a while, I was swallowed by sudden huge waves and a tsunami, and then I ended up here." Harold couldn't help but rub his nose. That direction, could it have been me? Loki was clearly an instigator as well. Why is he thick-skinned enough to act like nothing happened? PFF'd, ha 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 tilde, Loki couldn't help but chuckle. What a legendary unlucky guy. The giants who knew the truth also laughed together. This human was too unlucky, being victimized back and forth by Prince Loki and Harald, father and son. Cuckoo tilde, Longbread joined in with an awkward laugh. To be able to sail to the new world on the sea, yet unable to withstand even this much wind and waves, you must be a devil fruit user, right? Having laughed enough, Loki got straight to the point. Longbread cooperated fully. Yes, I am a cook fruit user, able to turn any object into food. Turn into food. Charlotte Linlin, who had been blankly staring toward Elbaf and drooling, suddenly turned her head and stared excitedly at Longbread. Longbread couldn't help but shiver. What's with this girl? Why does it feel like being stared at by a wild beast? No, I must show my value. My dream isn't finished yet, I definitely can't die. That's right. May I give a demonstration? Loki. Charlotte Linlin looked at Loki expectantly, grabbing and shaking the hem of his clothes. Turn that cannon and those cannonballs into food and show me. Loki was also curious about what food turned from inorganic matter tasted like. Seeing the mountains of cannons, bombs, and steel piled on the deck, Longbread's pupils shrank. Longbread had seen cannons and bombs before. But these were all marine issue, and in such vast quantities. Could these giants have looted a marine branch? Longbread composed himself, stepped forward, and made a slash with his knife while activating his ability. The cannon barrel was cut off and turned into a giant sausage. Then his palm brushed over a wooden board, and the wood turned into cream sauce and chili sauce, falling evenly onto it. The rest of the cannon body was sliced, turning into pieces of glossy, smooth steak. His palm brushed over the cannonballs, and they turned into cakes garnished with strawberries, blueberries, mangoes, and various other fruits. An enticing aroma wafted out. It made one's appetite soar. Incredible, steel turned into sausage. To think such an ability exists. So envious, you wouldn't even need to bring food while sailing. Looking at the various foods, the giants couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Charlotte Linlin, even more so, stepped forward while drooling. Can I eat these? Of course. Longbread held up the sausage, cut off a slice, used his long knife as a utensil to put it into his own mouth, indicating there was no problem. Then, Longbread held up several portions of food, brought them before Loki, and gave an elegant bow. Sir, please enjoy. His past experience serving in a palace allowed him to see at a glance that this child was the one truly in charge. Although these ingredients are only shaped through the power of a devil fruit and lack the unique flavor and taste of top-tier ingredients. But I am a chef myself. After my cooking, the taste definitely won't lose to food carefully prepared by 90% of the world's chefs. Speaking of this, there was a bit more pride in Longbread's tone. Regarding food, he had absolute confidence. Loki, can I? Charlotte Linlin swallowed her saliva and looked back at Loki. Eat, but don't go too fast, or it won't be edible anymore, Linlin. Okay. Having received Loki's permission, Charlotte Linlin couldn't wait to bite into a cake, chewing it back and forth. You would tilde so delicious, such a special taste. Feeling the sweetness filling her taste buds, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but squint her eyes in happiness. Loki also pinched a piece of steak and swallowed it. The aroma of meat blossomed, and he unconsciously chewed a bit faster. To be fair, Longbread's cooking skills were indeed excellent. Even the food Ida used to make with love seemed a bit inferior here. Wow, it's real. The taste is really good. You guys should try it too. It's actually better than what Flea makes. Seeing the group of giants feasting heartily, Longbread's heart, which had been in his throat, slowly settled back into place. Now, he should be able to continue living. Calm down, all of you. This is a pirate of unknown identity. Most importantly, he's a human. We were tricked once by Galmero, we can't easily trust these cunning humans again. What if he's a spy for the world government? Redding coldly interrupted the increasingly high spirits. Redding's cold words crashed down on everyone's faces like a blizzard from the underworld. This caused many to look at Longbread with strange expressions. Longbread's heart, which had just settled, leapt back into his throat, his thoughts racing. Wasn't Galmero killed by these ungrateful giants? And she was connected to the world government. No, no, now is not the time to think about this. If we anger these giants, there's absolutely no chance of survival. He trembled as he defended himself. I'm a pirate. Honorable sirs, I have no connection to the world government whatsoever. Redding remained unmoved. Galmero was a notorious human trafficker, yet she still colluded with the world government. Redding, calm down a bit. Loki interrupted. The world government represents the interests of the celestial dragons, not every single human. Similarly, just because Galmero was a trafficker doesn't mean every human harbors ill intentions. Just like Linlin, I believe she would never hurt me or hurt Elbaf. Linlin likes Loki Chu, likes Elbaf. Charlotte Linlin, unable to read the mood, remained focused on the food. Likewise, I believe Lord Longbread would not harm us, correct? Loki looked down at Longbread, his tone gentle. Of course. Longbread snapped back to his senses as if grabbing the last lifeline, kneeling on one knee. If not for you, I would have been buried at sea. Even as a pirate, I understand the meaning of benevolence and righteousness. As repayment, I wish to become your chef. The corner of Loki's mouth quirked up. As expected, the good cop, bad cop routine works well. Not receiving an answer, Longbread continued, although my meager strength is insignificant before you all, I am not only proficient in culinary arts but also have some knowledge of nutrition. You are currently in your childhood, a time when you need nutritional supplementation. I can adjust the menu daily based on your changes, ensuring you achieve maximum growth. Adjust daily. Loki was taken aback. That actually suits his rapidly changing growth speed quite well. In that case, from today, you are the head chef of the Elbaf Underworld Royal Court under my command, Loki. Thank you for your magnanimity and mercy, Your Highness Loki. I will spare no effort in serving you well. Longbread expressed his gratitude with a bow, his heart filled with relief at having survived a disaster. By following this Prince of Elbaf, his life should probably be safe now. Loki couldn't help but feel amused. Look at this, the guy sold himself completely and is even thanking him for it. Human, you made one mistake earlier. Redding said. Ah. Longbread tensed up again. Prince Loki is only a 3-month-old infant, not a child. Don't get it wrong. If anything happens to Prince Loki, we won't let you off. Ah. Looking at Loki's towering figure, Longbread was dumbfounded. Wait, an infant over 5 meters tall. Meanwhile, the first half of the New World. The solemn, forbidding Marineford. The Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral, G14 branch has completely lost contact. Vice Admiral Donald couldn't hold out until Vice Admiral Ann arrived. A major from the Intelligence Department respectfully placed photos and documents on the desk. This is the last intelligence transmitted by G14 branch before losing contact. I see. The Fleet Admiral of Marineford, Deckley Cook, wasn't very surprised. A single giant's strength alone can match 1,000 ordinary soldiers. A few dozen giants, conservatively estimated, is equivalent to an assault by tens of thousands of troops. With just the forces of G14 branch, it was impossible to hold out until reinforcements arrived. A devil fruit user simultaneously controlling flight, lightning, and fire. A rare mythical zone type. And these horns. Is he a member of the giant race's royal family? Or a feature of the mythical zone? Looking at the photo of Loki standing on black clouds, holding a fiery red sun in one hand and a lightning spear in the other. Cook furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Although Loki appeared to be just a youth, Cook didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. Flight represented mobility. Unless one had trained moonwalk to a certain level, ordinary Marines wouldn't even qualify to face such an enemy. And he also commanded the dual elemental powers of lightning and fire. Not to mention the user was a giant. That's not it, Fleet Admiral Cook. Please look at the later photos. Not it. Cook looked at the other photos and couldn't help but his pupils contract. In the photos, Marines fell one by one, their souls being harvested by Loki like a death god reaping lives. After repeatedly cross-checking the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, intelligence believes the enemy is likely using the Devil Fruit once possessed by Holy Mother, Galmero, the Paramesha-type soul fruit, the Major explained. This individual is likely a member of Elbaf's royal family. Specific information is unknown. Galmero only died a few days ago, right? And the fruit has already reappeared on a member of the giant race. Is it luck? Or have the giants mastered the technology to extract devil fruits? Cook's face grew even more grim. The former was manageable, but if it was the latter, that would be disastrous. The giant race was already a first-rate nuisance. If the giant race became devil fruit users in batches, just the thought of it made him shudder. Intelligence has made the same conjecture, but leans more towards luck. Even we Marines don't have such technology. The giants are just muscle-brained creatures, and Elbaf is the most barbaric of barbarians. They couldn't possibly have such technology, the Major offered his guess. That makes sense. The focus remains on this unidentified giant royal youth. It's only been a few days since he ate the soul fruit, and he's already developed such abilities. It's simply unbelievable. Cook's attention returned to Loki. He was also a devil fruit user. Applying fruit abilities in combat wasn't as simple as imagined, it required time for practice and research. Yet this giant royal youth, immediately upon acquiring it, could use it to master flight, fire, and lightning, multiple abilities. Compared to him, Galmero's gap was so vast it was as if they hadn't eaten the same fruit. His decades seemed to have been wasted. The more he looked at the related analysis, Cook's expression grew increasingly serious and grave. Most importantly, his attitude towards life is so contemptuous at such a young age. He's like a born demon. Combined with his attitude towards us Marines, if left unchecked, he'll likely become a major problem in the future. Not only is he a royal giant with physical prowess far exceeding ordinary giants, he also possesses monstrous talent for devil fruit development. If he also inherits Harold's Haushoku talent, he could become a shadow looming over the seas for centuries. Contact CP. Find out the intelligence on this royal giant. Yes. The Fleet Admiral's office returned to silence. After pondering for a long time, Cook sent Loki's intelligence via fax Den Mushi to the Holy Land, and simultaneously dialed a call to Mary Geoise. Buru tilde. The Den Mushi imitated Saturn's tone perfectly, Moshi. Cook, what is it? Since some friends were confused by the previous version, I've redone it. If you already know it, just skip to the next chapter. Year 1541, Luffy and the others are in Elbaf. Year 1539, everything that happened 2 years ago. Year 1537, Ace wanders to Wano country. Blackbeard attacks the Drum Kingdom. Year 1535, Frankie, having finished modifying himself, returns to Water 7. Ace leaves home to set sail. Year 1534, CP7's iceberg founds the Galila Company. Brook loses his shadow. Year 1533, Eneru begins his rule of Sky Island. Linlin's 85th child is born, daughter. Year 1532, Koala joins the Revolutionary Army. Linlin's 83rd and 84th children are born. Zephyr's arm is severed, and his disciples are killed by Edward Weevil. Year 1531, Doflamingo occupies Dressrosa. Arlong occupies Kokoyasi village. The sea train is completed. Linlin's 82nd child is born, daughter. Queen Odahime passes away. Wapol begins his tyrannical rule. Year 1530, Jinbei becomes a Shichibukai. Zeph returns from the Grand Line. Kuina passes away. Linlin's 81st child is born. Year 1529, the Red Hair Pirates arrive at Fuchsia village. Shanks loses an arm. The Nika god, Luffy, is a glutton. Red Leg Zeph enters the Grand Line. Sabo loses his memory and joins the Revolutionary Army. Fisher Tiger dies. Linlin's 80th child is born. Sugar eats the Hobi Hobi no Mi. Hawkeye Mahawk becomes a Shichibukai. Year 1528, Hancock becomes the Empress. Trafalgar Law obtains his devil fruit. Corazon dies. X-Drake luckily escapes and becomes a Marine. Judge's Germa Kingdom loses its competition with the Don Quixote family and enters the East Blue. Sanji is disowned by the family. Linlin's 79th child is born, daughter. Year 1527, Linlin's 78th child is born. Year 1526, the sea train begins operation. Fisher Tiger liberates the slaves and establishes the Sun Pirates. Virgo enters the Marine as a mole. Linlin's 77th child is born, daughter. Year 1525, Trafalgar Law, suffering from amber-lead syndrome, enters the Don Quixote family. Location: Spider Miles, North Blue. Princess Shirahoshi is born. Linlin's 76th child, Pudding, is born. In the same year, Dellinger is adopted by the Don Quixote family. Year 1524, CP9's Lucci annihilates a nation at age 13. Chopper is born. Ace and Sabo start saving money to set sail. Linlin's 75th child is born. Year 1523, Corazon returns to the family as a mole. Vivi is born. Kobe is born. Kami is born. Fisher Tiger is captured. Linlin's 65th to 74th children are born, 5 boys and 5 girls. Year 1522, Luffy is born. Usopp is born. Hancock becomes a slave. Linlin's 64th child is born. Year 1521, Whitebeard begins protecting Fishman Island. Nami is born. The 3 princes of the Ryugu Kingdom are born. Belmere retires and adopts 2 daughters. Kazuki Oden passes away. Linlin's 62nd and 63rd children are born, girls. Year 1520, Sanji and his brothers are born. Zoro is born. Linlin's 61st child is born, daughter. Year 1519, Hatchin saves Rayleigh. Ace is born. Sabo is born. Ohara is destroyed. Robin is wanted. Nojiko is born. Kuina is born. Shanks sets sail. Linlin's 60th child is born. Golden Lion escapes from Impel Down. Patrick Redfield is captured. Year 1518, Kid is born. Tashigi is born. Koala is born. The second prince of the Ryugu Kingdom is born. Linlin's 59th child is born, daughter. Mariah is crushed by Kaido, and his entire crew is wiped out. Bullet is captured and sent to prison by a Buster Call. Year 1517, Roger turns himself in and entrusts his wife and child to Garp. 1 week before the execution, the powerhouse Golden Lion single-handedly takes on Marineford. Baby 5 is born. Reiju is born. Bartolomeo is born. The eldest prince of the Ryugu Kingdom is born. Linlin's 58th child is born. Year 1516, Roger becomes the Pirate King and disbands his crew. He goes into seclusion to have a child. CP9's Kaku is born. Perona is born. Linlin's 54th, 55th, 56th, and 57th children are born. Kazuki Oden returns to his country. Year 1515, Trafalgar Law is born. Cavendish is born. Linlin's 52nd and 53rd children are born, Lola and her older sister. A 19-year-old Bullet fights a 20-year-old crocodile to a draw. Year 1514, Frankie joins Tom's workers. Bellamy is born. Linlin's 51st child is born. Bullet leaves the Roger Pirates. The Battle of Ed War breaks out. Year 1513, the O'Hara expedition team sets out. Roger, diagnosed with a terminal illness, sets sail. Shanks joins the Roger Pirates. Linlin's 48th, 49th, and 50th children are born. Yamato is born. Kaido and Orochi collude, leading Wano country toward its doom. Year 1512, Charlie is born. Linlin's 46th and 47th children are born, Mermaid Girl twins. Year 1511, Robin is born. Lucci is born. Aokiji joins the Marine. Hody Jones is born. Linlin's 44th and 45th children are born. A 15-year-old Bullet encounters Roger. Unable to defeat him, he joins Roger and fights Rayleigh to a draw. Year 1510. Doflamingo and his father and brother are hung like Turu Bozu dolls. Hancock is born. Linlin's 42nd and 43rd children are born girl twins. A 14-year-old Bullet is betrayed and commits treason against his country. By this year at the latest, the artificial Uo no Mi had already been created and placed on Punk Hazard. Year 1509, Kizaru and Akainu join the Marine. Zephyr's 3-year-old son and family are all killed. He transfers to become an instructor. Mr. 2 is born. Linlin's 41st child is born. Year 1508, Homing makes a rash decision and takes his family to abandon their celestial dragon status. Subsequently, their identity is exposed, and they are left displaced. Homing's request to return as a celestial dragon fails. Doflamingo's mother passes away. Kaido rises to fame in the New World and is captured multiple times, allegedly by Garp. Linlin's 40th child is born, daughter. Year 1507, Hina is born. Sentomaru is born. Linlin's 38th and 39th children are born. Year 1506, Haniabel is born. Linlin's 35th, 36th, and 37th children are born, girl twins. Year 1505, Smoker is born. Frankie is born. Linlin's 33rd and 34th children are born. Zephyr is promoted to admiral and gets married. Year 1504, Linlin's 31st and 32nd children are born, girl twins. Year 1503, Hatchin is born. Linlin's 30th child is born. The Battle of God Valley breaks out. Kaido seizes the Uo no Mi. The Rocks pirates are annihilated. Year 1502, Wang Ji, who loved money more than beauties, was the only true pirate in the era of Great Suppression. He assisted the Celestial Dragons in kidnapping Shaki and received a sum of money. Corazon is born. Shanks is born. Buggy the Clown is born. Linlin's 28th and 29th children are born. Eneru is born. Year 1501, Blackbeard is born. Belmere is born. Iceberg is born. Linlin's 25th, 26th, and 27th children are born, girl triplets. Year 1500, Doflamingo is born. Arlong is born. Linlin's 24th child is born. Year 1499, 42 years ago, the captain of the Kuja pirates, Shaki, retired and came to Hashinosu Island to establish a bar. Linlin's 21st, 22nd, and 23rd children are born. Year 1498, Mahawk is born. Linlin's 19th and 20th children are born, girl twins. Year 1497, Rocks occupies Hashinosu Island. In the same year, Kaido is attracted to the island. Linlin's 18th child is born. Year 1496, Marco is born. Linlin's 15th, 16th, and 17th children are born, girl triplets. Bullet is born and adopted by the Galsburg army of an enemy nation in a country of endless war. Year 1495, Jinbei is born. Crocodile is born. Queen Otahime is born. Linlin's 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th children are born, quintuplets. Year 1494, Kuma is born. Usopp's father is born. Warden Magellan is born. Linlin's 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th children are born, girl quadruplets. Year 1493, to meet with Harold, Rocks takes his crew to Elbaf. Linlin's 3rd, 4th, and 5th children are born, triplets. Year 1492, the Rumbar pirates are annihilated. Aokiji is born. Linlin's 2nd child is born, first daughter. Year 1491, Gecko Mariah is born. Ben Beckman is born. Linlin's 1st child is born. Year 1488, Emporio Ivankov is born. Laboon the whale is born. Year 1486, Akainu is born. Dragon is born. Year 1485, Rocks breaks into the Holy Land, and Harold becomes involved through this connection. Year 1483, Kizaru is born. Year 1481, Fisher Tiger is born. Year 1479, Charlotte Linlin eats excessively at her birthday feast. Year 1478, Big Mom is abandoned. 9 months later, Loki is born. Shortly after is the Winter Solstice Festival, where Charlotte Linlin goes into a frenzy and kills Yoru. Cook. Lord Saturn, G14 branch was annihilated by the giant race, and royal children were involved. This shows Elbaf's hostility toward the Marine and the world government is irreconcilable. This child is extraordinary and will definitely be a massive trouble in the future. I request a mobilization of forces to attack Elbaf, wipe out the giant race, take an eye for an eye, and nip the threat in the bud. Saturn denied. Request denied. Lord Saturn. Before Cook could finish, Saturn rudely interrupted. Fool, what do you think Elbaf is? It's the ancestral home of all giant kingdoms in the world. To make an enemy of Elbaf is to make an enemy of every giant in the world. Furthermore, a giant's lifespan is several times that of an insect like you. Do you know how many giant warriors Elbaf still has hidden? Even without considering support from other giant kingdoms, how many troops would you need to mobilize just to fight Elbaf's giants? 100,000. Or 1,000,000. After mobilizing, can you guarantee victory? Who will protect the Holy Land? Are we to ignore the other pirates on the sea? Cook's face turned ashen from the barrage of rebukes. He said unwillingly, are the Marines of G14 branch to be sacrificed for nothing? Am I, as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, to do nothing? When the news spreads, how will the world see our Marines? As the Fleet Admiral, how can I face anyone representing the Navy? Saturn scolded mercilessly. What the hell is your pride worth? You Marines are merely the external face of the government. Hold your tongue, Cook. Remember, do not start a war with Elbaf on your own authority. You cannot bear the responsibility. After dropping those words, Saturn hung up. Marineford. Cook's face shifted between pale and flushed with anger. Although he knew the Marines nominally represented justice, they were actually a violent institution maintaining the world government's rule. But being scolded so mercilessly by the Gorosei was still something he couldn't accept. Arg, how can justice be carried out with a bunch of insects like you? Cook roared in frustration, smashing the long table in front of him into powder with a punch. As the Fleet Admiral, he seemed to hold high power and embody the justice of the sea. In reality, he was just a loyal dog of the world government. He didn't even have the right to bite on his own initiative. How pathetic. After a while, Cook composed himself and called an orderly to issue an order. Contact all major media outlets, prepare to hold a press conference. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the room of authority. Nonsense. Saturn put down the Den Den Mushi and picked up the documents spat out by the fax Den Den Mushi nearby. After reading them, his eyes remained unruffled. Just a Paramesha-type giant devil fruit user. So what if he wields elemental power? Without Conqueror's Haki, he doesn't even have the qualification to harm us. Just a bunch of mortals. The next day, Elbaf. West Village. People were jostling. Giants gathered from various villages filled the once empty West Village to the brim. The sound of their discussions made the nearby leaves rustle. What did His Majesty Herald call us for? Is he going to tell stories about his voyages like before? Idiot, Prince Loki led everyone to attack the G14 branch. This must be to reward Prince Loki. Makes sense. Prince Loki is truly a genius. I wish my child were that healthy. At the front of the crowd, Loki stood with a group of giants at the foot of the mountain leading to Orst Castle. Harold walked out from the castle on the mountain and said in a deep voice, "Silence." The crowd gradually quieted down. Loki, without my consent, took it upon himself to lead our people into war and attack a marine branch, causing the deaths of many innocent humans. Therefore, I have decided to exile Loki, Redding, and the others to the underworld to endure the hardships of wind, snow, hunger, and cold. Without my permission, they are not allowed to step into the upper world. Wait, what? Everyone's mind went blank. The world government, the Marine, and Galmero conspired to deceive us, and Prince Loki led everyone to seek revenge against the Marine. Verbal praise should be expected. Rewards of treasure should be a certainty. Distributing food for a banquet would also be fine. What do you mean by exile to the underworld and not being allowed to return to the upper world? Loki accepts the command. Hearing Loki's response, the crowd snapped out of it. Haruden was the first to jump out. Father, you misspoke, didn't you? Loki fought the Marine to avenge our deceived clansman. Why are you exiling him? Saying that, Haruden felt his words lacked weight and tugged at Ida beside him. Mama, Papa always listens to you the most. Quickly, talk some sense into him. Ida remained silent. She knew what kind of person Harold was. There might be more to this situation. Goals and Lily, who were nearby, both echoed Haruden. His Majesty Harold, even if Prince Loki was wrong to act on his own, it shouldn't lead to exile in the underworld. Just making him go without food for 2 days would be enough. Goles's words were more tactful and carried a sense of childish innocence. Lily, who had seen the darkness of the sea with Flea, was more direct. My father even praised you as a good king. Harold, you don't even understand the Marine. G14 branch is so close to Elbaf, they might have even helped Galmero. They aren't innocent at all. At the front of the crowd, Yoruru and Yaruru's brows were tightly furrowed, their cloudy eyes filled with solemnity and confusion. They slowly took a step forward, pressed their rough palms to their chests, and bowed to Harold on the mountain. Their voices were aged but powerful. Harold, calm down. Yoruru spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Prince Loki's intention was to prevent our people from being deceived by the world government and Galmero, and to wash away the humiliation we suffered. Exile to the underworld is too heavy a punishment. Yaruru also echoed in a deep voice. Harold, Elbaf is now at the center of the storm. The Marine will certainly not let this go. Treating Prince Loki like this will break the hearts of our people. Having lived through the ages, they were no longer impulsive youngsters. They understood the risks of a full-scale war with the world government and Harold's considerations as a king. But the punishment for Loki truly exceeded their expectations. They had to seek a reasonable explanation for the clansmen and the royal family. Facing the agitated crowd, Harold had no intention of explaining. He simply turned and left with the guards. On the other side, the children of the House of Lambs appeared exceptionally quiet, though they couldn't hide the terror and unease on their faces. They huddled in a corner of the crowd, their small hands clutched together, and some children were even trembling with fear. Prince Loki was being exiled because of them, so what about them? Shark, the fishman, stood up. Prince Loki, I want to go to the underworld with you. Loki, who had already stepped onto the deck, looked back and waved with a smile. Of course. Where there is one, there will be two. Under the sunlight, Harold slowly walked up the mountain. Loki boarded the ship with his followers and set foot on the Rainbow Bridge, heading toward the underworld. News of Loki's exile spread throughout Elbaf as the crowd dispersed. Wine Village, the most luxurious bunker, belonging to the local power, the Allen family, who carry the bloodline of ancient giants. Alan Etrick rushed excitedly into his sister's room, his heart aching as he saw her pale and distracted. It was all that fool Loki's fault that his sister had become like this. However, things wouldn't be like this after today. At this thought, Etrick said excitedly, Esterita, Loki, no, that monster, has been personally banished to the underworld by Harold. Unless Harold allows it, he can never return to the upper world. Upon hearing this, Esterita, who had been somewhat dazed, showed a visible improvement in her complexion. She looked at Etrick in surprise. Brother, is this true? Etrick, it's true. I saw Loki, Redding, and the others head to the underworld with my own eyes. Ahaha had tilted this as a good thing. Esterita sprang up from the bed and sat at the dressing table to start painting her eyebrows and lips. Esterita, what are you doing? Putting on makeup. Loki was a demon born under the influence of a prophecy. I'm going to give Harold another child. Esterita's tone was filled with hope for the future. Since Loki couldn't return to the upper world, she would naturally go back to being the queen consort. Etrick originally wanted to advise her, but he closed his mouth at the thought of the royal treasures. Indeed, besides the girls of their Allen family, who else was worthy of being Harold's queen? Esterita quickly finished her makeup, mounted an 8-legged Sleipnir, and galloped all the way toward Orst Castle. Arriving at the castle, Esterita was stopped by the guards. Queen Esterita, please stop. Get lost, don't block me. Esterita strode inside. Wait, Queen Esterita, it's really not appropriate for you to go in right now. The guards tried desperately to stop her. But Esterita, after all, possessed the bloodline of ancient giants. She was naturally robust, tall, and strong. Furthermore, the guards didn't dare use lethal force against the former queen. Esterita charged all the way through and successfully reached the innermost part of the palace. Click. The heavy door was pushed open. A somewhat disheveled Esterita smiled radiantly. Harold, let's have a child. This time, it definitely won't be like. Inside the room, Harold and Ida, who were embracing each other, stiffened. Esterita's smile also froze as she looked at the scene in disbelief. You. Harold, you betrayed me. Her bloodline isn't as powerful as mine, she's not as tall as me, her figure isn't as good as mine, and her face even has. Shut your mouth, Esterita. Harold's mood, which had just slightly improved, sank again. I haven't come looking for you yet, and you dare come looking for me. Even if Loki looks different from ordinary people and has a powerful physique, he is still an infant. As Loki's biological mother, you dared to cast the newborn into the underworld, attempting to murder royalty. From today onward, you are no longer the Queen of Elbaf, and you shall not leave Wine Village by even a single step. Otherwise, I will banish you to the underworld. If Loki had been born to Ida, he wouldn't have been provoked at birth but would have been cared for by Ida. He definitely wouldn't be the way he is now. What? Esterita couldn't believe what she was hearing and shrieked, Loki will kill you in the future. I threw him into the underworld for your sake. Instead of being grateful, you're actually punishing me. What? This time it was Ida who was shocked, looking at Esterita in disbelief. She had thought it was because Esterita couldn't accept Loki's unusual appearance. She never expected that she would throw her newborn son into the underworld over a vague prophecy. Is this even human? Having heard the full reason, Harold became even more furious. In his agitation, veins bulged on his face. As a father, if I die at the hands of my son, it must be because I have done something unforgivable in the future. Only then would Loki draw his blade against me. Loki inherited your talent, and even he knew to verify the truth of the prophecy before finding a way to change the future. And you, a sane adult, only know how to blindly follow a prophecy. You are not even equal to Loki, an infant, and you are even less worthy of being Loki's mother. Guards, throw this woman out. Tilda. After a period of chaos, the castle returned to silence. Ida, it was a mistake for me to listen to the Council of Elders and marry this woman back then. Harold couldn't help but sigh. Don't dwell on the past. Ida gently stroked Harold's chest, changing the subject. Tell me, Harold, why did you do that today? Actually, I think Loki's reasoning and methods are necessary. The world government is not some benevolent entity. Then why did you still banish Loki to the underworld? Ida was puzzled. A look of distress appeared on Harold's face. You know, I've always disliked those outdated customs, conservative traditions, and the brutal atrocities of the warriors. This culture hinders Elbaf's connection with the outside world. Ida rolled her eyes flirtatiously. It hinders you from marrying me, doesn't it? That's only part of it. Harold chuckled. Ida took the opportunity to advise him sincerely, but Harold, a warrior's pride is not the problem. I appreciate that. You should also be proud of your own culture, instead of listening to me on everything. I'm not always right. Instead of arguing as he usually did, Harold nodded. Yes, the warrior blood of Elbaf has never been extinguished. It will explode once something happens, just like this incident. Therefore, Loki is the second possibility I've left for Elbaf, Ida. Warriors, tradition, power, these sharp edges of Elbaf will belong to the underworld, to be honed by the wind and snow. Peace, knowledge, exchange, this part remains in the upper world, guided by me to form a new order. From today on, Elbaf will become an existence with two sides, influencing and depending on each other. If one day I really bring disaster to Elbaf as Loki prophesied, or if I personally do something unforgivable, Loki can also bring everyone from the underworld to end my reign and create a different future. Ida's eyes sparkled as she listened, as expected of you, Harold. A genius idea, but you'll have to endure a lot of misunderstanding. It doesn't matter, as long as you and Loki understand. I'll go see him often. Then I'll leave it to you. That kid doesn't like me very much. Who told you to banish him to the underworld the moment you returned? Underworld. Prince Loki, you just stay here and watch. Leave everything to us. That's right, we'll definitely build you a sleeping palace even bigger than a castle. Redding rolled up his sleeves, and the group was in full swing. Some were shaving ice, others were chopping trees, all preparing to build a new home. They felt deeply guilty that Loki had been implicated because of them and ended up suffering in the underworld. No need for such trouble. Loki refused. How could manual labor compete with the productivity of a devil fruit? A flash of red light flickered in Loki's intimidating snake-like pupils as he infused his soul fragments and soul power into the surrounding ice and snow. Sky, my child, awaken. Voom tilde. The wind and snow surged, kicking up a snow tornado that then collapsed and condensed into a hexagonal ice crystal. Cold eyes grew on the ice crystal, and it spoke respectfully to Loki. Sky greets the Father God. Loki commanded, Sky, make the nearby ice and snow a bit less. Understood, Father God. Sky's snow-like body dispersed, turning back into a snow tornado, scraping away and melting the layers of ice frozen on the ground one by one. It didn't stop until the dark permafrost below and the original lush appearance of the trees were revealed. Only then did Sky stop and slowly lean in front of Loki. Let the forest come alive as well. At Loki's command, the trees opened their eyes and rose from the ground, adjusting their positions and intertwining their trunks with one another. At a speed visible to the naked eye, massive multi-layered treehouses were formed, situated on the permafrost. On the other side, away from the treehouses, vines, flowers, and trees linked together to form various entertainment attractions. Roller coasters, pendulum rides, carousels, drop towers, everything was there. They were even living beings, humming nursery rhymes. In an instant, the permafrost that had just been covered in ice and snow with standing cold pines had gained a village made of trees and a children's paradise. Still missing a little something. Loki snapped his fingers, and two giant trees, thick and tall even by giant standards, walked together to the entrance of the village. Their branches crossed each other to form two large words. Paradise. Loki didn't stop there. He tossed Sky and Apollo into the sky. Sky hung high in the sky, absorbing the wind and snow blowing from all directions. Apollo hung in the high air not far from the village, turning into a ball of fire. The shed radiance fell upon pairs of disbelieving eyes. Wow! Prince Loki, you're amazing. Prince Loki, can we play on this? Lily and Charlotte Linlin were instantly overwhelmed. Their eyes shone, filled with longing. Of course. All who want to go, go ahead. Go to my paradise and experience happiness. Loki saw the restlessness in the children from the House of Lambs, which was why he created the extra play facilities. Yay! Charlotte Linlin led the charge. The watching giants like Redding and Cassie finally snapped out of their daze. Incredible, it's truly a miracle-like ability. Prince Loki's application of his ability is simply like a monster's. In Prince Loki's hands, the soul fruit is practically omnipotent. There's even a sun. What's the difference between this and the upper world? The upper world doesn't have a sun every day, but here, as long as Prince Loki wishes, we can see the sun every day. The group of giants marveled repeatedly. They had thought they were coming here to suffer. But looking at it now, how was this suffering? They might even live more comfortably than in the upper world. All right, save the praise for later. These are just some basic facilities. Loki suppressed his smile and clapped his hands to draw attention. Master Redding, you are more familiar with everyone. Assign the tasks. Shifts and hunting are the top priorities. Besides that, the steel seized from the Marines must be converted into our strength, otherwise, it's just scrap metal. Under Loki's methodical arrangements and Redding's assistance, the construction of the underworld began in full swing. Meanwhile, after a day and night of travel, the reinforcing Marine fleet arrived at the ruinous G-14 branch. At the bow, a man wearing a cloak with the word, Justice, on it, over 3 meters tall with a burly and powerful build, and hair standing up so his head looked like a nut, frowned as he gazed at the traces of the battle. The newcomer was none other than Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, Steelbone, Kong. After a while, Kong dialed the headquarters. Moshi Moshi. Kong, have you arrived? Yes, Fleet Admiral Cook. There are no survivors. The sacrificed colleagues match the intelligence analysis. A small number died in frontal combat, crushed by giant strength, while most perished at the hands of that giant race devil fruit user. Please provide instructions, Kong replied. Closely monitor the giants of Elbaf. If there is any movement, immediately notify nearby fortresses to prepare to avoid battle. Try not to have conflicts with Elbaf to minimize unnecessary losses as much as possible, Cook issued the command. Avoid battle. Kong was stunned. Shouldn't they take an eye for an eye to uphold justice? Yes, this is an order from the world government, Cook sighed helplessly. If the world government wouldn't let them fight, then he could only hide. Then what about that giant boy with terrifying potential? Just let him be. Not a boy, but a child. A child. Are you serious? Correct. From the 2 brief exchanges before the CP department and Galmero died, the new Soul Fruit ability user is Harold's infant son, who is less than half a year old. That's too ridiculous. That's all the more reason to take his existence seriously. Kong's face was solemn. If this intelligence was correct, it was truly heart-stopping. A child less than half a year old, who had only obtained the fruit for a few days, could develop the fruit to such an extent. If he were allowed to grow up, what would happen? Though it's ridiculous, it is the truth. The information Donald exchanged his life for cannot be wrong, yet the world government pays it no heed at all. Cook was extremely troubled. The feeling of knowing where the threat was but being unable to intervene and eliminate it was truly unpleasant. I have already drafted a bounty. How much did you set it at, Admiral Cook? 500 million berries, dead or alive. 500 million. In his excitement, Kong almost bit his tongue. Although he knew the child deserved such attention. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever had a first bounty as high as 500 million berries. Let alone a child who was just born. There were probably not many pirates on the sea with a bounty exceeding 500 million. You heard right. The giant race of Elbaf cannot be judged by common logic, especially the giant royal family with extraordinary bloodlines. Cook didn't give the bounty out of emotion, he calmly analyzed it for Kong. Do you know about the leaders of the giant warrior pirates who disappeared over 30 years ago? Kong replied. Dory and Brigitte, with bounties of 100 million berries. Correct. And the king of Elbaf, Harold's threat is even above those two. Back then, his bounty started at 300 million, but because he changed his style in recent decades, he wasn't viewed as a threat. If the bounty were updated, based on his strength alone, Harold's bounty would be at least 3 billion berries. This child is different. He has immense hostility toward our Marines, disregards life, and is extremely bloodthirsty. He is a natural-born demon and a devil fruit user. If not for the fact that he's still a child, I originally wanted to set his bounty at 1 billion berries. Is that so? Kong realized. Kong, I think highly of you. You must learn to look at the world from the perspective of a fleet admiral. Yes, fleet admiral. As a hot-blooded youth, Kong was instantly moved and shouted firmly. Tomorrow, I will announce the bounty along with everything that happened at G14 at a press conference. I hope someone can go to Elbaf and kill that child. Cook spoke with hope. They couldn't attack Elbaf. But wouldn't pirates and bounty hunters be able to? No matter how heaven-defying his fruit development was, he was still just a child after all. Under such a high bounty, there would surely be someone willing to take his life. The next day, Fleet Admiral Cook contacted major media outlets and held a press conference at Marineford, the Marine headquarters. At the press conference, Cook did not dare to defy the world government and declare war on Elbaf. However, he emphasized the Marines' future intensity in dealing with the giant pirates on the sea. He also issued bounties for the giants who attacked the G14 branch, especially the core figure, codenamed Doom, Loki. Secondly, he used the image of a victim to strengthen the guidance of public opinion. As newspapers flew to all corners of the world, people everywhere were filled with righteous indignation, condemning Elbaf's barbaric actions. Not only did they kill the Holy Mother, but they also intensified their attacks on the Marines. Affiliated nations around the world became increasingly exclusionary and disgusted toward the giants. Son of Destruction, a natural-born demon. 500 million berries, for real. A bounty of 500 million for a mere child, that's too exaggerated. Involved in the G14 Marine Branch incident. Even the killer of most of the people. Is that true? And he's from the giant race's royalty. Even if there's a bounty, who would dare to make a move? As the information spread, the sea was in an uproar, and the discussions continued unabated. No one could have imagined that a child's first bounty would reach such a staggering amount as 500 million berries. It was truly shocking. Even if the child was giant royalty, it was still too much. Elbaf. The underworld. Yapapapapa. Redding, you guys have built up the underworld quite well. Yoru looked at the heavenly appearance of the place, somewhat surprised. Lord Yoru, this isn't our masterpiece. Most of this was accomplished single-handedly by Prince Loki. So it was Prince Loki. Then it's not surprising. Yoru nodded slightly. Whatever Prince Loki did was only natural, it was all the guidance of the sun god. At that moment, elders, the wind and snow are heavy in the underworld. Why have you come? Loki, having finished his AFK training mode, went to meet Yoru and Yaruru, who had just come down from the upper world. The two were carrying many bags, appearing as if they weren't just staying for a short visit. Harold is headstrong and won't listen to our advice. We have resigned from our positions as elders. At the mention of Harold, a look of gloom that was hard to hide appeared on Yaruru's face. Yoru chimed in, exactly. Prince Loki, you are the one to lead Elbaf to a glorious future. As for the current Herald, he's not even worth mentioning. We'll stay in the underworld from now on. Of course. Elders, please make yourselves at home. Loki looked up at the sky, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could that old fellow Herald be doing this on purpose? Intentionally staying silent and not explaining, using me as a banner for those who oppose him. Using this to dump the Council of Elders and the martial-minded giants onto me. So he can carry out drastic reforms in the upper world himself. But it doesn't matter. If you dare to give it, I dare to take it. From now on, I and everyone else will rely on the guidance of you two elders for our training. Loki turned back to Longbread and instructed, brew a pot of black tea and bring some samura. Yes, Your Highness Loki. Longbread began preparing with great energy. There's no actual harm. Giving both territory and a title. This isn't a punishment, it's clearly a roundabout way of giving military power. Fortunately, I come from a courtly background and understand this. From now on, I am the chief royal chef of Elbaf. No rush, no rush. Prince Loki, look at this first. Yoru carefully spread out a newspaper as if showing off a treasure. Doom. 500 million berries. Seeing the content, Longbread's eyes nearly popped out. His hand shook, spilling the hot tea onto the ground and sending up wisps of white steam. What? Redding, who had intended to leave for work, also glanced over. After confirming the content, he said in shock, "It's true. Prince Loki has a bounty of 500 million berries." Cassie and the others, who were busy, gathered instantly, looking at the numbers in shock. 10, 2 zeros, it really is 500 million berries. It's several times higher than the bounties of Big Brother Dory and Big Brother Brigitte. Even if Big Brother Dory and Big Brother Brigitte were still around, their current bounties might not exceed this amount. Loki took the bounty poster, the background was the G14 branch. So those Marines took the photo. Doom, that's a pretty good title. Loki looked at the codename, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. It represents death and destruction, and most importantly, the pronunciation is similar to his name from his previous life. Loki wasn't very surprised by the bounty. With the Marines' intelligence capabilities, figuring out the components of his strength wouldn't be difficult. If the Marines still didn't take him seriously after knowing all his information, they would be far too arrogant. Plus, the Marines have brain-dead leaders like the Gorosei and Amu. It's absolutely impossible for them to start a war with Elbaf on their own. The only solution, then, was to raise his bounty in hopes that someone would be blinded by greed. However, he already had enough soul reserves. Unless it was absolutely necessary. He wouldn't go out to sea again until he had fully matured. Let's leave it at that. Elders, come and guide my training. Loki put the bounty out of his mind. Strength was the most important thing for now. Before, his body was his own, and he couldn't bring himself to push it too hard. But now, every muscle and bone had its own soul. If any of them didn't perform to standard or fell short, he would ruthlessly torture those tool souls. No rush, Prince Loki. There's one more thing you need to handle. Yoru put down his bags. Harold doesn't even want to deal with the fact that Galmero is the mountain hag anymore. How should we handle this evidence? It's not that he doesn't want to deal with it, he wants to hand it over to me completely. Loki grasped the underlying meaning. No rush. Given our current situation, even if we contacted the major media, we wouldn't be able to get it out. We need the right moment. Loki thought for a moment and chose to put the matter aside. He didn't have Vegapunk's technology, where a single Den Mushi could broadcast information to the whole world. Relying solely on existing media, even if this evidence were released, most of it likely wouldn't make the news. It would be better to learn from how celebrities manipulate their fans. Let the world misunderstand first, and then reveal the truth later. That's the only way to maximize the backlash against the world government. As for the impact on Harold's diplomacy, Harold will just have to suffer a bit more and bear the infamy. Loki would keep it all in mind. As long as you have a plan, Prince Loki. Yoru followed suit readily. If Prince Loki did this, he must have his reasons. Is there any fundamental difference between Prince Loki's approach and Harold's? Longbread watched with a head full of questions. Weren't these two giant elders being too double-standard with Prince Loki? Inwardly, let's begin training. Prince Loki, I am confident that you will surpass Harold in the future. That's a certainty. Loki nodded confidently. He wasn't working hard alone, thousands of Marines were working hard along with him. At first, Harold was worried that Loki would be restless and continue to lead people out. However, he found that Loki was more patient than he had imagined, living perfectly content in the underworld. Time passed day by day. During these few months, rare natural disasters began to occur frequently. The Atom Tree frequently caught fire. But after fully entering summer, storms and cold waves attacked Elbaf instead. Not only did the upper world turn into a world of ice and snow, but even the sea surrounding Elbaf was completely frozen. The abnormal climate left Harold overwhelmed. Upper world, Orst Castle. Report. A guard rushed in, out of breath. Speak, what is it now? Harold rubbed his swollen brow and spoke helplessly. Phew. His Majesty Harold, another lake has frozen over. Now, let alone irrigating the farmland, there isn't even enough for drinking. The messenger licked his dry lips, hesitating. Speak, what else is there? Harold felt a sudden headache. The guard stammered, Prince Loki's biological mother says that all of this was brought about by Prince Loki's birth. She also says it's because you, His Majesty Harold, did not execute Prince Loki, which will eventually lead to Elbaf being swallowed by disaster. Ignorance. Harold stood up abruptly, flying into a rage, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He should have executed that woman back then. Step. Just then, Ida walked in and gave the messenger a look. The messenger left in a hurry. Ida, this can't go on. The weather isn't improving. If this continues, the people of Elbaf will face starvation this year. Harold no longer hid his anxiety in front of his beloved. He stepped forward quickly, took Ida's hand, and said, I'm going to sea to seek help from those friends. The surrounding seas are all frozen. How will you get out? Harold. I can shatter that ice, or even lift the ship across this frozen sea. I can do it. I have never doubted your strength, Harold. But what about the fortresses in people's hearts? Can you pierce through those? How will I know if I don't try, Ida? I have to try. Just like you and everyone from the Bonto Kingdom, there will always be someone who remembers our past friendship. Ida was convinced. Then go and try. The two embraced emotionally. At that moment, there was a knock on the closed door. Enter. Harold regained his composure. It was the same messenger from before. He stepped aside, revealing Longbread behind him. Your Majesty, he was sent by Prince Loki, saying he can solve the problem of the food shortage. His Majesty Harold, Princess Consort Ida. Longbread bowed elegantly. Oh my, what are you saying? I'm not a princess consort, oh ho 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 tilde. Ida denied it verbally, but she was already beaming with joy. Longbread had no intention of changing his address. Princess Consort Ida, you are the mother recognized by Prince Loki, so naturally, you are. It's you. Harold's brow also relaxed, his face showing excitement. Not just because of Longbread's attitude, but more because he remembered Longbread's ability. With his ability, he could turn anything into food. He could indeed solve Elbaf's famine. How could he have forgotten this person? Wait, did Loki anticipate today's situation back then and that's why he took him in as a subordinate? Thinking of this, Harold couldn't help but sigh. Loki truly possesses qualities as pure as gold. Compared to Loki, Estrida's half-baked prophecies really shouldn't be trusted at all. It is I, His Majesty Harold. May I begin my work? Longbread took the initiative to speak. No rush, wait a bit longer. Since the problem could be solved, Harold was no longer in a panic. Ida looked at her lover in confusion. I want to see the results of my decades of hard work, and just how much everyone can endure. And, to filter out those who still advocated violence. Harold did not say the latter half of the sentence out loud. Soon, as the wind and snow grew heavier, the supplies in the upper world went from tight to insufficient, even plunging into the abyss of scarcity. At first, soft and sweet white bread could still barely be seen, though the portions were thinning day by day. After a few days, it was replaced by black bread mixed with coarse sawdust and grit. Biting into it made the gums ache, and swallowing it felt like sandpaper rubbing against a dry throat. In the end, even this hard-to-swallow black bread was completely cut off. Only empty sacks remained in the corners of the warehouse, letting out a wailing sound when the wind blew, as if mourning this desperate situation. Hunger, like a bone-deep poison, spread silently across every inch of Elbaf, seeping into the marrow of every giant. The hunting village, which primarily relied on hunting and had little storage, was the first to become restless. I can't even find any wild animals. I've been chewing on tree bark for 3 days. Should we go to sea to plunder? Robbing humans is very simple. Someone lowered their voice in the darkness, their tone carrying a hint of testing. That is something His Majesty Harold has already forbidden. Another person retorted, but his voice lacked conviction. Hunger made his protest seem pale and weak. Isn't this the history of Elbaf? In the past, when there wasn't enough food, didn't our ancestors survive by plundering at sea? Of course not. Someone retorted sharply. We of Elbaf have always been proud warriors, relying on fair and square combat to gain glory, not base plundering. Pride. Then go ahead and fill your stomach with that pride. Night. One by one, warriors whose hearts were racing with hunger and who were seeing stars silently picked up the weapons hanging on their walls: battle axes, long swords, spiked clubs. They gathered at the village entrance with a tacit understanding. Everyone knows the target, right? The villages within the island. The battle must be quick. Once things get out of hand, flee separately. Do not involve anyone else. No one responded. There were only heavy breaths mixed with the growling of stomachs, exceptionally clear in the darkness. Stober said no more, turned around, and walked out of the village, preparing to lead the crowd toward the nearby villages. But after only a few steps, he hit something hard with a thud, letting out a muffled groan of pain as he stumbled back 2 steps. Where did this tree come from? Stober clutched his aching forehead and cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to look up clearly, he heard a bone-chilling voice that, like the wind and snow drifting in the sky, instantly drenched him through. I thought you would at least dare to challenge me and then go to the outside world. I didn't expect the first thing you'd think of was plundering your own kin. Truly despicable. Stober's soul nearly left his body. He looked up sharply and, by the faint starlight, saw that familiar tall figure. Harold stood not far in front of him, his posture still as straight as a pine, but his face was devoid of expression. Those deep eyes were filled with coldness and disappointment. Harold. Stober was first terrified, then overwhelmed by despair and rage. At this point, there was no turning back. He violently swung the battle axe in his hand and roared at Harold, "Attack!" Clang! A crisp sound of clashing metal exploded in the quiet night. The battle axe struck Harold's thick leg hard, but it caused no damage. Instead, it was jolted back. Stober's hand instantly went numb, and the battle axe almost flew out of his grip. Harold remained expressionless. He slowly raised the greatsword in its scabbard, and with a sweep of his arm, the greatsword whistled through the air, clearing the field. Thud 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 tilde. The hunters of the hunting village had no time to react before being swept by the scabbard. As if struck by lightning, they spat blood and fell to the ground, sinking into a baby-like sleep. The next day, Harold gathered the people. The wind and snow had completely stopped. The long-awaited sunlight broke through the clouds and spilled onto the land of Elbaf, but it could not dispel the chill in people's hearts. Everyone. Harold's gaze swept across the crowd below, staring into eyes filled with weakness, exhaustion, and hunger. He said in a deep voice, "For several months this year, Elbaf has suffered from natural disasters, and food production has decreased significantly. These should be days when everyone works together to overcome difficulties. I never expected that some would actually want to plunder their own kin. In the name of the King of Elbaf, I exile these people to the underworld to be dealt with by Loki." The bruised and swollen warriors of the hunting village were already full of anger, and upon hearing this, they directly began to shout curses. "False king! By what right do you deal with us? It's all because of you and that cursed prince. If it weren't for you, how would we be starving like this? You still have the nerve to judge us. If you won't let us rob, then bring us food. You can't even keep us full. What kind of king are you? Talking about trade, but in reality, you can't bring anything back. You useless fellow." Curses and accusations rose one after another, and the people below also began to whisper, their eyes filled with unease and doubt. Silence. Harold's voice boomed, suppressing all the clamor. "I do not have the ability to solve the natural disasters Elbaf is facing. That is my fault, and absolutely not Loki's responsibility." Saying this, Harold turned slightly and bowed deeply to all the people in apology. The moment that upright figure bent down, the noise below vanished completely. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. Straightening up, Harold continued, I have gathered you all today precisely to solve all of this. Because Loki has sent us the person who can solve the famine. Harold stepped aside, revealing Longbread's short stature. A human. What can such a short human do? Is he some kind of king? Can he really bring us food? Not a single ship can be seen in the port. Where would there be food? Is His Majesty lying to us? The giants did not feel any confidence. Facing these doubts, Longbread did not panic at all. He puffed out his chest and introduced himself with full confidence. I am not a king, but the chief chef of the underworld court, personally appointed by Prince Loki. What use is a court chef? Can he conjure up food? Does Prince Loki think our homes still have food like his palace does? The doubts grew more intense. Hunger had made the giants lose their patience. They didn't want to hear a human chef talk nonsense, they only wanted to know where there was something to eat. Longbread didn't explain further but walked directly to a tree and began to manifest his ability. The snow-covered pine and cypress turned into meat soup that fell into a pre-arranged large pot, and the tree trunk turned into steaks. A strong, fresh aroma instantly filled the air, drifting into every giant's nose. It was a tempting scent they hadn't smelled in a long time, instantly stirring their already numb taste buds and making their stomachs let out even more violent growls involuntarily. I am not in a dream, am I? Someone subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the sight before them. Is this real or fake? Snow and ice turned into meat soup, and a tree trunk turned into steaks. Can things conjured by an ability really be eaten? Could they be poisonous? Doubts still existed, but more people were already so captivated by the enticing aroma that they couldn't move their feet. A few giants, unable to bear the hunger any longer, cautiously stepped forward and used their fingers to dab a bit of the broth from the pot into their mouths. The warm broth slid down their throats with a rich, savory aroma, instantly dispelling the dryness in their throats and the cramps in their stomachs. That long-lost feeling of fullness gradually spread through their abdominal cavities, making them unable to resist letting out satisfied hums. With the first person's attempt, the others could no longer restrain themselves either. They swarmed forward, gulping down broth and gnawing on steaks. Their originally shriveled bellies were filled bit by bit, the haggardness and exhaustion on their faces gradually dissipated, and their fingers became warm and powerful once more. What cursed prince? He was clearly a savior who brought them hope and delicious food. Seeing this, Harold directly announced, I have decided to designate the underworld as Loki's fief. From now on, Loki shall be the king of Elbaf alongside me. Oh, king of Elbaf, His Majesty Loki. The people offered no opposition, cheering in response. When the news reached Loki's ears, his mind was instantly filled with question marks. Harold, what the hell are you trying to do? Completely split Elbaf. Afterward, Loki went directly to find him. Long time no see, Loki. You've grown up. You've grown so fast. Harold looked at the current Loki, feeling somewhat dazed. Having not seen him for several months, Loki no longer had any traces of his infant self. The twin horns on his forehead stood tall like twin blades, shimmering with a heart-palpitating cold light. One could tell at a glance they were lethal weapons. His height already exceeded 6 meters, and his arms, exposed outside his battle armor, were covered in explosive muscles, giving off a sense of peerless power. Stop with the small talk and get to the point. Loki looked straight at Harold. Testing the changes I've made to Elbaf over these years. I can see that. Loki rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Longbread backing him up, Harold would have been a tyrant through and over. I'm talking about the title of King of Elbaf. Names and authority are not things to be lightly given to others. Harold couldn't be thinking of packing up and running away, could he? He was still thinking of keeping this old geezer around as a fighter. He couldn't let the world government trick him away. Harold stated his intention. If one day in the future it truly becomes necessary, you can directly inherit Elbaf after killing me. You aren't scared by the prophecy, are you? It's not that exaggerated. Just don't listen to the world government's nonsense and join the God's Knights, and when fighting a Mu, just don't get close. Otherwise, he'll use some kind of tentacle to pierce your body and forcibly control you. Loki couldn't help but want to laugh. The abilities in Imu's grimoire could definitely be called perverted, but they were definitely not invincible, otherwise, Garp would have been converted long ago. First, to control others' contracts, one must reach the deep-sea contract. The demon contract must use tentacles to penetrate another's body as a medium, bestowing evil power to convert them at the cost of their lifespan. Who is a Mu? The master of the God's Knights. The true power of the world government. Forcibly controlling the body, is that why I am killed by you in the future? Harold instantly grasped the core of the issue. Something like that, I'm not sure about the rest. Loki shrugged like a little bear. As for Imu's other abilities, Oda hadn't drawn them yet, so he'd just be guessing. How would he know? Then just follow your own path, I have mine. Harold didn't press further. As for the prophecy, since both you and that woman saw the same thing, while it might not necessarily happen, it's better to be prepared. In that case, I'll take it then. It's just being the weightlifting champion of Elbaf. In the future, his shoulders would have to bear thousands of islands in the sea, he might as well start carrying this to adapt. I believe in you. Harold looked at Loki firmly. Whatever. Loki was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand and left. After Elbaf returned to stability, Harold set sail once more, following his own path. 1 month later, the Bondi Kingdom in the New World. Harold returned to his ship, holding the contract in his hand, looking somewhat bewildered. It was completely different from the situation he had expected, where the whole world would be his enemy and oppose him everywhere. Although the royal family was fearful, they didn't dare refuse to communicate with him. In the end, the royal family here instead showed an attitude that bordered on being terrified and overly respectful. Could it be that Loki leading Redding and the others to attack the marine base actually turned out to be a good thing for diplomacy? Harold couldn't figure it out. Time flew by, and more than 10 years passed in a flash. See calendar year 1493. The upper world. Orst Castle. Rumble. Thunder descended from the sky, enveloping a spire at the rear of Orst Castle and turning it into a lightning prison. The people of West Village were already used to it. It's starting again. Hey, Road from the Fire Brigade Reserve, are you guys ready? Young Road tossed his hair. Don't try to trick me. When Prince Loki acts, Lord Apollo is responsible for putting out fires. We aren't needed at all. Oh my, you've actually become smarter. While they were chatting, the thunder above Orst Castle continued to roar. In the midst of the lightning was swallowed by Odin-like flowing water. A hint of comfort couldn't help but emerge on Odin's usually indifferent face. Loki, carrying the heavy hammer named Iron Thunder, persuaded patiently, although I can't eat that fruit for the time being, it doesn't stop me from using you. Look, I can use lightning too, and you can summon it. Besides, you're so heavy that currently only I in all of Elbaf can lift you. We are the most compatible pair. The handle of Iron Thunder bent, and the hammerhead moved away from Loki in extreme resistance, constantly drawing lightning to express its dissatisfaction. Something like that. Feud tilde, Loki took a deep breath. He never expected that after managing to forcibly pin down Iron Thunder with his strength, what followed would be Iron Thunder's resistance. Could it be that it won't let itself be used unless that fruit is eaten? That didn't make sense, otherwise, how did the Loki from the original timeline eat that fruit? Iron Thunder, you have exhausted my patience. Today, I want you to feel my displeasure with your heart and experience my dissatisfaction. Unable to figure it out, Loki pressed Iron Thunder to the ground to suppress it. He pulled his thick, powerful right hand high back, his slender fingers closing one by one, and a layer of purple glowing armament haki swirled around the back of his hand. The density of the haki was such that it even clearly reflected the surroundings. Iron Thunder also resisted, twisting its body to crash into Loki's iron fist. Clang tilde, the sound of clashing metal rang out loudly. Loki's thumb web split open, and a familiar pain transmitted to his nerves. The material of Iron Thunder was the hardest thing he had encountered to date. I don't believe I can't beat you into submission today. Loki grew fierce and directly cut off his pain nerves, throwing punches repeatedly. Boom 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 boom. Fist and hammer collided frantically, the violent force making the entire tower sway back and forth. I can feel it coming. Loki's continuous fierce attacks had brought him completely into a combat state. The moment he grasped that sliver of tremor from his conqueror's haki, Loki immediately burned his soul power to inject it into his brain and kidneys, commanding serotonin, dopamine, acetylcholine, adrenaline, secrete them all in excess for me. The brain is already overclocked. The kidneys are about to explode. Buzz. Loki's eyes bulged. The limit levels of dopamine caused Loki's brain activity to surge, skyrocket, and intensify. Adrenaline increased the brain's overall alertness, helping to screen key information and filter out irrelevant interference, putting his body and mind in an efficient, standby state. Acetylcholine improved the brain's precision in information transmission and attention. And serotonin kept Loki's tensed spirit from getting lost in illusory pleasure, allowing him to clearly grasp that sliver of movement from his conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki, rotate for me. Loki's spirit jolted, and his spirit, condensed to the limit, caused Conqueror's haki to gather at his knuckles, turning into dangerous black-red lightning. Ha 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 tilde Iron Thunder, take this strike from me. A heavy punch infused with Conqueror's haki landed fiercely on Iron Thunder. Clang! The dull metallic echo lingered for a long time. Lumps visibly bulged out on Iron Thunder's hammerhead. It turned into a teary-eyed squirrel with a giant hammer on its head. A weapon that ate a mythical zone fruit. It's not a sentient weapon. Loki realized. No wonder Iron Thunder was tied with iron chains later, it turned out to be a devil fruit user. He had thought it was like a ship that had developed a cloboterman. That Iron Thunder, having been passed down in Elbaf for so long, had developed a hammer spirit. Squeak. Squeak 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 tilde. The squirrel, with tears in its eyes, accused Loki for a few moments before turning back into Iron Thunder and remaining motionless. So it only counts as recognition after breaking through its defense. Loki understood. No wonder it wouldn't let him use it before, it hadn't been beaten into submission. Loki picked up Iron Thunder and gave it a casual swing. Feeling the whistling wind, he smiled with satisfaction. This weapon is powerful enough. Don't worry, I'll find a way to eat that fruit. Loki carried the hammer in one hand and the treasure chest containing the unknown fruit in the other as he walked out of the nearly collapsed tower. A fruit ability endowed with the name of a god. He had to try it out regardless. At the same time, in the waters off Elbaf, a simple large ship made of rafts slowly approached. A giant wave suddenly rose from the calm sea. A wave tens of meters high rose from the surface, and a human face emerged. State your names. Only then may you pass. A Logia user. The broad and fat Gonru scratched his head. It should be a creation of a devil fruit user. Miss Bacon said. Idiot, seawater is the nemesis of us devil fruit users. How could there be a seawater fruit user? At the same time, Shiki tapped his cigar and cursed mercilessly. Shiki, you fool, Gonru retorted. Newgate and Wang Ji watched coldly from the side, prepared to enjoy the show. Enough, be quiet, Rox shouted, his haki exploding and suppressing the two who wanted to start a fight. Then he looked at Kraken and smiled, I am Rox. I'm looking for your king. He had come this time to talk about cooperation with Harold. Naturally, he had to be a bit polite. Rox, Master already knows you are coming. Honored guests, please follow me. Kraken instantly changed his attitude, leaning down to lift Rox and the other's ship, speeding towards Elbaf. Harold knows I'm coming. Rox raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised and also somewhat pleasantly shocked. Harold seems interested in cooperating. Kraken's movement was very fast. In just a few short minutes, Rox and the others had already approached the edge of the underworld. Then, Kraken entrusted Rox, vessel to the homie at the port. The group never left the ground as they were passed one by the homie into the depths of the underworld. Truly interesting. I didn't expect Elbaf to be a living island. Rox, eyes flickered as he recalled a bounty poster he had seen 14 years ago. The one who foresaw his arrival wasn't Harold, but his son, Doom. The conveyor belt made of trees moved forward slowly. The biting wind and snow seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, turning into star-like specks of jade-like snow foam that drifted for a moment before completely dissipating into the air. The biting wind and snow gradually stopped, revealing a new world where spring flowers were in bloom. A warm breeze carrying the sweet scent of flowers rushed toward them, and a new world of blooming spring suddenly burst into view. It was a town woven from towering giant trees and brilliant flowers. Vines wound around tree trunks to build winding corridors, colorful petals danced in the wind like butterflies, and even the air shimmered with a glass-like luster. Joyful songs floated from every corner of the town, ethereal and soft, as if soaked in honey. Giants came and went between the town and the fields, and children of all sizes rolled and played in the paradise. Bacon squinted, looking at the giant tree gate covered in roses ahead. The gilded characters engraved on the gate shone brightly in the sunlight, Gate of Paradise. The young Edward looked at the town filled with family happiness, a flash of envy in his eyes. Swish, swish. A carpet as bright red as flame suddenly wound its way out from the depths of the town, extending all the way to everyone's feet. The plush surface felt as soft as stepping on clouds. Just then, a figure wrapped in petals performed a neat 360 degrees front flip from inside the gate, landing steadily at the front of the red carpet. Longbread straightened his stiff formal suit and bowed elegantly. "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the paradise created by my king." Saying this, Longbread took a baton from his sleeve and waved his arm. In an instant, all the homie located everywhere stopped at once, and following Longbread's baton, they began to sing in unison with clear pronunciation. "Dear friends, we come to meet Tilda." Strange words. Rox and the others couldn't understand the words with their special intonation, but they could feel the emotion in the singing. Beep beep. A crisp whistling sound rang out, and a uniquely shaped carriage slowly drove up, stopping in front of the group. The carriage was an open-top style woven from emerald green tree vines, with small flowers dotted among the vines. The seats were fluffy and white, like marshmallows made of clouds. The most eye-catching part was the mount pulling the carriage. A unicorn completely covered in ice crystals, fine ice shards condensed on its silver-white mane, refracting a rainbow-colored halo as it ran. Wherever its forehoofs stepped, even the air seemed stained with a thin layer of frost. Whoahaha, what a special ceremony. Rox laughed loudly. Without waiting for an invitation, he flashed into the carriage and lay down comfortably. This feels just like marshmallows, it's quite comfortable. You guys get on quickly. Bacon stepped forward, her fingertips gently stroking the unicorn's cold and smooth fur. She looked up and winked at Longbread, her voice coquettish. Will there be other special things? Can we take this with us? Wang Ji also stared at the ice crystal unicorn, unable to look away. Nobles loved these flashy but impractical things. It would surely fetch a good price outside. Everything in paradise belongs to my king. I do not have the right to decide. Perhaps you can purchase it from my king. Longbread did not refuse directly. My king already knows of your arrival and has specially prepared a banquet for the distinguished guests. He shifted the topic and made a, please, gesture. My king already knows of your arrival and has specially prepared a banquet for the guests. After speaking, Longbread flipped himself onto the unicorn's back. Nay. The unicorn let out a horse's cry, its forehooves lifting lightly as it pulled the carriage toward the depths of the town. Soon, an incredibly massive, mountain peak, entered the sight of Rox and his group. Such a tall mountain, just like the Red Line. Marin, who came from the West Blue and had a mafia background, raised his head to observe Adam and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Only the height of the Red Line could compare to such a giant object. Longbread explained, "This is not a mountain, this is the world tree that supports Elbath, Adam." Adam. Marin was shocked. Bacon was also somewhat incredulous. Can the treasure tree Adam actually grow this big? That's right. The entirety of Elbath is built upon the world tree. The underworld we are currently in is precisely the roots of Adam, Longbread confirmed. He also couldn't believe it when he first learned this news. A world tree as big as an island. Unstoppable greed and jealousy overflowed from Wang Ji's eyes. The wood of the treasure tree Adam was tough to a heaven-defying degree, enough to withstand extreme pressure without being destroyed. Just a piece of wood capable of making the keel of a medium or small ship could be bid up to the astronomical price of tens of millions of berries on the black market. Wang Ji looked at Adam and swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. This isn't a tree, this is clearly an inexhaustible, endless mountain of gold. Giant race, actually occupying such a peerless treasure. We have arrived, distinguished guests. The unicorn stopped, and Longbread's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. At the end of their vision, an incredibly magnificent palace stood quietly. The palace was not built from brick and stone, but was woven from the thick roots of Adam that pierced through the earth. The intertwined roots were like the back of a giant dragon. Looking from afar, the entire palace was like a crouching giant beast, opening a mouth large enough to swallow the world. On both sides of the castle, giant race warriors with sharp gazes stood tall. Whoa-ha-ha. Now this is more like it. What an impressive aura. Rox laughed loudly, his eyes burning as he gazed at those giant warriors. Compared to that herald who kept talking about equality, these iron-blooded giants before him were the true giant race in his impression. This number is indeed a bit much. Newgate's mustache twitched. Even for him, it would take some effort to deal with these giants. At this time, at the end of the road in front of the palace, a graceful and charming figure slowly walked out. It was a young girl wearing a bowler hat. Her height seemed somewhat petite in front of the 20-plus meter giants, only about 9 meters tall. A pair of tall, slender legs were perfectly wrapped in tight jeans, outlining smooth and powerful lines. She wore high heels comparable to the height of an ordinary human, her exquisite toes peeked out from the front, painted with pink nail polish like carved warm jade. With every step, the heels tapped a crisp sound on the ground. Her bulging upper body stretched her white camisole tight, the curves beneath the fabric breathtaking. Her long pink curly hair was fluffy and lustrous, cascading over her shoulders and back like a waterfall, with a few strands falling over her full forehead, making her face look even more radiant. Her eye sockets were deep, her pupils dark, her nose was high and straight, her lips full and bright red as blood, exuding a soul-stirring charm. Linlin. But everyone could feel that the most dangerous person present was this woman. Welcome, everyone, to paradise. Charlotte Linlin nodded slightly, reached up to take off the bowler hat on her head, and bowed elegantly, her smile so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. Loki asked me to send his regards to you all. The moment her words fell, the fingers gripping the brim of the hat suddenly tightened. Swish. That exquisite bowler hat rapidly deformed and elongated in her hand. A cold metallic flash passed by, and it actually turned into a giant cleaver with hideous serrated edges. Charlotte Linlin held the blade in one hand, pointing it at the entire Rox crew, the smile on the corner of her mouth becoming dangerous. The feast of paradise is prepared, but whether you are qualified to sit at the table requires the recognition of me, Charlotte Linlin. As her voice fell, a terrifyingly powerful conqueror's hockey, accompanied by her innate unique strange sound, rolled out in all directions like a tsunami. Crack 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 tilde tilde. The frozen ground beneath her feet instantly shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spread frantically outward with her as the center, debris flying and dust rising. Newgate frowned slightly. What a boastful woman. Shiki unpleasantly flicked his cigar. Hey, Captain, we can't just act like we didn't hear that. Wang Ji quietly fanned the flames. Woahaha, don't be so serious. Don't tell me you don't even have the confidence to defeat a girl. Rox laughed, fanning the flames in reverse. He recognized her. The Charlotte Linlin before him was the girl who had accompanied Harold's son to destroy the G14 branch a dozen years ago. He had thought that since Doom was just a child back then, he should still be in his growth period after a dozen years. Yet Charlotte Linlin, who possessed such an aura, was still willing to work for Doom. A flash of fiery light passed through Rock's eyes. Perhaps, on this trip to Elbaf, that kid named Doom would give him an unexpected surprise. Phew, then I'll go to eat first. Marin exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, the sparks of his cigar flickering in the air. With a shift of his feet, his figure flashed before Charlotte Linlin like a ghost. He suddenly pulled open his shirt, and an exaggeratedly shaped giant pistol was drawn out by him. The pitch-black gun body was covered in dense armament hockey, shimmering with a cold metallic light. Marin's finger was on the trigger, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Want to test us? Then let me see if you're qualified. Suddenly, the Charlotte Linlin in front of him turned into a mass of darkness and dispersed. At the same time, the other party's cold and heartless voice came from beside his ear. Your speed is too slow. Marin's eyes turned to the left to look at the source of the voice. A high-heeled shoe covered in armament hockey, carrying thunderous power, was already close at hand. The heel was as sharp as a knife, carrying the sharp sound of tearing air, so fast that he simply didn't have time to make any reaction. Boom! The heel of Linlin's high heel struck Marin's temple with pinpoint accuracy. Even with the protection of armament hockey, that terrifying force was still unstoppable, embedding itself deep into Marin's skull. Crack! Accompanied by the clear sound of bone cracking, the cigar Marin was holding in his mouth fell out. His eyes bulged out due to the surge in intracranial pressure, and his burly body was pressed heavily onto the ground by the long leg. Boom! The dull, giant sound made the earth tremble violently. With Marin's body as the center, several cracks several feet deep spread frantically, debris flew, and dust rolled. That burly body embedded in the frozen soil had its limbs slumped weakly, eyes rolled back, having completely lost consciousness. Charlotte Linlin stood to the side, her posture elegant and her attitude arrogant. The next one, I hope you can make me use my blade. A master's touch reveals the depth of their skill. Most of the Rock's pirates instantly wiped the playful smirks from their faces. Although Marin wasn't stronger than them, he was still a ruthless character who had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His physique, honed by years of rolling on the edge of life and death, combined with the armament hockey polished through countless fierce battles while following Rocks across the world, meant that ordinary vice admiral-level figures couldn't hope to scratch him. Yet, such formidable defense couldn't even last a single exchange against Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Everyone saw clearly that while this girl's armament hockey was overbearing and powerful, her application of it was far from reaching its peak. Thus, only one startling possibility remained. This woman's strength was already so overwhelming that she could easily crush someone of Marin's level. Jihahaha interesting. Woman, let me be your opponent. Golden Lion Shiki laughed excitedly, his battle intent surging wildly. He had been bored stiff during the voyage, and now this was a perfect diversion. Swish! The bright gleam of blades sliced through the air. Before his opponent could respond, he swung his arms violently, his blades carrying sharp slashes that came down toward Charlotte Linlin and the unconscious Marin at her feet. Lion's Majesty, Thousand Slicing Gorge. Lion's Majesty, Thousand Slicing Gorge. In an instant, hundreds of golden slash waves poured out like a rainstorm. Each slash shimmered with a cold light capable of cutting through steel, weaving into an airtight web of death. With a deafening whistle, they blanketed the area toward Charlotte Linlin. Everywhere they passed, the air was sliced so cleanly it emitted a mournful hiss. Finally, a decent opponent. Spear of Elbath. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, she took a step forward, gripping Napoleon tightly with both hands. Armament hockey spread rapidly like ink, dyeing the entire blade pitch black. Then, she exerted strength in her arms, raised the giant blade above her head, and swung it down heavily. Impact. Boom. A massive sword chi shockwave spanning the sky erupted suddenly, carrying a world-destroying momentum like a stampeding dragon. In an instant, it collided with Shiki's golden slash waves. With a series of deafening explosions, those seemingly fierce slash waves were crushed layer by the sword chi shockwave as if they were made of paper. The remaining sword chi continued to rush toward Shiki. Its coverage was so wide and its speed so fast that it gave one a sense of inescapable despair. Jihahahaha, now that's more like it. Golden Lion laughed wildly, though a hint of gravity flashed deep in his eyes. The move this woman used actually bore a slight resemblance to Rock's swordsmanship. He didn't dare to be negligent. The muscles in his arms bulged, his veins popping out like coiled dragons. He gripped his swords with both hands, pouring all his strength into them. Lion's Majesty, two-sword style, ogre cutter. His twin blades carried the bizarre power of the float fruit. The moment he slashed, it was as if air resistance had vanished, and his speed reached the absolute limit. Two giant slash waves crossed in an X shape, carrying a momentum that could tear the heavens and earth apart, as they collided head-on with that terrifying impact sword chi. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. At the center of the collision between the sword chi and the slash waves, terrifying energy raged wildly, and a violent airwave swept out like a tsunami. The aftershocks turned into sharp hurricanes, causing gravel to fly from the surrounding ground. Even the members of the Rock's pirates watching from a distance couldn't help but squint and raise their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming wind. It was blocked. However, this was only the beginning. Linlin assault. Charlotte Linlin had already charged forward on her long legs. Despite being 9 meters tall, her speed was astonishing. With every step she took, the ground trembled slightly, kicking up a gust of wind as her figure approached like a phantom in an instant. Jihahaha tilde, what a violent woman. No one will like you like this. Golden Lion didn't dodge. He swung his swords to meet her. Who cares about others? It's enough that Loki likes me. An ugly man with big lips like you is the one no one will like. Charlotte Linlin swung her blade down at Golden Lion, her terrifying monstrous strength causing the air to emit a sharp, overburdened howl. Clang! Sakura Ten and Kogarasu collided heavily with the serrated Napoleon, and the ear-piercing sound of clashing metal echoed through the heavens and earth. Golden Lion's face twisted as he felt an incredibly terrifying force travel through the blades, making the webs of his thumbs ache and go numb. As he expected, this woman was a freak just like Newgate and Rocks. Her strength was ridiculously high. However, during these years on Rocks' ship, frequently battling against opponents with immense strength like Rocks and Newgate, he had long since developed a set of tactics for such enemies. With a thought, Shiki instantly activated his float fruit ability. Charlotte Linlin felt the ground beneath her feet suddenly shake violently like waves. The surrounding gravity abruptly shifted, and her body involuntarily sank slightly. Taking advantage of this momentary buffer, Shiki seized the chance to avoid a direct contest of brute strength with Linlin. His feet left the ground, and his weightless body ascended rapidly into the high sky. He swung his twin blades repeatedly, and a dense barrage of blade light poured down like a rainstorm, dancing into a terrifying silver storm that completely enveloped Charlotte Linlin. Useless, useless, useless. Charlotte Linlin chose the crudest and simplest way to respond. She held one hand in front of her head, pushed off with her feet, and crashed into that storm of blade light like a cannonball. Screech shrrrk. The blade light struck her arms, but it only produced a harsh grinding sound, without even leaving a white mark. Unharmed, Charlotte Linlin raised Napoleon and swung it down heavily at the startled golden lion Shiki. Clang clang clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing merged into one as sparks flew in all directions. Golden Lion was momentarily dazed and could only constantly retreat to bleed off the force, avoiding being completely pulled into her offensive rhythm. Bacon noticed Linlin's abnormality and said in surprise, "This girl's physical toughness is wrong. She didn't even use hockey just now. To face Shiki's slashes barehanded and remain unharmed." Newgate. Newgate nodded, a hint of gravity in his eyes as well. Her body didn't change. This shouldn't be the power of a devil fruit, but a natural steel body. Rox became more satisfied the more he watched, a burning light flashing in his eyes. It would be wonderful if this girl could become a member of his crew. The other two didn't think that far, they were currently crossing their arms, gleefully watching the show. Gansweet pushed his small glasses, his tone full of mockery. Hey, Shiki, aren't you looking a bit pathetic? Weren't you just shouting about showing them what's what? Why are you being suppressed now? In reality, he was secretly thinking how lucky he was. Fortunately, he hadn't jumped out just now, otherwise, with this woman's strength, he might have ended up with the same fate as Marin. Wang Ji also followed up with sarcastic remarks, being suppressed by a backwater half-giant, how embarrassing. You bunch of idiots, shut up. Golden Lion finally found an opportunity. His gravity-defying body shot into the high sky like lightning, instantly widening the distance between him and his opponent. The float fruit gave Golden Lion a level of flexibility and mobility that ordinary people didn't possess. At the same time, Shiki, who didn't need to step on air to stay aloft, kicked out several golden slash waves that shot downward. I told you it's useless. Charlotte Linlin swept her long blade, crushing all the slash waves. However, this was just a stalling tactic for Golden Lion, his true attack had already been prepared. The frozen earth beneath her feet exploded, and countless giant rocks rose from the ground, quickly condensing into lifelike earth lions. They bared their fangs and claws, letting out deafening roars as they instantly surrounded Charlotte Linlin in the center. Jihahaha tilde. Golden Lion laughed. Against this kind of enemy, it was hard to win in a head-on confrontation, instead, it would put him at a disadvantage. Trapping and killing her directly was the best way. This is the end. Lion's Majesty, Imperial Earth Bind. Dozens of stone lions pounced toward the center simultaneously, their massive bodies colliding and kicking up a cloud of dust, as if they were going to completely crush Charlotte Linlin. Too slow, your movements are far too slow. Just as the rocks were rapidly closing in, Charlotte Linlin's body underwent an abnormal deformation. Her body turned into wisps of mist, as crimson as fresh blood and as thick as darkness, which silently drifted out through the gaps between the crushing rocks. Did you think you were the only one who could fly? The next second, the darkness reconsolidated in midair, and Charlotte Linlin's figure reappeared. Behind her back, a pair of massive black bat wings unfolded. The down on the wings trembled slightly in the wind, carrying an eerie beauty. She's actually an animal-type user. And a rare flying type at that. Golden Lion stopped laughing. Not only was her strength immense, her speed incredible, and her defense extreme, but she also possessed a rare flight ability. This woman was simply a monster without any weaknesses. He couldn't toy with this woman the way he did with Newgate. A person like you is what Loki calls a low-level pirate who only knows how to dodge, right? Charlotte Linlin's bat wings flapped as she hovered in midair, looking down at Shiki with a mocking smile. Her voice was clear but carried a bone-chilling coldness. Low-level pirate. Who do you think I am? I am the Golden Lion. Golden Lion was completely enraged. The frustration of not being able to take down his opponent for so long, combined with the fury of being mocked, instantly shattered his composure. He raised his twin blades and dove down toward Linlin. Watching the charging Shiki, a hint of hard-to-detect cunning flashed in Charlotte Linland's eyes. Hee hee, pirates outside really are just like Loki said. Once they get worked up in battle, just use this sentence to provoke them, and they'll lose their minds immediately. Her Napoleon was wrapped in a pitch-black flowing light. She flapped her bat wings to continue ascending and swung heavily toward Golden Lion, shouting, "Whoever dodges is a low-level pirate." "You foul-mouthed woman." Golden Lion's face was distorted. His two black blades, Sakura Ten and Kogarasu, had long been thoroughly imbued with armament haki, and now they were further wrapped in a layer of extremely dangerous conqueror's haki. Black and red light flickered as he poured all his strength into them, swinging his twin blades with full force toward the incoming giant blade. However, Charlotte Linland simply turned her body, meeting Golden Lion's twin blades with her torso while her long blades swung straight for his head. "You lunatic." Golden Lion's pupils shrank. He never expected the opponent to choose such a trade-off style of fighting, and he could only watch as the blade drew closer. In the distance, rocks looked up at the sky. Almost at the same time. Crack! A thick purple thunderbolt, like a giant dragon, tore through the clouds and erupted with a roar. The blinding thunderlight instantly illuminated the battlefield as if it were day, the intense light forcing everyone to squint. Within that extreme brightness, a massive figure as tall as a mountain appeared between the two without any warning. Clang! A deafening metallic clash echoed through the heavens and earth. Curved, thick horns wreathed in lightning blocked both of their attacks. In the collision of terrifying forces, Loki's body didn't budge an inch. Instead, a violent shockwave spread out, shattering the surrounding stone lions into powder and sending fragments flying everywhere. Rumble. Loki. The ferocity in Charlotte Linland's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by pure joy. She casually tossed her cleaver, which quickly shrank in the air and turned back into an exquisite bowler hat, landing steadily on her head. The next second, she leapt forward like a swallow returning to its nest and hung onto Loki's neck, her arms tightly hugging him, her voice sickeningly sweet. "Linland, I told you not to use this kind of trade-off fighting style. If you do it again, I'm cutting your food rations." Loki looked at Charlotte Linland on his chest, feeling somewhat helpless. Charlotte Linland possessed a steel body and had learned the battle techniques of the giant race, so her fighting style was naturally very bold. After sending Redding and the others to sea to bring back the vampire fruit from Sleepy Hollow Town for Linland, Charlotte Linland, having become a vampire user, had completely patched up her weakness of having high defense but a limited recovery rate. She had become a complete monster with high defense, high speed, high strength, high recovery, and flight capabilities. If placed in a game, she would be the ultimate bullshit boss that players would curse 800 times a day. Because of this, Charlotte Linland became even more reckless in battle, completely disregarding her own injuries. After all, with the recovery ability of a vampire, even the most serious wounds could heal quickly. But Loki had tested it with Harold. The recovery power of this mythical zone type would also be suppressed by attacks imbued with Conqueror's haki. One could only say that Conqueror's haki was just too well-rounded. Not only did it deal true damage, but it also inflicted grievous wounds. If you didn't master it, you were simply inferior to others. Hee hee, that's why I have you. Charlotte Linland buried her cheek in Loki's chest, her voice soft and sweet, a completely different person from the fierce battle maniac of a moment ago. Golden Lion, who had landed back on the ground, stared in confusion at the suddenly appearing Loki. Loki's size was simply too exaggerated, providing a powerful visual impact. The lightning aura slowly dissipating around him made him look like an ancient deity stepping out of myth. Furthermore, his full-strength strike just now hadn't even seemed like a problem for the opponent. To the side, Gansui stared fixedly at Loki's figure, his fingers trembling slightly as he couldn't help but push his glasses and gasp. This size is too exaggerated, isn't it? Ordinary giants are only 10 or 20 meters tall. Even Harold, whom Rox mentioned, is only over 40 meters at most. This giant is at least over 60 meters tall. Harold is twice the height of a giant, but even after his black transformation grew larger, he wasn't as big as Loki. The black transformation Harold is standing upright, while Loki is half squatting. The others were also dumbfounded, extremely shocked by Loki's size. Rox, however, could no longer suppress his laughter. Wohahaha tilde. Although size didn't equate to strength, judging from the fight just now, Loki's power would certainly not be weak. Combined with what he had seen along the way, Rox was certain that Loki was definitely not someone content to just stay in his place. Even if he couldn't recruit Harold on this trip, inviting Loki to join the ship would be a massive win. Hey, you two, what do you think a battle is? Shiki suppressed the shock in his heart and crossed his arms, looking unhappily at Loki and Charlotte Linlin, who were radiating a lovey-dovey stench. My apologies. Linlin always likes to mess around. The Feast of Heaven is a game between us, not a procedure for entertaining guests. Loki set Charlotte Linlin aside and gave her shoulder a light push. The Rox pirates hadn't come with ill intent, so he naturally wouldn't go out of his way to cause trouble and make enemies. Although Linlin was already 20 years old, in reality, only her body was fully mature, her mind was still that of a naive and innocent young girl. Charlotte Linlin also reined in her previous ferocity and nodded slightly to the crowd, her attitude poised and generous. Sorry, I just heard Loki say you are all among the top powerhouses on the sea and wanted to trade blows with you. The Rox crew immediately felt much better. Bacon covered her mouth and smiled. It's no problem, beautiful girl. You can afford to be a little willful. Charlotte Linlin blinked, her tone sincere. You are also very beautiful, big sister. No need to add the big part. Bacon rubbed her forehead helplessly. She was currently fretting over her future life with Newgate. On the other side, Loki turned around, his snake-like pupils looking down at Shiki floating in midair, feeling somewhat eager to try. That was just about Linlin's limit. If you haven't had your fill, then I shall be your opponent. After long-term tempering with the Iron Thunder, he had recently achieved a preliminary mastery of Conqueror's Haki and Fusion. Loki really wanted to know where he currently stood in the hierarchy of the Great Sea. Bring it. A burning battle intent flashed in Shiki's eyes. He retreated nearly 100 meters and raised his blades to issue the invitation. Just now, he had simply been blinded by anger. Engaging in close-quarters combat with a strength monster like Charlotte Linlin had put him in a dangerous position. Now, he was incredibly calm. It was one thing for Charlotte Linlin to be surprisingly fast. But with Loki's mountain-like size, surely he couldn't fly as well. As long as he maintained flight as his tactical priority, he could win. Right at that moment, the clouds overhead suddenly bulged violently, as if being thrust upward by an invisible giant hand. A dull, low roar came from deep within the clouds, as if some gargantuan entity was struggling to break free from its shackles. It drew everyone's gaze. In the next second, a mass of rolling black clouds, carrying blinding thunderlight, dove down. It was Odin, who had rushed from the upper world carrying the Iron Thunder. Its body was falling rapidly toward the ground due to the terrifying weight of the Iron Thunder, its voice full of strain. Father God, I can't hold it anymore. Odin understood immediately and instantly changed its own density. Losing its support, the Iron Thunder plummeted toward the earth with matchless gravity. The pitch-black hammerhead sliced through the sky, and the atmosphere along its path was forcibly collapsed and torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Due to high-speed friction, a pale purple ionized glow appeared around it, like a pitch-black meteor set to incinerate everything, crashing down with an aura of destruction. Boom! Loki reached out his giant hand and steadily caught the falling Iron Thunder. The moment the hammerhead made contact with his palm, a violent impact spread through his arm to his entire body. His towering frame swayed slightly, and his knees instinctively sank half an inch. Crack, crack, crack. The permafrost beneath his feet instantly let out a groan of being overwhelmed. Cracks spread frantically like a spiderweb, and the ground within 100-meter radius sank by more than half a meter. Rubble mixed with ice shards was jolted into the sky before falling back down like a torrential rain. That hammer, just how heavy is it? Just its fall has this kind of power. Wang Ji's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed hard, and his face was full of disbelief. He had seen countless treasures and heavy weapons, but never one that could cause such terrifying environmental destruction just by falling. It's comparable to a mountain range, Newgate said with a solemn look. This seemed to be a weight that even he might not be able to lift. Shiki was likely going to have a rough time this time. Shiki himself, however, thought the exact opposite of Newgate. With such a massive body combined with such a heavy weapon, mobility would definitely be a fatal weakness. How could he possibly keep up with his own speed? How could he break his flight and kiting tactics? Shiki's confidence grew even stronger, and he couldn't wait to shout, "Are you ready?" The battle just now had been too embarrassing, Shiki desperately needed a victory. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Loki nodded slightly, gripped the handle of the Iron Thunder with both hands, and hoisted the giant hammer onto his shoulder. The thunderlight coiled around the hammer crackled. "This is the first time I've fought side by side with the Iron Thunder. Please, guide me." Lion's Majesty, Senkyoku. Shiki wasted no more words, starting with his usual probing killing move. Countless fine golden slashes erupted from between his twin blades, covering the sky like a torrential rain as they swarmed toward Loki. Loki simply swung the hammer. With his powerful strength, the mass of the Iron Thunder itself, and its incredibly hard material, he easily crushed the incoming storm of blades as if knocking over building blocks. They turned into a sky full of fine energy particles and dissipated into the air. Just standing in place, it seems speed really isn't your forte. Seeing this, Shiki's confidence grew even more as he spread his palms. The snow that drifted year-round in the underworld suddenly stopped falling, as if time had paused, under the power of the float fruit. Lion's Majesty, Goshoguera. The floating snow instantly swirled and condensed frantically, forming white lions the size of mountain peaks that surrounded Loki in the center. Devil Fruit Awakening. Loki's eyes showed envy. Shiki hadn't directly touched all the snow yet could manipulate and shape it. This was surely the power of awakening. Once a Paramesha user awakens, they can influence things other than themselves. They can assimilate everything around them into a part of their own ability. The awakening effect of the float fruit, it seemed, was to grant buoyancy to everything else in the vicinity. Just be frozen like this. Shiki clenched his palm tightly. Roar. The lions of ice and snow roared, lunging forward to bite at Loki simultaneously. Once bitten, even if not torn to pieces, the massive amount of snow would trap the enemy in the center to die of suffocation. However, Loki had no intention of moving. At the moment the lions closed in, he raised the Iron Thunder high. Crack! Incredibly thick bolts of lightning descended. The plasma energy bodies directly pulverized all the approaching lions, ionizing them into water vapor and causing them to sublimate completely, leaving behind only a sky full of white mist. Within the mist, "Man, this kind of battle isn't meeting my expectations." A trace of impatience flickered in Loki's snake-like pupils. He had indeed picked the wrong opponent. He called out, "Odin! I am here, Father God." The loyal dog Odin turned into a black cloud and hovered in front of Loki. "Put this flying lion into a cage for me." Loki grabbed Odin with one hand and raised the Iron Thunder with the other, slamming it heavily into Odin's body. Boom, boom, boom. The electrical charges of nature were drawn by the Iron Thunder and poured into Odin's body. The pitch-black cloud layer absorbed the massive amount of energy, its size swelling rapidly. The black color was illuminated into a brilliant white by the surging lightning within. Then, countless bolts of lightning grew out of the black cloud like vines, converging rapidly toward Shiki's position. The dense lightning wove into a net, locking down the entire sky. He really can manipulate lightning. What a troublesome ability. When Loki appeared, Shiki had already suspected this. Shiki maneuvered through the sky, attempting to dodge the lightning, but he soon realized something was wrong. These lightning bolts seemed to have eyes, capable of changing direction on their own. No matter how he evaded, they pursued him relentlessly without the slightest sign of letting up. This was the homing lightning imbued with Odin's will. From above and below, and from all directions, countless lightning bolts sealed off the surrounding space, gradually forming a sphere of lightning that surrounded Shiki and closed in rapidly. This is bad. On the ground, even the schadenfreude on Fatty's face had vanished. If it were him, he would probably be waiting for death by now. Shiki isn't that incompetent, Wang Ji said casually. No, Shiki is in danger. Newgate looked at Loki, who was shrouded in lightning. The opponent was about to move. Above, boom, the lightning sphere exploded. A dangerous, domineering crimson slash burst out. The Haoshoku slash actually cut the lightning into fragments. Jihahaha. If you thought you could settle me with just abilities, you've underestimated me. Shiki rushed out of the lightning debris with his blades raised. Hockey steamed around him, and though his clothes were somewhat tattered, his momentum was still as grand as a rainbow as he laughed loudly. In the next instant, Shiki's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Because Loki, his body wreathed in lightning, had already closed in. His tall frame cast a massive shadow, exerting infinite pressure. Although the opponent's body was massive, his speed was unexpectedly not slow at all. Loki, using lightning to stimulate his body and boost his speed, locked onto Shiki with his observation hockey and swung the Iron Thunder down with both hands. The Iron Thunder's head was wreathed in red, black and blue-purple lightning, radiating a terrifyingly dangerous pressure. Before the heavy hammer could even close in, the invisible air was compressed and solidified layer by layer, forming a physical-like wall of air in the hammer's path. Shiki felt as if the air around him had instantly solidified into iron. His entire body was wrapped in heavy pressure, making even breathing difficult. His movement speed plummeted as if he had fallen into a swamp. Are you kidding me? Shiki's eyes bulged, the muscles in his arms tensed to the limit, and his veins popped out like winding dragons. He poured all his armament and Haoshoku haki without reservation into his two famous blades, Sakura-ten and Kogarashi. The blades glowed with a blinding black-red light as he exerted every ounce of strength to strike the sharpest and most powerful blow since he had set out to sea. Lion slash. Clang. Sakura-ten and Kogarashi sliced through layers of heavy atmosphere, and the blades collided heavily with the face of the Iron Thunder. The ear-piercing metallic ring echoed through heaven and earth, making the eardrums of many spectating giants throb with pain. A violent shockwave of energy radiated frantically from the point of impact, tearing a massive hole in the clouds covering the underworld and revealing a glimpse of the scenery in the upper world. The Iron Thunder paused for a moment, but only a moment. Then, it crudely pushed Sakura-ten and Kogarashi back. Shiki's face contorted. His arms were forced backward, and the crossed blades of Sakura-ten and Kogarashi were almost pressed against his chest. His knuckles gripping the hilts turned white. The tendons in his arms tore and sprayed blood under the terrifying impact. The bright red blood dripped down the hilts, only to be instantly vaporized by lightning in the air. He felt as if what he was holding back was not a giant hammer, but a collapsing primordial mountain range. Endless power continued to crush down, his bones let out groans of being overwhelmed, and his entire skeleton was trembling, threatening to be completely flattened at any moment. Loki's strength was even more terrifying than Rock's. Black King Harold only felt he was qualified to handle the hammer, but he believed the normal Loki could as well. Crack! A clear, sharp sound of bone breaking sliced through the sky. Both of Shiki's wrists bent at a bizarre angle. The two famous blades lost their support, and the backs of the blades instantly snapped back, embedding themselves heavily into his chest and drawing a large spray of hot blood. The fragile balance was instantly shattered. Shiki's tall body, as if drained of all strength, turned into a crimson streak of light and flew backward. His speed was so fast it broke the sound barrier, producing a series of sharp sonic booms. Boom, boom, boom. The forests along the way were snapped in half, rocks were smashed to pieces, and thick glaciers were forcibly pierced through with a huge hole. It was as if what was flying was not a human, but a deadly cannonball that destroyed everything. Dust billowed, obscuring the sun. Rumble. Finally, after crossing a distance of several thousand meters, Shiki slammed headfirst into the world tree that supported Elbaf and slid down heavily. He was pinned there like a painting on a wall. Shiki's body, slumped at the roots of the tree, had already lost consciousness. Oops, it seems I used a bit too much strength. Loki, carrying the Iron Thunder, felt a bit bad. The Iron Thunder was too heavy, he couldn't yet wield it as easily as his own arm. Now he would have to spend some blood to heal Shiki's injuries. However, this is a day worth commemorating. Loki laughed happily. With the Iron Thunder, fighting others was like 2 against 1, plus he was already superior. A win. Although the current Shiki was certainly not as powerful as the Shiki who would later threaten Roger. But Loki wasn't in his complete form yet either, he was only 60 meters tall and still in his growth phase. Linlin, go heal the guest's injuries. Loki turned and waved to Charlotte Linlin, then walked toward the crowd. Gwa. His Majesty Loki is invincible, he gave the outsider a brutal beating. His Majesty Loki is matchless under heaven, matchless indeed. With this legendary weapon, what else can stand in Prince Loki's way? Nothing, absolutely nothing. It wasn't until they were certain the battle was over that the underworld giant warriors who had been watching for a long time finally erupted, letting out hysterical and fanatical cheers. They waved the giant axes and spears in their hands, their chests heaving violently, their eyes full of worship and fanaticism. Among them, the people from the former hunting village were the most fervent. Perhaps it was because following Loki meant they could return to battle, or because following Loki meant they could eat their fill, or perhaps it was the fanaticism of the convert, or perhaps this was simply the way giants were always meant to be, a part of them lost in history. In short, the current Loki was already the king of Elbaf in name and in fact. With a single command, countless underworld giants would be willing to shed their blood for him. They wouldn't even hesitate to drag Harold down from the throne, indeed. To the side. The Rock's pirates. Bacon's small mouth was wide open, she hadn't quite recovered her senses. Wang Ji was also dazed. He had thought Shiki could at least kite for a while, how did he just collapse like that? Newgate instinctively gripped his bisinto. The reactions were varied, but only Rox had a heat in his eyes that was about to turn into physical flames, no longer able to suppress the desire in his heart. If Loki could be with him, even if they went to war with the world government immediately, what of it? And so, were ha 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 tilde. Rox laughed and stepped forward, reaching out to the towering giant in invitation. Loki, or should I say Doom, you must have heard about me from Harold. This strength of yours shouldn't be left to stagnate in this tiny Elbaf. The vast sea outside is the stage where you can truly unleash yourself. Ally with me, and let's turn this corrupt world upside down together. Let's go and seize this world together. Sure. Loki responded in a flat tone, as if the alliance offer Rox had thrown out wasn't one to overturn the world, but merely an invitation to an ordinary banquet. Huh. Suddenly hearing this answer, the caught-off-guard Rox was momentarily stunned. His boisterous laughter stopped abruptly, and the smile on his face froze into bewilderment. How could you just agree like that? An alliance shouldn't be like this. You should be chatting with me. I should be regaling you with stories of the vast and magnificent oceans outside. Then we'd have a hearty, soul-stirring battle. And finally, we'd talk about our respective dreams and ambitions. Until you also acknowledge my ambition, my strength, and my spirit. Only then would we form a pirate alliance. You agreed. Rox, who had prepared for a long-term negotiation, asked back in disbelief. Of course. Let's eat first, we can talk slowly, Loki nodded, taking the initiative to extend an invitation. As for Rox, he had already made his calculations. The sun once said that struggle is about making as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. Of course, different worlds require measures adapted to local conditions. If this were a world without extraordinary powers like hockey and devil fruits, then the natural course would be to cater to the world government on the surface while secretly making deals with the various kingdoms. But in this world where individual human power can rival a nation, struggle naturally means enhancing one's own strength and winning over powerful allies to do great things together. With a powerhouse like Rox actively delivering himself to the door, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Good, Rox did not refuse and nodded readily. Loki, Dracula is out of energy again, Charlotte Linlin beckoned. By her side, a blood-red bat lay next to Golden Lion Shiki, looking completely drained and exhausted. Golden Lion's breathing, however, had stabilized significantly, and color had returned to his pale face. Really useless, Loki said with some helplessness. He raised his hand and sent some soul power toward the blood-red bat. Dracula was a special homie created using some of Charlotte Linlin's blood as a base, combined with a soul. He possessed Charlotte Linlin's ability to absorb the life vitality of other creatures. However, Loki had placed a soul restriction on him, preventing him from growing on his own. The absorbed life force was merely stored within his body. He was a standby blood bag under Loki's command. Using a vampire as a doctor is indeed unreliable. It seems that after officially setting out to sea this time, I still need to find a devil fruit specifically for healing, Loki thought to himself. A while later, Underworld Palace, Reception Hall. A giant long table capable of seating hundreds of people spanned across the hall. The tabletop was covered with food of exaggerated proportions. Half a roasted sea king, golden and glistening with oil, took up most of the table, its skin sizzling and emitting a rich aroma. Berries the size of fists were piled into small hills, crystal clear. Bacon and the others sat on chairs identical to Linlin's, feeling a bit out of place. Golden Lion Shiki and Marin, both covered in supreme bandages, were also among them. Golden Lion had a gloomy face, not yet having recovered from his recent defeat. Marin's head was swollen, and he still looked a bit wilted. Everyone, this is deep freeze sea sausage, which only grows in the ice lakes of the underworld. This is charcoal grilled giant sea cow. This was made using the atom tree as a raw material. Long Bread introduced them one by one. Don't be shy, help yourselves. Loki was the first to break the tension. He reached out and lifted the 300-meter-long charcoal-grilled sea king, tore off a large piece of fragrant, charred meat, and began to swallow it in large gulps. Tussling with Iron Thunder and then exchanging a few moves with Golden Lion had cost him quite a bit of effort. Now was the time to replenish his energy. After several rounds of drinks, Rox looked at Loki and asked seriously, "Loki, you've been in Elbaf all these years. Do you know what allying with me means? I intend to make the world my enemy." Though Rox had boundless ambition, he maintained a bottom line for powerhouses he acknowledged, disdaining the use of lies to lure them into his schemes. Kaido disrespects Herald, Rox kicks him directly. I know. Loki picked up some fruit wine nearby to rinse his mouth and spoke bluntly, I've been unhappy with the world government for a long time. They clearly occupy the most resources in the world, yet they only know how to hide at the top of the red line, dreaming the dreams of gods. Without the great power of gods, without the immortality of gods, without the miracles of gods, and without the mercy of gods, they are nothing but a bunch of self-isolated, indulgent, swinish wastes who call themselves gods. Newgate, Golden Lion, Wang Ji, their eyes all widened. They thought Rox's desire to dominate the world was an ambition beyond belief for normal people. They didn't expect Loki's speech to be even more heavyweight, directly disparaging the divine title of the celestial dragons first. Wahahaha tilde, Rox was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, clinking his glass heavily against Loki's. Loki, you're right. The world government is just a bunch of insects. They need us to wake them up and make them recognize the current world again. Clink. Exactly, Loki clinked glasses with him, full of disdain. Established for 900 years, and they're still playing the cat and mouse game of marines catching pirates on the sea. If I were a Mu, I would have already fought my way into space and set the stars ablaze. He truly looked down on a Mu. 900 years of time, plus various fruits with heaven-defying effects. If it were him, he would have long since left this tiny patch of land that is this planet. He couldn't understand where the thrill was for a Mu to hide alone behind the world government like a rat. Anyway, Loki didn't get it. If one doesn't show off their prominence before others, what has all the hard work over the years been for? You know about a Mu too. Rox was surprised again. He hadn't had as many surprises in his whole life as he had in this one day of communicating with Loki. He only knew of Imu's existence from the promise between the D Clan and Joy Boy. He hadn't even told Newgate and the others. I have seen the future. Loki raised his head proudly. Do you even understand what a transmigrator is? Observation hockey. Rox, pupils constricted slightly. You can understand it that way, brother. Intelligence on the enemy cannot be hidden from allies, Loki said meaningfully. One of the most taboo elements in a group fight is incomplete intelligence. In the original timelines God Valley, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Linlin clearly were all unaware of Imu's existence. You guy, according to a giant's age, you should still be a child, Rox said unhappily. If he accepted those words, wouldn't his seniority in front of Herald drop by half? That kind of thing isn't important, Loki diverted the topic. However, I only know a few abilities. The power to possess his insects from a distance, an immortal body, forced transformation. I don't know the rest. That rat only likes to hide in the Holy Land. Loki had no intention of hiding anything. He laid out the same information he had told Herald to Rox as well. In case Rox got turned into a Black Zetsu type situation later, wouldn't that be giving a Mu a free thug for no reason? As for after defeating a Mu, at worst, he would just have to defeat everyone including Rox by himself. With his abilities, this was something that must be done, and something that certainly could be done. Thanks, Loki, Rox said solemnly. This was indeed information that even he didn't know. He had sensed too many auras in the Holy Land back then and hadn't directly tested a Mu, who posed the greatest threat. You're welcome. However, Loki's tone shifted, becoming serious as he said earnestly, Rox, my alliance is signed with you, not with the league you've gathered. Is that so? Rox understood Loki's meaning. The other party trusted him, but didn't trust Golden Lion and the rest. Hey, King of Giants, what do you mean by that? Wang Ji stuck out his forked tongue. Combined with his burly yet wretched physique, he looked like a cross between a snake and a toad. It was unclear if he belonged to some special race. We can't just act like we didn't hear those words. Newgate also put down his wine glass. My meaning is, except for Rox, I don't trust any of you. Loki stood up, casting a large shadow. The situation of the Rox pirates was special. It wasn't a typical Straw Hat style team where the captain is the core and the members' relationships and dreams are closely linked. Nor was it the classic team later led by Kaido, with Kaido's will as the general program. The essence of the Rox pirates was each member acting for themselves. It was an exceptionally loose alliance system. One could only say Rox was trying something very new. The result, well, led to Golden Lion, John, and others fighting internally over treasure at God Valley, with only Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin willing to briefly take action for Rox. You don't need to be in a hurry to object. Loki lightly waved his hand. The wall at the front of the reception hall slowly opened to both sides, revealing a suspended stone platform. Below the platform was a vast training ground. He stepped onto the platform, looking down at the training ground from above, his voice booming like thunder, "My soldiers. Swish. On the training ground, the giant race warriors who were wrestling in pairs or practicing with axes instantly stopped their movements. They all turned their heads in unison to look at Loki on the platform. They raised their fists and slammed them heavily against their chests, shouting in unison, "His Majesty Loki." The movements were perfectly synchronized, and the voices were deafening, carrying a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, making even the ground tremble slightly. The sunlight spilled onto their heavy armor, reflecting a cold, piercing light. In every pair of eyes burned a fanatical devotion and loyalty to Loki. These giants, who were unwilling to be mediocre in Elbaf, had become an elite, full-time legion after coming to the underworld and being trained by Loki, serving him alone. Loki turned and looked at Wang Ji and the others. "My soldiers are ready to charge for me at any time. Are you prepared to follow Rox onto the path of challenging the world?" "You're right. Even if Rox dies, it's none of my fool business." Golden Lion chimed in with a dark face. That was just the kind of person he was. Wang Ji and Gon were equally unapologetic. They weren't Rox, subordinates, and wouldn't risk their lives for him. Bacon covered her mouth and chuckled. Newgate looked at Rox, his tone firm. "As long as you don't change, I will go with you to see what the peak of the world is, but I am not your subordinate." Even now, they had to emphasize their independence. Loki couldn't help but laugh and looked at Rox. "Rox, I have heartfelt admiration for you, a regular human, possessing such strength. But your philosophy of governance is far inferior to mine." He had already snatched Linlin away, and he planned to snatch Kaido away too. That way, when Rox really started fighting, only Whitebeard would truly be able to help a bit. It seemed even more tragic than the original timeline. "Wahahaha, it doesn't matter. I don't care. On the day of destiny, whether they are willing to follow me or not is up to them." Rox laughed heartily, his tone as bold as ever. "Suit yourself." Loki shrugged. This could only be said to be a difference in personal perspective. In any case, he couldn't stand being followed by a bunch of loose sand that would run away at the first sign of trouble. He picked up the iron thunder placed to the side. "Now that I've filled my stomach, let me see what kind of power it is that can contend with the old man. Come." A blazing fighting spirit instantly ignited in Rox's eyes. Haki surged around him unconsciously, and his robes fluttered loudly. Or rather, he also wanted to personally feel the difference between Loki and Harold. The Netherworld. An ice field far from the town. They had just arrived at the chosen uninhabited area. "Come, Loki, let me witness your spirit." Rox, unable to restrain himself any longer, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his violent conqueror's haki swept toward Loki like a physical tsunami, overwhelming and all-encompassing. That aura carried an ambition and dominance that could subvert heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, fine cracks instantly condensed on the surface of the ice, and even the cold wind was forcibly brought to a halt. In that instant, Loki felt like a small boat on a stormy sea, at risk of being swallowed by the tsunami at any moment. That is some truly impressive pressure. Far from being afraid, Loki's lips curled into an arrogant smile, and his eyes flickered with the light of excitement. Among all the Conqueror's haki users he had seen, each had their own strengths, but only Rox's haki could most ignite his competitive spirit. Linlin's Haoshoku hid pure appetite and animalistic desire, it lacked ambition and had the weakest deterrent force. Golden Lion's haki was full of unruly arrogance, but it lacked a few degrees of heavy accumulation. Even for Harold, although his Haoshoku was incomparably powerful, it had lost its extreme sense of oppression due to changes in his state of mind, leaning more toward convincing people with reason rather than intimidating them with force. Only Rox's Haoshoku was like a prairie fire, burning with greed for everything in the world. As if everything in existence would eventually become his possession, it was dominant to the extreme. However, it's not enough. Loki glared with his unusual snake-like pupils, and an incredibly arrogant conqueror's haki burst out violently, like a volcanic eruption, forcibly pushing Rox's conqueror's haki back. This was an arrogance, confidence, and dominance that transcended this world. The two top-tier conquerors' haki collided fiercely in the air, their invisible wills turning into physical force, crushing the surrounding atmosphere into distorted ripples. Heaven and earth seemed to be split in two, as if two ancient giant beasts were biting and squeezing each other in an invisible battlefield, fighting for every inch of space. Hurricanes howled, snow flowed backward, ancient trees swayed, and glaciers cracked. Thump, thump. Even though the giants had already pulled back a great distance, they were still affected immediately. One by one, the new generation's eyes rolled back as they collapsed with foam at their mouths. Very few could maintain a clear consciousness. The Haoshoku of an outsider pirate can actually rival Loki's. Redding frowned deeply and gripped the greatsword in his hand. This did not seem like an opponent who could be easily dealt with. Rumbled tilde tilde. The mutually squeezing conquerors' haki exploded with a bang. With the two of them as the center, the frozen soil within a 1,000-meter radius instantly collapsed, and ravines several fathoms deep spread like spider webs. Flying stones and ice shards blotted out the sky, shrouding the entire ice field in dust. Wahahaha. This blood-boiling feeling, it's the first time since my battle with Harold years ago. Rox laughed loudly and charged toward Loki, his eyes burning with white-hot emotion. Loki's spirit was even stronger than he had imagined. It truly made him feel exhilarated. Loki, come. Loki laughed and met him head-on. Compared to someone like Golden Lion who floated around and avoided direct confrontation, he still preferred someone like Rox who could trade blows with him. Rox gripped his rapier with both hands, and pitch-black armament haki instantly coated the blade. Following that, a dense black-red conqueror's haki entwined around it, the two powers interlacing into a terrifying edge. He leapt up and swung at Loki with all his might. The muscles in Loki's arms bulged, his veins popping like coiled dragons. The iron thunder in his hand was covered in armament haki, and he barely managed to channel his unpracticed Haoshoku along the hammer's body. He likewise swung his hammer with full force, the heavy giant hammer letting out a whistle as it met the blade. Boom! In the moment before the small blade and the heavy giant hammer were about to touch, the conqueror's haki entwined upon both of them collided first. Black-red haki flows roamed and tore frantically, letting out a massive thunderous sound as an invisible shockwave instantly spread out. The snow that had just fallen was instantly swept away, shooting out wildly in all directions. Even the white sea cloud layer 10,000 meters above, thick as cotton batting, was forcibly torn with a massive gap by this force. Golden sunlight penetrated the clouds, projecting onto the ice field like a pillar of light, illuminating the dust and ice shards dancing in the air. The giant race warriors, who had already pulled back, were forced to continue retreating. Many were directly flattened against the ground by the spreading shockwave, their faces full of horror. Everything within several thousand meters was scattered. Hiss tilde what exaggerated power. Marin sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but swallow. The strength of the girl who defeated him was already terrifying enough. Loki's exaggerated body hadn't grown for nothing. His strength was even greater, actually capable of competing with Rox. No wonder Rox has always wanted to find Harold for an alliance, such power is indeed worth coveting. Wang Ji also couldn't help but sigh, unable to stop the shock in his heart. Shiki and the others were all absorbed into this group by Rox through pirate games. To put it bluntly, they were defeated underlings. Defeating Shiki was no big deal. Besides Rox, Newgate could also firmly suppress Golden Lion. But being truly on par with Rox, that was a different concept entirely. It's because we are too weak. Golden Lion clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, feeling the pain in the bones throughout his body, his face so dark it could drip water. Losing to Rox was one thing. But losing to a child like Loki, and in such a crushing defeat where he had no power to fight back, was truly unacceptable to him. Bacon had no interest in participating in such topics. Looking at Charlotte Linlin not far away, she asked with interest, "Linlin, who do you think will win?" Charlotte Linlin gave her answer without hesitation. Loki. That much confidence. Bacon was taken aback. You think this is Loki's full power? Stop dreaming, Charlotte Linlin said with a sneer. In the battlefield, the sword and hammer were squeezing against each other across the air. Loki, your conqueror's hockey is far worse than Harold's. Rox keenly noticed the unstable state of the Haoshoku on the hammer's body. It doesn't matter, although my Haoshoku is a bit lacking, my strength and weapon happen to make up for it. Loki bared his pearly white teeth. Crack. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky and merged into the iron thunder, the already fragile balance completely collapsed. The core singularity of the weapon collision first contracted, Haoshoku, hockey, and lightning were all sucked into it, forming a pitch-black energy ball. In the next instant, the energy ball exploded. A ring of blinding white gas expanded with the two of them as the center. Wherever the gas ring passed, ice layers and rocks were all turned into powder. Following that, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the air, completely submerging the figures of the two men, with rolling dust blotting out the sun. Thud 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 thud. Even though they were at the center of the explosion, the two were not affected in the slightest. Rox struck fiercely with his sword, and Loki swept horizontally with his hammer. Sword and hammer clashed continuously, the dull impacts sounding like war drums, echoing for a long time between heaven and earth. Every collision made the ice field tremble violently. Truly, incredible. Rox really could not hide his surprise anymore. His and Harold's strength was already rare in the world. Yet in terms of pure strength, Loki was still above the two of them. He and Harold were in their prime. But Loki, if his calculations were correct, had not yet reached the stage where a giant is truly at their strongest. However, after the surprise came an even higher level of excitement. The battle intent in Rox's eyes grew even stronger, and he added 3 more parts of force to his sword swings. Boom! Accompanied by the dull sound of weapons clashing, the two once again collided with all their might. Rox looked at Loki, who was close at hand, and said excitedly, Loki, if you join forces with me, we will surely be invincible in the world. You're wrong, Rox. Loki braced himself, the veins in his arms bulging as he used his heavy hammer to press down against the sword blade. He had to admit that Rox was an even greater monster of a human than Linlin. Linlin's strength could already be called supreme among the giant race, second only to the two of them. Yet Rox's strength, even if it couldn't reach his own level, was still far more powerful than Linlin's. With such strength coupled with such a miniature body, he shouldn't only have this much to show. Wrong. Rox was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Loki suddenly retracted his hammer, and his entire body was completely submerged by violent lightning. The thunder crackled and hissed, reflecting his figure as if a god of thunder from myth had descended. His voice became increasingly dull, carrying an unquestionable dominance. In this way, I alone am invincible in the world. He took a step forward, lightning exploding under his feet as the frozen soil instantly shattered. Rox, stop just clashing weapons with me. Bring out your true strength, give me some decent pressure, and crush this ambition of mine that already feels invincible. With those words, Loki swung a faster and more powerful heavy hammer, carrying even stronger and more dominant power. Before the hammer's body had even fallen, the ground had already been pressed into a massive crater by invisible pressure. Wahahaha. Have you still not truly had your fill? Rox laughed loudly and raised his sword to block. Clang! Hammer and sword collided, and Rox flew backward like an arrow from a bow, his feet plowing 2 deep ravines into the ice. Then Rox, legs bent, a large area of ice exploded under his feet, and his figure approached Loki once more like a ghost, crossing a distance of several thousand meters. Loki's observation hockey, amplified by electromagnetic waves, saw Rox's trajectory, and he swung the iron thunder. Boom! The heavy iron thunder failed to hit its target. Rox flickered in the air, moving like a bolt of black lightning past the hammer's path to reach Loki's chest, and his long blade slashed down without mercy. PFF tilde. The lightning was also torn apart by the sword's edge, and hot blood sprayed out. But in the next instant, much to Rock's surprise, it hurts. Loki's chest let out a cry of pain, the wound transformed into a large mouth, and it spat out a pectoral muscle as thick as a cable, which whipped him fiercely in the face with a whistling sound. Puff! Rock's mouth was knocked askew by the blow. The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely high. At the same time, a thick bolt of lightning struck, causing Rock's body to stiffen. As the heavy hammer swung down, Rox hastily raised his sword to block. Borrowing that matchless force, he somewhat clumsily pulled back to create distance. What on earth is that? Rox was a bit dumbfounded. Having roamed the seas for so many years, he had seen plenty of devil fruit users. But a chest growing eyes and a mouth, screaming while hitting people with its muscles, this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre way of attacking. I am a Paramesha soul fruit user, capable of bestowing a soul upon my own body. Loki explained. The harder I worked, the more I discovered the limitations of a giant's body. Although our strength is immense, our heavy bodies cannot move at extreme speeds like yours. Unless my strength was countless times greater than yours, but that is too difficult, so I can only use my ability to compensate. Rock's mouth twitched. He could already imagine a future scenario where someone worked tirelessly to injure Loki, only for Loki's internal organs and bones to take the opportunity to slap them across the face and launch a counterattack. Such bizarre vitality could hardly be matched even by an awakened zone fruit. After a myriad of internal complaints, Rox finally uttered a single sigh of admiration. Your development of your ability is simply that of a genius. Loki raised an eyebrow and smiled. I think so too, so unless my stamina is completely exhausted, I won't stop. Indeed so. Rox focused his mind. He even suspected that even if someone were to instantly cut off Loki's head, Loki's spine and muscles could scream and pull each other back together just like before. So, let's continue. Loki took the initiative to attack. However, Rock's movement speed was no ordinary feat. With him on guard, it was difficult for Iron Thunder to hit its mark. On the contrary, Loki was hit by Rock several more times. Iron Thunder, give me maximum energy accumulation. Loki threw Iron Thunder in front of him. Using this hammer against a speed-type opponent was still too forced. He would use it as an energy core for now. Loki raised his hand and summoned, Odin, Apollo, get over here. Yes, Father God. The thundercloud was summoned and landed on Loki's right side, absorbing the lightning drawn down by Iron Thunder. Lightning flickered within the clouds, becoming increasingly violent. The sun hanging high in the netherworld also fell, revealing a defiant expression as it approached Loki. Incredible, is that sun also a creation of a fruit ability? Marin and the others only then realized. The sun of the netherworld was a fake one. Call of 10,000 thunders. Loki reached out and grabbed Odin, and endless lightning erupted from his entire body. Countless bolts of purple lightning descended like a rainstorm, completely enveloping the area where Rox was. The lightning crackled, and the ground was melted and then instantly solidified by the heat. Boom 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 boom. Countless violent thunders fell like rain, covering the entire area where Rox was located. Following that, Loki drove the sun and wielded the lightning, directly fusing the two great homie. Thunder fire great burial. Fire and lightning intertwined and spiraled, turning into a destructive thunderstorm. The center of the thunderstorm was pitch black, stealing all the light between heaven and earth. The surrounding rocks, glaciers, and trees were all instantly annihilated in the thunderstorm, without even a trace of ash left behind. Buzz. A crimson shockwave slashed out from the thunderstorm. Rock's figure stepped out. Although his clothes were somewhat charred and his hair was curled by the lightning, his aura remained as magnificent as ever. He shook the rapier in his hand and laughed loudly. Loki, an attack of this level can only be used for roasting meat. Is that so? Loki didn't mind. The two moves just now were meant to buy time. He activated his ability, elemental war god, come forth. The plasma energy scattered from the thunderstorm quickly condensed in the air, forming a giant that resembled Loki's face and was composed entirely of indigo lightning and flames. This elemental giant had cold eyes and emitted a destructive aura as it stood side by side with Loki. What new thing is this now? Rox observed with pleasant surprise. A Paramesha user who could play with elemental powers like a Logia type, have vitality comparable to an awakened zone, and now this new thing. Loki really is a genius. Next move, you attack first. Loki said in a deep voice. The elemental war god nodded slightly. In the next instant, in Rox's eyes, the figure of the elemental giant beside Loki vanished. Then, a voice identical to Loki's but even colder reached his ears. Rox, have you ever been kicked by lightning? Rox shifted his gaze. The indigo elemental giant had already approached, its long legs smashing down like a battle axe. Unlike the Maser cannon, 3000 Leagues developed by Charlotte Linlin in the original timeline using weapons. The elemental war god developed by Loki had no weapon to rely on, consumed more energy, and could not exist for long, but its advantage was the ability to move by transforming into the elements of lightning and fire. Rox's actions were faster than his thoughts. The rapier in his hand had already precisely slashed the incoming giant leg. However, the elemental war god was not a Logia-type user, but a pure elemental life form. Unaffected by physical attacks or haki, the blade passed straight through the giant leg without causing any damage. The elemental war god's movements did not hesitate for a second. It directly released millions of volts of high-voltage electricity along the rapier, while its body shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even with haki protection, Rox couldn't help but feel his body go numb, his movements slightly affected. Loki had already approached, carrying Iron Thunder. The heavy hammer carried the force of 1,000 tons and smashed down without mercy. Bang! A roar like a war drum rose again. Rox was heavily swatted away, his body crashing into a distant iceberg. The iceberg instantly collapsed, burying him under the rubble. Facing two opponents, one of whom was a homie that couldn't be suppressed by ordinary means, Rox fell into a disadvantage for a time. But the elemental war god was ultimately a state difficult to maintain. Soon its stamina was exhausted, and it separated back into Odin and Apollo, who lay weakly to the side, temporarily unable to fight. Meanwhile, Rox and Loki continued their heated battle. Time passed bit by bit. Upper World. West Village. How much longer are they going to fight? Goals, Haruden, and the others stared at the large screen, which was broadcasting the battle in the Netherworld. The duel between the two had already lasted for a day and a night, and there was no sign of it ending. The fighters weren't tired, but the spectators were getting sleepy. Haruden, Loki will be all right, won't he? Ida asked worriedly. This was the first time she had seen someone other than Harold who could fight Loki for so long without falling into a disadvantage. Haruden, whose height had doubled, looked at the battle scene with longing, somewhat lost in thought. When would he ever be able to catch up to Loki? Haruden. Haruden. Haruden suddenly snapped back to his senses. Sorry mama, I was too focused. Don't worry, Lord Yoraru and the others have already contacted Father. This is the person Father met at the Holy Land before. He won't do anything reckless, and Father is already on his way back. Is that so? Ida felt slightly relieved. In the battlefield. It wasn't until the sun went down on the second day. The breathing of both men grew louder, and their movements became slower. Both could sense that the other's stamina was about to hit rock bottom. Boom. After another collision, the two stumbled back. Being cut by Conqueror's haki infusion really doesn't feel good. Loki, covered in injuries, breathed heavily like a bellows. If he hadn't long ago had his brain block the feedback of pain, he would have already started screaming without any dignity. In this battle, he had a slight advantage in strength. But the size difference was too great, and his flexibility was insufficient. Plus, Rox was far superior to him in combat techniques, experience, and haki. This wasn't something that could be made up for in a short time. In the battle that lasted 2 days and 1 night, the number of times he was cut was clearly more than the number of times the opponent was hammered. His soul power was almost exhausted, and he couldn't just use it casually to heal his injuries anymore. However, Rox wasn't feeling great either after taking so many hits from the heavy hammer. At this moment, Rox's hands holding the sword were also trembling slightly. Loki was a devil fruit user, and one with extremely strong recovery abilities. Competing in stamina with such an opponent was inherently a poor strategy. But there was no other way, he was just an ordinary swordsman without any other strange abilities. He could suppress Loki with experience, but in the face of the opponent's terrifying recovery power, it would be meaningless unless he could strike him down to a state of total helplessness in one blow. Only when the opponent's stamina and haki were drained to the point where even his abilities were hard to use, would he exert all his strength to defeat Loki. And now, the opportunity had come. Wahahaha tilde Loki, you've still experienced too few battles. Rox laughed, wrapping the haki he had accumulated and saved during the battle around his sword as he launched a charge. Few tilde come then, Rox. Loki took a deep breath and also launched a charge, holding Iron Thunder wrapped in lightning. At the same time, besides his own soul and lifespan, he directly burned all the soul power he had saved up over the years. Buzz tilde tilde. With every step he took, Loki's already exaggerated physique expanded another circle. Rox's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Loki to still be holding back this never-before-seen trump card, but what did he have to fear? Thus, Rox swung his sword with both hands. Abyssal Curse. Ragnarok. Loki similarly swung his final strike. The power exchanged for burning soul energy turned Iron Thunder into a brilliant flash of lightning as it crashed toward the blade. Dong. Lightning collided with Conqueror's haki, erupting with world-destroying power. An invisible shockwave instantly swept across the entire ice field. Thick ice shattered layer by layer, and ancient skeletons were turned to dust. Both were simultaneously blown away by the violent energy, tossed high like kites with broken strings. They traced 2 long arcs in the air before finally crashing heavily onto the ice field, kicking up a sky full of dust. That's the end of Part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.